members participate in this assembly? Well, the delegate members, as in face-to-face assemblies, will need to register after identifying themselves with their member key, with their IP code and their date of birth. They will be able to participate and ask on all aspects relating to the items 2, 3, and 4 of the agenda that are subject to ratification. They will also be able to do that on the 5th item on the agenda, on the current situation of the Espai Barca, and on the last item on the agenda, which is the Q&A session. If you would like to make questions, you have different ways, different channels available to you. First, using the form that was posted on the club's website. This is a closed channel right now, because on Thursday was the last day for placing these questions in this way. Second, delegate members may use the video conferencing system to ask questions. And lastly, those delegate members present in the room will be able to ask their questions in the meeting. We will be answering the questions as follows. First, we will answer the first questions made in writing using the written form. Next, we will be answering the questions asked over video conferencing. And lastly, we will answer the questions asked by the delegate members here in the room. How will you be able to vote? Although I will be repeating this whenever there's a voting process on any of the items on the agenda, all delegate members should know that they must register beforehand using their member key, their personal code, the PIN, and their date of birth. And they should have inserted the 6-digit number they will receive via text message. By doing so, they will be able to exercise their right to vote. The voting button will be activated for a period of time, and at the end of the voting process, you will be able to download the voting receipt. I would also like to inform you that in the event that this assembly is extended, we will stop for lunch. Having explained this, let us start with item 1 of the agenda. I give the floor to the president of FC Barcelona, Mr. Joan Laporta. Thank you, Secretary. Well, I would like to welcome each and every one of the delegate members present in the room, and I would like to thank you for coming at this event, the most important event in the social life of the club. Thank you so much for participating and being here at this event, the most important event in the social club of FC Barcelona, in the social life of FC Barcelona. I would kindly ask you to for a minute's silence for those members that passed away in recent months. So please stand. So let's start with the first item on the agenda, corresponding to the President's report. I give the floor to the President of FC Barcelona, Mr. Joan Laporta. My grandfather made me a member the day I was born. I was born here. I will die here. Long live Catalunya, visca el Barça, forever. When I was small, I dreamt playing here someday, and I feel proud for belonging to the best club in the world. This will always be with me, never taken away. I feel very proud to have worn this jersey. I've been here for 18 years, and this has been the most happiest, or the most saddest day in my professional life. The Espai Barca, a dream for the entire Barcelona fans and movement. More Barca stores everywhere. Barca Vision, the digital Espai Barca. No, the new museum, new experiences. Taking over at the Barca Players Group. Committed to the Catalan language. More culers, more fans than ever at the Spotify Camp Nou. Always next to our fan clubs. Barca Genuine Foundation, more than just a team. The foundation, the social commitment of Barca. Recognizing the 50th and 75th anniversaries of club members. The joy of this Barcelona movement. The new signings. More than just a club, FC Barcelona. Welcome. I would like to give a very warm welcome to all members and delegate members in the room. I would like to welcome the senators, the former presidents who are present in this room today. And I would like to especially thank those who are following us remotely. An assembly that is more financially sustainable, more participatory, and more universal. This is in line with the importance we give to the General Assembly of Delegate Members. Once again, you will decide, as you have always done and as you will always do. You will be deciding on the present and future of our institution. Today, in this assembly, you will have the possibility of ratifying, if you deem it pertinent, the liquidation of the year corresponding to the 2022-2023 season, and also the approval, if you deem it appropriate, of the budget for the season 2023-2024. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the middle of our term, and what I can say, and I say so openly, firmly, that we're working hard, we're working well in order to revert an adverse situation, a difficult situation which, as you well know, we found ourselves as a result of the inheritance we received following March 2021, which was when you entrusted us with the task. The inheritance, the legacy we received was very bad, and since then what we have done is to apply a strategic plan. A plan geared towards finding the stability and looking for the stability of the club. And we are managing to do that with talent, with knowledge, with effort, with perseverance, with imagination, and also with courage, with audacity, but above all, thanks to your trust. You trusted us to implement this strategic plan, and what I would like to say to you is that on behalf of all of my colleagues at the management board and myself, what we would like to do is to thank you truly. With this trust, we see a commitment to all the Barcelona fans. This is the only way we can interpret the trust that you placed on us. You have been able to interpret correctly and at all times what the reality of the club is. And the reality, I mean, you've even been there next to us, with us, when looking for and applying solutions so that we could save this institution. And we can say so proudly that between all of us, we have saved the club, we have saved the institution, despite the fact that we found many hurdles along the way, some inherited, some unforeseen. Hurdles that come from outside, from people, from bodies, from institutions that attack us because of who we are and because of what we represent. They attack us because things are on the right track now. And throughout my presentation, I will explain why things are on the right track again and better. On a sporting level, on a financial level, we are also much better than when we got here. On an institutional level, we're better. We are back on track. On a sporting level, I would say to you that we are back on our track of sports excellence. The first team has seen how new and young players have become consolidated, most of whom come from the academy. Altogether, our team is much more valued. It has much more market value today, and it is much more financially sustainable than when we got here. And this change of paradigm, ladies and gentlemen, delegate members, does not happen by chance. It's not a miracle. This is thanks to the work of many people. The management board, the football area, the work of the executives of the club, and of all the club's workers and employees. I'm very proud because from all the offices of this club, a lot of work has been done to bring the joy back to the Barca fans and to bring the club back to the forefront in the world of sport. And I'm not just talking about football. You will recall last season when we were able to celebrate the six leagues won by each and every one of our professional teams. This is a historic milestone, unique in the world of sport. No club in the world had ever done that. And setting that aside, I would refer to the Champions League of the women's team with an open proposal without any complexes, which is so typical of our club. In general, what I want to say to you is that the reduction of the wage bill of the sporting wage bill, which is key in order to attain the economic and sporting and institutional recovery of this institution in order to stabilize the club, has been possible thanks to the renegotiation of the various agreements, thanks to the definition of a new salary structure. This has been possible thanks to the expenses in transfers and signings this season. As you will have seen, we've been very controlled. And most importantly, if you notice, in the 2020-2021 season, the sports salary with respect to the total income of the club represented 98%. And this season, they will account for 57%. And if we can, we will try and reduce that number. In any event, let me just say that this is within the recommendations issued by UEFA with these ratios, which is between 55 and 70%. Now, what I wanted to say is that this reduction of the wage bill has been done but by maintaining the competitiveness of our teams. The first team has a renewed, more valued and younger team, and this is despite the fact that they know that this season there will be a reduction in the income because we've reduced the fees for the season tickets, and in addition there will be also a reduction of the normal income from tickets because we will be playing at the Olympic Stadium Luis Companys. How have we been able to do this? Well, thanks to this feasibility plan approved by the management board, thanks to additional effort, an important effort on the part of the commercial areas of the club. And of course, this has been possible thanks to containment measures, relevant containment of ordinary expenses. And we will do this by continuing along this line of a significant reduction of the sports salaries of our professional teams. Along these lines, I would also like to highlight that we need to emphasize what has been done in the various areas of the club. And in this respect, I can say that we have a team managed by Xavi Hernandez that can and want to make history. They want to make history. We have a team that wants to be remembered, and I kindly ask you for your support, to support the team. Either as you have done at the Spotify Camp Nou over the recent years, or at the Luis Companys Olympic Stadium. And I hope when we are back here in 1 year's time at the new Spotify Camp Nou. So on a sport level, undoubtedly we're much, much better. I must also say that on a financial level, we are much better than we were. And allow me to do a brief overview of what we've gone through. When we got here, the first 3 months of our term coincided with the end of the 2020-2021 season. What we did was optimize our efforts to stabilize the institution, but at that time our efforts were focused on saving the institution, saving it from being brought to its feet. There was a debt of 1.3 billion. Most of the debt was short-term, and there was negative equity of 455 million. In any private company, they would have started with a bankruptcy proceeding. We continued. We made brave decisions, and we saved the club from tragedy. We did it together, but it was up to us to play the role of making the hard decisions. And between all of us, we saved the club thanks to these decisions with a premise. I'm saying it, I must say so, because this has been the case. Under the premise that the economic recovery of the club would never touch the pockets of our members, that it would never represent an expense for our members, for all of us. In the 2021-2022 season, we set the foundations for the transition towards economic, sports and institutional viability. And we tried to make decisions to stabilize the situation when it comes to cash and treasury in the short term and address the negative equity. In 2022-2023 season, we implemented the foundations to recover our leadership role in the world of football by activating, with your consent of course, a series of transactions, financial transactions, to make this possible, the famous levers. Well, thanks to that, today we can show a profit in the 2022-2023 accounts. This will explain by our economic vice president, Eduard Romeu. But Eduard, if I may say, we will be presenting to you a net profit of 304 million euros after tax. And let me say also that this is a result that exceeds the numbers that you approved the previous season. What happened here is that there have been record numbers on an operational scale that have been registered, especially in the commercial areas and in the installation exploitation division. On a commercial level, the numbers are 351 million euros, which is 43% more than the previous season. So each and every one of the business units have improved their results. And I think this is noteworthy. 351 million in the commercial area, 43% more than in the previous season. And when it comes to the sponsorship division, we have reached almost 200 million euros, a record, with new sponsors accounting for 97.6 million euros, another record, a historic record, thanks to as the marketing director says, Julie Gilles and Gil, with the incorporation of more than 20 new sponsorships. I think that we're talking about 23 new sponsorships. I must also say that the sales from merchandising in our stores have reached a turnover of 100 million. An absolute record. That's why I say that we're much better than when we got here. Because when we have a look at the total, we see that the installations have closed at 229 million euros, 40% more than the previous season. But let me just say, it's 8% more than in the season 2018-2029, a reference season, because that was the last season that we can analyze in full before COVID. So I would like to highlight the income generated by the Spotify Camp Nou ticketing, 121 million. Also, turnover from the women's team, 2.7 million, another record. And basketball, 4.5 million. We made a significant effort at the Palau with basketball. It accounts for 126% more than the last season pre-COVID. That is the 2018-2019 season. If we add to this the fact that the museum of the club, which has been in its historical location with a turnover of 39.9 million euros, then I believe that a big effort has been made. And we can say that we are much, much better than what we were like. Another significant effort has been made when it comes to the containment of ordinary expenses. Another big effort has been made with the reduction of debt. If we calculate debt the ways the La Liga does, which is the debt allocated when calculating fair play, we're seeing that we went from 680 million euros to 552 million euros. 680 in 2021, 552 the previous season. Let me just say that in this respect, a very big effort has been made I must also say that there has been an increase in expenses with respect to those planned, and this is because there are ordinary expenses that have been paid because players have left. We decided to terminate the agreement of players that we thought were too expensive for the club, and we had to pay some compensation. But the effort in terms of containing expenses has been very important. And the fact that these extraordinary expenses have been booked, accounted for this year, it means, well, there have been many financial transactions that you authorized. So this was the time to incorporate them into this exercise, and this will allow us to incorporate for next year to have more favorable results.
We will present a budget of 800 million in turnover and a net revenue of a large amount, and that's without activating any of the levers. So that is the important point in this budget. You must imagine that, as I said before, and this has been achieved despite having moved to Montjuic, and that has obviously led to a reduction. The seating is almost the half of the Spotify Camp Nou, and that means reductions, that means trips. And in that regard, we've done an important effort because we have applied the feasibility plan that was passed by the board and by the executives, or was created by the executives, a feasibility plan, which furthermore has involved daily monitoring. And with that regard, I'd like to thank the efforts that have been made by the commercial department that has generated revenue and also has done important restraint on spending and significantly reduced the professional salaries of our sportsperson. And I would say, if you permit me to, that we're very happy with the efforts that we've made. We have created profits without the need for any resources, and I'd say that this is a success of Barcelona Football Club as a whole. It is also a success of all the initiatives we have done, because the strength of the shield, this has prevailed. So how will we continue? We will continue to apply this strategic plan, which we passed in 2021, and we will not go off track at any moment, because we all need to pull the boat in the same direction. We all need to row in the same direction, saving Barcelona sportingly, economically, and institutionally. I can ensure to you that we are not improvising. This is not the result of anything but extraordinary work by many people that are committed to the club, and I want to give importance to that. The many people that are committed to the club. Here we have executives who work hard. We have workers at the club, men and women, and of course we have the board. I'm proud of our board's work, our directors board. We have managed to restrain the wage bill, and I'd also like to give a special mention to our football area, which has been run by Mateo Alemania, who I'd like to thank the work you have done for Barca. And furthermore, I also would like to wish you the best in your new professional stages. You've been there for 2.5 years. In the transfer window in the summer, or in the window in the summer, we involved Deco, who is a legendary player in the history of Barcelona Football Club. He was in the Champions team in 2006 when they won the Champions. Deco has perfect synchronicity with Xavi Hernandez. He has helped with his project. They have always understood each other. There's always been commitment towards the club. The truth is, Xavi's value within this project is key. It's crucial. I would also like to talk about that more in my presentation. I would like to tell you that thus the club here, we are much better off financially, and we are improving in that regard. The figures that we're presenting are increasingly better. The restraint in spending is greater. We all have the responsibility of directing the club, and those who work for our sporting entity, I can say all of us are very happy being able to present this budget. What does this mean? It means that we have a situation of relative stability at this moment, and when we are stabilized, we will move to a next phase which will allow us to culminate one stage and to consolidate the club at the front line. That is the new challenge. We will be applying new projects which will increase our internal organisation. We will also improve our capacity to relate to the fans, obviously with members, but with all other supporters. And also it will allow us to update our facilities, as Elena Fort will be telling you in more detail about that, regarding Espai Barca. So if you would allow me to, I would just like to mention something about Barcelona identity, which is a clear strategy which the club has in the digital sphere, and this will allow us to have more connection with our followers around the world. According to with Mr. Romero, and we have 450 million that it will be distributed people, 450 people who will be working on, million people connected through the digital networks. With the video that you will see the initiative that associate Football Club Barcelona with the NFT, with the FTs, with the metaverse. These allow us to share all sorts of information which will allow us to create this digital Espai Barca. We will also promote a new platform which will be Barcelona Media. Therefore, we will be developing a whole series of audiovisual contents, and I'm convinced I'd like to tell you, delegate members, we will be revolutionizing the world of audiovisual football. We will also be able to work in better ways. We'll be more efficient in terms of the service we give our members and our fans, and also, obviously, we will see an increase in our revenue. So, we'll be improving sportingly, we'll be improving financially, but also institutionally. Institutionally, our club has been a power institutionally. We have consolidated a series of strategic alliances which confirm the strength and the traction that Barcelona has in all spheres. The club has recovered leadership in the sports industry. We are increasingly better located in that. Increasingly, we are seeing more partners and more sponsors that want to be associated with the Barcelona brand. And I think here, very importantly, dear delegates, who wants to associate with Barcelona must do so respecting our identity, respecting the identity of an open Catalan club, and also respecting our values, which are unrenounceable, which are linked to freedom, they're also linked to our language, and also are linked to our culture. In short, to our fundamental essence, our fundamental essences. So our members are the owners of that, and we always keep that in mind. So consequently, I can say we have had a collective success with Barcelona Football Club, and I know that Elena Horta will do it better than me. I must say, Espai Barca is the most important institutional project in our history, and increasingly it is essential to keep Barcelona Football Club as a world leader at the front of football. It is one of the pillars to this project is crucial to the financial viability of the club and our recovery. It will allow us to continue this membership model. As I mentioned, we have a model of ownership where members are the owners of the club. Espai Barca is going in a good direction, and I have to say to you, you have been able to see, I imagine, maybe even physically, that we have finished the first phase of knocking down the old structures, and the Barcelona Town Hall has given us the works license to erect or build the new Spotify Camp Nou stadium. So, dear delegates, we will be able to return to Camp Nou at the end of 2024, just when we are doing the acts connected to our centenary. We'll be able to play again. Elena will explain this more. At the Spotify Camp Nou, we will see realized a collective dream. We will create something for the future generations of Barcelona fans and enthusiasts that will come in the future. We are doing this with great emotion and excitement. So, our history, the history of Barcelona Football Club, is full of loyalty, of happiness, of making correct decisions, of commitments with democracy, of commitments with the country, and also, as Josep Sonyal Arriera, the president, the citizens and citizens. As you can imagine, we have suffered the biggest attack on our reputation. I'm talking about the Negreira case. Barcelona's history will not be dirtied. This attempt to take away our prestige, to darken our image, we must not allow this. We are fighting this. We are on permanent alert because of this. The more they look, the more they speculate, the more they slander, they will find nothing, because we have done nothing of which they have accused us. We have explained everything transparently in my period of being chair. We have had arbitration systems that have been involved. We have done bank transfers from the club which have been checked. We have been audited. This has been audited. There has been a legal process or legally run process. It has been following the democratic principles. There is another hypothesis, which is that the judge in this case, a judge did a tax inspection and moved and took the Negreira case to the public prosecutor, and that went back to the judge. And they think that the money was to pay for referees and to get a benefit from that, but they can't prove it. What we are seeing is that there were refereeing technical services. There were lots of videos of such showing what has happened for 3 years. Consulting had been done for 18 years. Some are trying to prove this. Some aspects of this collaboration has been shown to have happened, and other has not been proved. So with the Negreira case, what we can all agree is that this is being taken advantage of forces that want to damage Barcelona. They don't like the fact that Barca is more than a club. I'm sure they have that view, some people. But particularly if you go and see the world in Madrid, football and other places, you realize that there is a sociological Madridism which you can see in all of the different spheres of power in the capital of Spain. There is financial power there is media power there's also sporting power in the capital. All of the power bodies in all of the sports are there. We have suffered from this sociological Madridism. We fought against it in the past and we've won against it. We have had the luck of living through a glorious period of history for Barca. The titles that we won, the cups that we won, we did through the way we played. People really respected our football and our results, and we have continued to do that. We have not been happy when Barca was living through a tough or painful time in its history. But can you imagine how they felt when they heard that after a few years, when they had us as a weakened force, they saw a new Barca which is doing better and better, so we're attacked, and they have a president who was also part of that glorious period in the history of Barcelona. And they've said, look, that was the same president as now. The coach is Xavi Hernandez, who was the midfielder who is thought to be the best of the world. He had that Barcelona way of playing. And they have this coach with many decisions, with much knowledge, and they're doing better and better. So this sociological Madridism said they are bringing these players out of their youth academy who are becoming great players, like Araujo, Valdés, Xavi, Pedri, Lamine, Pedri. So they do comparisons, and sociological Madridism is not interested in talking about their power, which is everywhere. And here, I think it's clear that they are behind this supposed plot or plotting to control us. Some would even like to take hold of the club, and if along the way they destroy some of the important differentiating characters of Catalonia, then great for them. We will fight this legal attack. Barca will be absolved sooner or later, because as I tell you, We haven't done anything that we're being accused of, and we are showing how we've been operating the service we've been involved in. And regarding the fears that sociological Madridism has, I will tell them they should be scared because we have the best Barca coming. So after doing my presentation, and just to wind up, I would like to say that Barca has a social commitment through our foundation of our club. This should be better known. We have a foundation with professionals and incredible humanity which take on all kinds of challenges. They've been doing it for 20 years without doing differentiation between regarding gender, regarding the colour of people's skin or disabilities or places of birth. A very wide range of people have benefited from our programs. We have a footballing approach in fields of protection, health, well-being, emotional well-being, and other aspects. We have this global alliance with the United Nations Council for Support for Refugees, ACNUR, and UNHCR, and we've also worked with Malaysia, Turkey, and other countries. There is also a program which we give a lot of, we put a lot of effort into, which is Young Future Plus, or Joves Futur Plus. And with the Caixa, the bank, what we do is we do information support, psychosocial support. We do work incorporation support with children under guardianship. We work with 600 companies who work together with the club and our foundation, of course. We give commitment and do work on a continual basis with such people under guardianship. We have, with our particular department, we've done a system of protections at all levels to prevent, to be able to preempt issues. We accompany children when there's violence or bullying against children or sexual abuse. We also have the program of Barcelona Activat, which is for vulnerable girls, and we use this as a tool to improve their life, and we do this working with town halls in the country. I would like to recommend all of you to watch a match of the Barca Genuine, where you have boys and girls who have mental disabilities are playing in the league. They play friendly matches locally and also internationally. That social commitment through that foundation is something to which we can add the actions that the football club does to achieve equality and inclusion. We believe in diversity because it's something that defines us as a club. We think that diversity improves society, it makes it more alive and more dynamic. So all of the policies that we have are key elements to define our internal organisation. And the way we organise internally is also a way of explaining how we relate with our surroundings, through our workers and through our fans, through providers, through investors and sponsors. There is a clear commitment with sustainability. We are trying to make all aspects of the club sustainable, particularly and including Espai Barca. As an association, we need to take care of our members and also our environment. To finish, financial, social and institutional commitment is being given, and we are managing to achieve our goals in those areas because we have kept united. We have not been divided by those who want to harm us. And that is something we need to apply in the future. If we stay united, that is the best way we will take on the future. There'll be more of us and we'll be more united. It's just the pro-Barcelona people that will maintain the future of this club. We do not want to have multimillionaires who control the club. Our strength is our identity. It is our history. And it is our ownership model. And particularly, of course, our fundamental essences. With all the different generations of Barcelona supporters and people connected with the club have proudly, and now they've told our boards, have said we need to include all of our players. We have given personal guarantees to them. And I'm very proud that my colleagues in the Directors Board have given personal guarantees in order to keep having a team of the top standard. We have shown our commitment in that regard, and I'm proud of that. We trust in the way we are managing because we love Barcelona. This is the definite sign that we love our club. Our success and the success of our crest is something we have shown. When we are stronger, when the struggle is strongest, the more we love the club. So, long live Barcelona and long live the members.
Gràcies, president.
Thank you, President. Before going to the second point of the agenda, I would like to tell you that at 10:45 we had registered 571 delegate members. So the second point in the agenda is to give a report on passing the balance of the finances for 2022-23. To do an explanation of this second point, I would like to ask Eduard Romeo, the president of the economic area of the club, to speak at the podium. Eduard, could you please come to the podium?
Good morning to you all. If I may, before I start talking numbers, I've seen there's a timer here. I guess that's just to control time, right? You don't want me talking too long. So if that's okay with you, allow me to give you a very brief summary of what the situation is, and then we'll get into all the numbers, which is more complex. The first thing I would like to say to you, if we establish a comparison of the budget that we presented and that you approved with respect to the actual numbers achieved so far, if we start from the end, we can see that we have obtained the results that we had set ourselves. 304 final result. That would be the bottom line. Obviously, we don't hide, and we can say that this is the result in addition to the smooth operation of the various areas of the club. There have been two extraordinary transactions, non-recurrent transactions, to put it in one way. Each one of these transactions have accounted for 400 million. That's the sale of 15% of the rights for the broadcasting of La Liga to 6th Street. That represented 400 million. And at the same time, the Bridgeburg transaction in two tranches, one sale approved by you of 49% of the company to third parties, plus the appraisal because of an accounting criteria of 51% held by the club. What has this allowed us to do? Well, along the lines of what the president just said, this has allowed us to tidy up. We've been talking about levers in positive, so I would say a counter lever with negative extraordinary results. Well, in this case, we'll be talking about the 100 million euros of future profit against exercise, so that is expenses we would have had to incur due to commitments taken on thereafter. The Espai Barca transaction, that is not until the construction starts we cannot activate the expenses, so that's an extraordinary expense, a non-recurrent expense. And there's another effect, which is the company tax. If there is no profit, no tax will be payable. Between one thing and the other, the 800 positive million and the 300 that are negative on the other yields a result of 500 million, which is a result for the year. Of these 500, if we actually won 304, the difference is clear. We are back to that number that we always refer to, the 200 million of losses that are usual in the Barcelona business. A loss that stems from the 17-18 season. This is not new. We were recurringly losing these 200 million, okay? So we're not going to discuss whether there were 190, 200 or 330 that some said. But anyway, let's just say 200 million. This is thanks to the extraordinary transactions that we've been able to maintain this. I would like to highlight the fact that in terms of numbers, we've achieved a record number for income or revenues from the stadium, commercial revenues, and this is just highlighting and lending value to the Barca brand. The Barca brand is still powerful, strong. It seemed as if we wouldn't sell one single jersey because there were no numbers, but the truth is, as the president just said, the hard work of the sponsorship and marketing team has been great. We already warned from day one that recovering or regaining the trust is more complicated, that revenues have a longer maturity period, but we have been able to recover and bear fruit in this same season. Something else, the re-establishment almost now of negative equity. With this level of 400 and odd million euros negative in a company would entail bankruptcy. So why was it important to redress the situation? Well, for different reasons. One of them is for the peace of mind of the owner, that is the partners, the members are the owners, so it affords us with peace of mind. Secondly, another aspect, or two more actually. One is the credibility and solvency vis-a-vis investors, because the investors trusted us with our commitment of redressing this snapshot, if I may say it. So this is something that we were able to do as well. And now when it comes to sports, in order to recover from this situation with a normalized fair play situation, we need to present equity without unbalances. What else? We've attacked debt. You know, I'm very insistent on debt. This is this stone on top of us. There was recurrent debt in the club, where there was 1.35 million euros when we arrived. Well, we've been able to reduce that number from the 1,000 to, I think there's a report that says 1,040. I say below 1.2 million. But a lot has been done, but there is still a lot to be done still. In relation to debt, we must focus on it. It's important. But we must also think that there are two important components in relation to it. The structure, that is the term, that we're capable of repaying it. Remember what the President said. When we arrived here, there were quite a few fires. So for instance, the maturity of some long-term debt. So the structure of debt is key. And this is something that we were able to resolve during the first months of our term. And second, the cost. Owing to certain transactions that were not very well planned, and owing to the systematic breaches of the covenants, that is the terms and conditions set by the investors, the interest rates had hiked to 7 or 8% over a total debt that was significant. Thanks to the restructuring that was done, we were able to find a window of opportunity. We were probably benefited by the times, but we knew how to do it right. So financing the club's debt in the situation when it comes to the net equity of the club that was given to us, and with a P&L that still generated losses, being able to refinance this in the long term at over 10 years at 1.98, I think that was a great decision. And in parallel, in addition to these economic situations, and in relation to this, we had to come back to the famous virtuous circle of President Laporta in his first term, which is to regain the excitement of people, of all Barca fans. You will recall how this last season there were games against middle of the table teams with 90,000 people at the stadium. This is something that we never saw for many years, and it was key to recover this joy, this excitement, this will to see Barcelona play well again. And obviously we wanted this to be translated into sporting success, and the second term we've seen that success as well. Sometimes we may overlook this, but the 6 leagues that were won are great, and in the case of the men's football, obviously with more than 10 points with respect to our main adversary. So in one way or another we've tried to look for this balance. We had to play some tricks, and we had to balance things out. At some point we were in a situation that was not the one we wanted to be in, where obviously we were outside of the Champions League and we had to make some investment, and there was overlap with some expenses with the old players plus the new ones coming. So these are tolls that one needs to pay, especially against this exercise, this year, the financial year that we were able to revert, as you will see later on. Now let's talk about the Espai Barca, which is very much related to the financial situation of the club right now. It is clear, as we said from day one, that the Espai Barca is necessary. It is indispensable. It's not a matter of when we need to do it. We need it now. First, because of the obsolescence of the stadium. When you have an asset, when you do not invest for 7 or 8 years and no maintenance is made, we had to carry out a series of interventions because of the pathologies, to address the most simple of pathologies that would not represent a safety issue. Obviously, our stadium did not comply with the requirements to be a venue for a final of a European competition because it did not comply with the necessary measures. Having said that, in order to redress the situation with the club's debt, we needed more income, more revenues, because I always say the same, expenses are necessary, we should focus on the expenses, but there is a limit to it. And in the end, we Catalans know this, when we have been imposed with Articles 155s, that when you touch bone, you can't go further down and you need to increase revenues, right? And the revenue set the path, because we've seen how all other clubs have done. In Europe, all clubs that have made this change with these investments, they've seen an increase in their revenues at a rate of 150 or 200%. With the numbers we prepared, we were much more conservative. We didn't go for such a high number. I hope that will be the right number, but the projections are always need to be prepared conservatively. So now, let me start with the number presentation of number 1.259 revenues, 4 million more with respect to the budget. Operating expenses 100 million more. We will have a look at the details in a minute, but basically these are assigned to the 100 million for future expenses to be able, because of the outgoing players. The financial result includes the lever, company tax, and the Espai Barca cost, with a total of 304 million of profit. Now let's analyze each item, each heading. The stadium had a result exceeding the one we have budgeted. The commercial area too, so all the work of the teams has worked. As for the ball, this depends on the time. Maybe there were many injured parties, or we were disqualified, or we were not able to pass the qualifying stage of the Champions League. So this is, here we can see a lower income from broadcasting rights, and the 20 million minus 20 for transfer sales, so on and so forth, means that we thought that one specific player, Griezmann, had been appraised at 40 million. We were not able to transfer it for that, and we transferred him for 20. So that accounts for the difference with respect to the forecast or the budget. Now we focus on the expenses. There's an increase in the sports salaries, together with other expenses. These are costs assigned to this year that would correspond to future subsequent years because of commitments reached with players. A slight increase, basically CPI, Consumer Price Index, for non-sporting salaries, and other management expenses that I will detail next because of the relevance of this number. What are management expenses? Well, management expenses are those things that the club needs to be able to operate, excluding salaries. And just so you know about the details, these 255 million are from 67 to the purchase of material for BLM. BLM is the company that exploits or uses the merchandising of the club. So in order to sell the jersey, obviously we need to buy the material, and there are people who work at the stores. That's because of the structure that we have in place. Maintenance of installations, 24 million euros. The Seient Lliure initiative, 19 million euros. You know that the Seient Lliure, when you free your seat, obviously this part of it is paid to the season ticket holder. So this is at the same time a cost and a revenue. So there are a series of costs that are related with the revenues. So the more the expenses, the better, right? Because the more revenues there will be for these concepts, for these items. Trips. Last season, 45,000 trips. People, number of people, 45,000 people throughout the season, 17 million euros. Compensation for the broadcasting rights of La Liga. This is what we receive from televisions for broadcasting rights. There is a percentage that La Liga keeps. So this is what La Liga keeps. This is by regulation. It is set down out in a royal decree. 7 million euros. From advertising and marketing, 15 million. External professional services, 15 million. Supplies, taxes, 14 million. Barca TV, 13 million. Intermediaries and sponsorship agreements, 13 million. Whenever we receive revenues from sponsorships, we either get in touch directly with the sponsor, not so often, or usually we get sponsors through a third party, so we pay market conditions in this case. 13 million for this item. Operation and game day expenses, 12 million. Communication, insurance and rentals, 9 million euros. La Masia, the Academy and Medical Services, 8 million. Lawyers, notaries, legal services, 6 million euros. Banking services, 4 million euros. Other expenses, including the Barcelona Fan Assistance Office, 6 million. This would be the breakdown, amounting to 255 million euros. And then the 171 million euros corresponding to other expenses, includes losses, transfers and provisions. That is part of the players leaving, 95 million euros, of which 58 are losses owing to transfers, and 37 provisions charged against the year. Impairment of players, 26 million. This is a concept that is in the bottom and on the top. This is because of an accounting issue. Whenever we give a player on loan, we must assign the revenue and the cost, the expense. Non-sporting depreciation, 35 million euros. What does this mean? Well, these are the ordinary depreciations of real estate assets, usually of fixed assets. If you have a look at the numbers, these are 25 years, 10 more years this year, 35 altogether, because having demolished part of the Spotify Camp Nou, obviously the part that you have demolished needs to be depreciated. Foundation, 8 million euros. This includes what the club allocates to the foundation of the club, and in this case there are 4 specific million that are included as a revenue from ticketing and as an expense, which is the ELA, the Unthue game, 4 million that are considered as a cost, and then delinquency of the 7 million. This is basically a player we transferred to a Russian club. This Russian club removed the player. This club was not able to play European games, and when they come back to European competitions, they will have to pay that cost. So these are the concepts that can be arguable, just for you to see that everything has a reason and a justification. The financial result, following the lever of the 400 million euros, you will recall that you approved the sale of 49% of the media component of the club. What we did was not use the entire approval, and we created a specific part. We didn't focus on the traditional broadcasting and content model, and we focused on NFTs, tokens, and metaverse. This is the part we sold. We sold 49% of this part, so we retained 100% of the traditional business, and we kept 51% of the more innovative part, if I may say so. These are the 2 numbers we can see here. Okay, this would be the same thing, but looking much nicer and in color, but in a nutshell what I just explained. And as a result of what the President said, here you will see that we reach a wage bill of 676 million euros. Obviously, we don't want to deceive ourselves, so we say, what are the ordinary revenues? 860 million. So what's the difference between 860 and 676? That's 79%, so 9 points above the UEFA recommendations. Obviously, if we analyze this based on the total turnover, it would be 54%. But really, we need to be strict and rigorous, and we need to abide by our recurrent ordinary numbers. Debt. As As the President said, this is what La Liga uses to apply the fair play system. For the purposes of La Liga, this is the second year running where we reduce our debt. Got from 680, then 608, and this year 552 as at June. But this is a biased debt. This does not include debt towards players, the famous rucksacks, and also towards the administration. So, if we take the global number, saying it's great but it's not 680, it was 1,350, right now it's not 552, it's close to 1,200, 1.2 billion. And this is the other aspect, the other important thing for us. A determining factor when doing the planning of the next budget. We've been able to release some net equity to improve it, and we hope that everything goes according to plan and we have positive net equity. I would like to take advantage to greet the auditors who are with us this morning. This is just an audit opinion, without exceptions. And like always, we show you the slide that shows it's like that. I would like to take advantage of the opportunity and with the colleagues from the Economic Commission here to thank them for their support, the recommendations, and I obviously hope that you can appreciate that we trusted them, that we followed the recommendations that they have issued us in terms of being rigorous and very careful with the future of the club. Thank you.
Gracias, señor Romeu.
Thank you, Mr. Romeu. Next, I would kindly ask Mr. Jaume Carrasco, member of the Economic Commission, who will be presenting the Economic Commission's report in accordance with Article 58 of the bylaws of our club. Mr. Carrasco, I give you the floor. Thank you. Mr. Secretary, I will not be reading the report of the Economic Commission. I would like to say to you that the reports and recommendations issued by the Economic Commission are shared and sent to the club through the management board. And when pertinent, they are explained or summarized, as is the case today, in the General Assembly. As a body, as a consultation body of this club, the Commission acts independently from the board, and in accordance with the bylaws, it is up to us to disclose the report directly to the members. We cannot disclose them directly to the members because these are confidential topics that can only be discussed with the management board. Having said this, and following on what Vice President Romeu just said, this advice, these guidelines mentioned by the Economic Commission to the management board are three primarily. The three that we shall examine to see to what extent they have been complied with in the liquidation of the 2022-2023 financial year. First, we need to re-establish the net equity of the club. Second, the ordinary operating results and EBITDA should be positive. Third, we must reduce debt. We shall examine each one of these points to see to what extent they have been complied with in the liquidation of the accounts, and I would like to conclude my statement answering a question that is usually asked by the entire Barcelona community, whether it is true today, as at 30 June, that the equity and economic situation of the club is better, worse, or the same than the one we had 2 years ago. Let's start. First, the re-establishment of the net equity of the club. We are better. we are in positive numbers. This is a very favorable aspect. This has been recognized by the international rating companies that have granted Barca a BBB rating, allowing Barca to access the market to look for favorable financial conditions at a reasonably good level. I can guarantee that international rating companies do not give out these ratings, and if they've rated us this way, it's because we deserve it. However, this situation has been possible with the two levers that Mr. Romeo just mentioned: the assignment of television rights and the sale of the subsidiary of Barca Studios. With respect to the first transaction, the first lever, I would like to say that it has been said that it entails a decapitalization of the club, a very significant loss of the revenues of this club. We are receiving €400 because of the assignment of television rights, but this will affect the revenues in the long run. Let's have a look and see if this is really true. What this actually means, if we add the assignment of rights of the previous season and the assignment of rights of the previous season to that one, altogether 25%, the reduction in the revenues accounts for 4.4%. This is money, but this would not affect the good situation in the club. And in any event, it was unquestionable that the transaction was needed to overcome the delicate situation the club was in. And in terms of the second lever, that is the assignment of 49% of the subsidiary Barca Studios, there are two things I would like to point out, a positive one and a not so positive one. The positive one is that this is a company that had a relative value in the statements of the club. I think it would have been sold for 50 million, maybe. And now it seems it's valued at 408. Why? Because there's been an appraisal. You know, we're talking about digital elements, media tokens, metaverse, NFTs. I mean, there's no financial engineering value. This value was granted by a specialized company, and if there's someone can pay 200 million for 49%, this means that the 51% must cost more, 208. That's how we get to that number. That's the positive part. The not so positive part is that the Economic Commission, when drafting its report, would have liked to see how the sale transaction finished and to know for sure when the payment would have been made, the identity of the buyer, so on and so forth. We know that the deadlines are being complied, that there is they're not in default, but we would have wanted the club to inform us with more certainty. But this will happen within this year. We'll talk to you about it when we have more information about this. Next, the ordinary operating result. When it comes to this, depending on how we see, first we see the 304 million of profit, and on the downside, the 300 million of losses from the ordinary operating expenses of the club. The media sometimes would like to simplify things, explaining one year's account saying, this is the year where there has been a profit of 304 million. Well, it's not just that, this is thanks to the levers. And it would not be fair to say, this is the year of losses, of operating losses of 300 million. That's not true either, because these 300 million losses include the viability plan that allows to get rid of these backpacks, because these backpacks allow us to go up mountains, you know. And what we are faced with here is that we are far from the club to go up any mountain. The weight in its backpack was much heavier than the capacity of the boat to float. So not just getting rid of these backpacks, but doing other things has allowed the boat to remain afloat. So it was indispensable to carry out these transactions, but they haven't meant that the ordinary results have been affected, because there's been this counter lever that is to advance losses to prevent them from being incurred later. And then the reduction of debt. The debt has been reduced, but we were at minus 1.35. So there is still a lot to be done, despite the fact that the debt has been reduced. What the Commission says that if we've been able, as it seems the case, to turn things around, the difference between revenues and expenses, and once again we can come back to positive ordinary results, if this is the case, then the first goal should be to reduce the debt, and to do so with the results obtained by means of ordinary revenues. This is the end of my review of the 3 points that the Economic Commission wanted to address, to assess to see whether these 3 things had been done at the year end. And now I would like to answer the question that is usually asked as to whether we are better or worse. Well, in terms of the economic situation of the club today with respect to 2 years ago, there are many opinions. In our case, we have 150,000 owners and many fans around the world, many people with many different opinions. Our accounting is formed by many factors, many concepts, many ratios. If one examines one specific concept at one specific ratio, we'll find negative aspects. But the question is, what is the global overall situation of the club today, better or worse than it was 2 years ago? And let me answer this in 8 aspects.
We think, with all serenity, with all prudence, without any euphoria, and as Carlos said, with calm and serenity, there's no euphoria, but we, please, believe one, we are better off because the net equity has been kept up without doing any important sales. Second, there is debt, but less. We are. There's nothing worse, nothing better than avoiding getting a worse debt. 3, we know that the debt is now longer term rather than shorter term. 4, we're better off because being long term, then we have liquid assets. 5th, we have turned around the relationship between revenue and expenses. We've created a sustainable situation. We've been able to reduce our wage bill, our sporting wage bill. 6, we are better off because auditors say, I shouldn't say this, but you should know that the situation this year is very different from the previous one, because 2 years ago the auditors, to continue to sustain the functioning company, they needed to trust in the business plan. Now they don't have to trust so much in this. We're talking about the going concern principle. So at the beginning, the company worked with a lot more conviction and security. 7, we're better off because, judging by this stadium and the sponsors and our commercial involvement, we're growing. Fans want to associate their name and image to a company in decadence. They don't want to do that with a company that's going downwards. They want to do that with a country that's going up. If there is a record of requests for sponsorships with Barca because they want to be associated to our prestige. It's paradoxical, that the sponsorships with them, it's paradoxical that we're getting more sponsorships the year that we're only, the first year we're not playing at home. I would like to say very strongly, with Jordi Tarda, I can affirm that we are better off, that we are. This is a solid statement. It's written in stone. We are also, finally, we are creating this Espai Barca. At the time, there were a list that the Economic Council did of all the factors that could make it advisable to put that off, to put off that construction. It was a long list for reasons that justified to slow that down. But we also made another list, which were the factors in favour of building it now. And that list was even longer, because there were many, there were always things we're not sure about, but we knew that we needed to do something now. Building Espai Barca, we had other issues coming out of the pandemic. There was an increase in price. There was lots and lots of things that we're not sure about and question marks about how things would develop. We are pleased to go to the Spotify Stadium. I'd just like to end say, long live Barca, and thank you very much. Visca Barca.
Moltes gràcies, senyor Carrasco.
Thank you, Mr. Carrasco. We are therefore moving to interventions and deliberations regarding that second point in the agenda. Secondly, we'll respond to those questions which have been made through the form that's put onto the website, and it's been there since Wednesday until it was there between Wednesday and Thursday at 7 o'clock in the evening. We did 24 questions regarding what time we'll give the answer. I'd like to remind you, our delegate members, that the interventions that we will hear, the ones that are face-to-face and the ones that are done remotely, will be done with, specifically on this point and only on this point. And then everything will be subject to approval. You can do your questions from now through the video conferencing with members, and with delegate members they can do it whenever they are indicated by the assembly panel, the conference organising committee. So I'd like to request that you speak as briefly as possible, and that the issues, as I said before, should focus on the topic that is being subject to approval. So then we will move on to read the questions we have received. The first there was a list of these 2,670. Juan Frances Caparisi Serrano sent this in accordance with Romeo and myself. I will read this and we will respond straight away. The first is, when was Barcelona Studies and Barça Media, when were they created and what assets is given to them? When we talk about selling 49%, which subsidiary are we talking about, and which digital and commercial assets are we talking about in that? So, Barça Studies is a commercial name, it's not a company name. And it is the commercial name with which we know the company is Barça Produccions Societat Limitada, SL. This was created on the 29th of September of 2021, and the tangible assets and intangible assets related to that, or related to audiovisual productions of the club, and that was received by the company. This company has 41% of those that I mentioned before, the average work invest. It has the holdership and the operating of digital assets. I've mentioned the MTV, the Universe. Barça Productions has sold 49% of Bridgeport to Bridgeport, to different investors. With regards to the different countries, this was explained to the Assembly in 2022, where we accepted the selling of 49% of the subsidiary. Barça Media is the name which we use to refer in commercial terms to all of the audiovisual actions of the two societies or companies. We don't mix their commercial names. We use the commercial names for commercial purposes because it's simpler and not as heavy as the actual company name. Juan Frances Caparisi asks regarding the 15% of loan of audiovisual rights of the League 2 of Bloxford Invest. Was this temporary or definitive? If it's temporary, what would be the time period that these would be given for different champions? Also the question is, what about the other competitions such as the small World Cup and the Champions, why would they not be included? Well, in the assembly of October last year, annual assembly, we sold 25%. We sold 2 blocks. One was against the previous year and 15% was of the current one. With the television rights, just with the La Liga and male football, this will be for 25 years. This is a sale. This does not affect any other competition, neither Champions or the Cup, the Spanish Cup. The second is regarding the selling of the percentage to Bridgewood Invest SL. What are the assets that are given to Barca Productions and what are given to Bridgewood SL? It is important because of a possible going up onto the Nasdaq exchange list. With the company that does the business of audiovisual productions to Bridgewater, which does. We have passed the sale of 49% of the company. We have focused on the smaller part, even though we have the possibility of using the rest of the business. Second, where are the tax addresses of Barcelona in Bridgewood Invest SL? They are located in Barcelona at the address of the club. The second question is it envisaged that if the sale to Barcelona Studios is given to Cypriot funds involving 660 million, are you thinking about doing that operation? We're not thinking about doing that operation. We don't have any doubt about the compliance that there will be. It is also true that all of the average business of Barca always arouses interest. Many groups have shown interest. We respect the commitment that we have with that investor. We have time and we will continue with the same policy. Regarding the amount that needs to be paid, 95.8 million euros, which are these for executive players today or are these for ex-players? These are for future payments. These are the bonuses that are given at the end of players' careers, but must be paid for the 24 and 25 seasons. And there's also an amount for the 2021 season, which is incorporated in the wage bill, which includes that 40 million of the wage bill. The audit talks about 240 million euros. How could you clarify that concept? How is the concept being passed at the moment? Clearly, we publish the results, both the individual ones and the consolidated ones. It's the consolidated ones that we're asked for. It is true that in the individual balance there is this amount which the member has referred to, but what we are asked for is the consolidated net patrimony, which is 600 million negative when we put the individual numbers for the club, but obviously it is necessary to include the rest, which is the BLM, Barcelona Productions and Bridgewood, Jihad, the Brihab, and also the ownership fund for, the securities fund for the Espai Barca. In 24, the member Jordi Ray asks, with the ordinary expenses, with selling of asset, with this 676 million includes players that have left. I'd like to know, what is that amount? And is it credible to comply with fair play with its expenses with a expectation of revenue going down? Well, we have seen in the presentation with the data that we presented some ordinary revenue and our wage bill and the other wage bill with other revenues. We have talked about 90+% and 54% if we want to go on our own. Regarding the questions, there is this diverting of the spending that we're expecting, which will go to ending contracts with players for what would have been the successive or the following seasons. If a player, well, here the technical and sporting viewpoint is the most important. Obviously, the financial is not as attractive. It's preferable to reach an agreement and gain more advantageous conditions. With regards to fair play, the situation is more complex. The league, in this case, has some very conservative criteria. It is more restrictive regarding than in the area of influence that we're in. There are different mechanisms to sign up players. The president has mentioned, we have members of the board of directors giving a guarantee. We have made all kinds of efforts to include top players. If I understand well, the operations are worse than last year. We sold 95% of shares of a society, and there was appreciation of a company. Could you explain better that operation? Who is the purchaser, and how do we check that value? As we have been saying, Barça Producciones sold 49% of its shares in its Bridgeburg Invest Society to investors. It obviously put the revenue in. It clearly recorded that profit, and due to the application of the countable regulations, we were forced. This was not a whimsical decision. This was something we had to do. For the non-sold part in 2023, as well as all these shares that were sold, we transferred them to other investors for exactly the same amount. These were international investors, and this ratifies and confirmed the appreciation that was carried out. With regards to external factors, we think that the appreciation was correct. It was ratified because of the in relation to the transactions that took place afterwards. The second question is 2000 Vidal Vicente Bouchardet, who asked for information, 2527 member, that's the member number. Some money has been shared out among shareholders on 2 occasions. What actions will be carried out? Are there any resolution clauses for that? Okay, it's not that there's a lack of payments. There has been an extension of the loan with Libero, which is a company that we have at the moment the agreement with. We hope to be paid, and obviously there will be repayment. With regards to guarantees, obviously Barça has all of the mechanisms that are stipulated in the legal framework to resolve a contract or end a contract and ask for the compensation necessary if such happens. Next question, how do you calculate fair play according to the professional league, and how do you reduce the limit of the depreciation cost when you present a profit of such many millions? There was a big reduction of it's okay. I understand. To understand fair play, you need to do a master's course. It's not simple. In theory, it's simple, but there are a lot of different causes can affect things. At the league, they do a calculation of what they believe we will receive as revenue and what they think we will spend. I say what they believe because here there is a subjective aspect to this. We can say a figure, but the league is sovereign to consolidate the figure. So they don't take into account to that extent what we pay for each player. They say there'll be this revenue, you will have this regular spending, etc. And what leaves the whole is what is available for the committed contracts with the players. If we have more commitments than a whole, then we are not complying with fair play, which was the situation we were in before. So we can't include we can't be included in the existing regulations, so we need to do a series of other savings. If it's the other way around, if the whole is big enough, that means we are complying with the regulations and we can be included in that. So until then, everything's simple, but now we need to make things more complex. Because historically we have had these losses, in some way, even during COVID, we need to recover these losses that have been caused. Once the club, we are close to the balanced budgeting we wanted, we thought we could escape that situation, but we still have to recover the losses that we had and we still have to deal with. We clearly believe in the work we're doing. We think that our obsession is the sooner we get to this scenario, the better. I think the league will be receptive to the requests from different clubs. This is not just a problem which Barca is facing. They will not want to put at risk the solvency of the clubs. They may want to flexibilize their norms because of the impact of COVID. I think that would be good, and obviously the sooner this process is dealt with, the better. The second point is regarding how have you counted Espai Barca and which passive and active assets are it affects. What are you expecting regarding reduction of earnings and spendings due to the payments? Okay, so consolidation of Espai Barca. This is an issue more of transparency. This has counting effects. It has its own life. We have seen how we've counted 38 million in spending has been included in the accounting, and you have seen with regards passive and active 700 million euros. If you take the balance, you can say there's some exceptions. There is a large amount in the liquid assets and there is a large amount in debt of long term. the only possible destiny of that money is giving it to Espai Barca. It can't be used to appreciate debt, it can't be used to sign players. Everything has an exclusively it is exclusively accounting related. The debt that I'm least worried about is that came out of the Espai Barca, because that will be repaid very quickly with the increase in revenue that we'll get through using the stadium. Now, when you have recurring levers and the profits for the last 2 years, 48 and 504, 304. What has this been given to? Yeah, this has a very good explanation. The profits that we have mentioned are always after tax, so it's true that part of the profits is used for company tax. If we didn't have the extraordinary, then that wouldn't happen, but we are paid because we have some negative tax balances. It does not mean going to the tax loss is carried forward. I'd like to insist on the same. When we do the numbers, there's no whim involved. This 200 million of deficit a year, which we have had since 2018, in order to recover, have our assets in positive. That is what we've been using. We've been using these special banks routes. With regards to feasibility, we will present our budget for 2003 and 2024. Sorry, we're convinced that this will be the first year in which we'll have an ordinary, a positive ordinary result, without having to add those other accounting aspects. With that, member 76,669, Sergi Fajardo, when you've concluded the amounts inside the management, 255 million, we've seen amounts which are coming up to 226. So there's a few millions, 29 millions that are lacking there, or missing there. Thank you. Giuseppe, I think the next one, member 955. Let's do everything at the same time, because we've done basically the summary I did before. What does this 255 consist of? Maintenance inside the installations 24, the free Espai 19, travel trips 17, TV rights 15, professional services 15, Barca TV 13, another 14, operating cost 12, insurance 9, legal services 5, bank services 4, and the assembly 6 million, and there was another amount for 5. Another question from our member 955. With regards to the commissions for agents, it's gone from 3 million to 11.6 million. How's that happened? I'm grateful for that question, because we like to listen and we read, and we know that this issue has created some controversy. So basically, this refers to payments to agents to comply with contracts. This is an amount. The numbers are exactly the same as before. They haven't varied, but the place or the position in the ranking is different. The wage cost of the player. Barcelona were paying the player, and the player paid Barca. Now there's been a change in terms of the criteria followed by the club based on UEFA's recommendations to achieve transparency, which is to make explicit the transfers, what the club paid and what the player paid. But the process is the same. A part is more for the expense towards the wage of the player, and the other is the direct payment.
Until when will we have to pay the extensions of the agreements for De Jong, Messi, Sergi Roberto, Busquets, so on and so forth, and confirm that these amounts are included in the budget? Well, we don't provide privileged information for each of these players, of course, but what is true is that during COVID, they entered into some agreements with a calendar in place until 2025. Everything is planned and contemplated in the Treasury for the coming years. Also, are there more than 270 million euros owed to clubs? No, 207, that's the number. 207 million as at 30 June, and Barca is owed 50. This is common practice. Whenever there's the signing of a player, or when a player is sold, there are some deadlines that need to be complied, and this is normal in the industry of football. One last question by Mr. Fornero. Why, in addition to the partial sale of Barca Studios, did you also sell the digital assets? No sale of Barca Producciones has been made. The club still holds 100% of the company. What has been sold is 49% of Bridgeborg, which is a controlled company. Now, Jorge Cortina Navarro, member number 11219. He asks, this year, the budget for players' representatives has exceeded 30% compared to last year, from 3 to 11 million if we round the numbers off. I think this is too much. Wouldn't it be better if the player paid the representative? Yes, we just mentioned that a moment ago. This is a transparency criteria, and this is what UEFA recommends. Actually, it was being done this way up to now. We paid the player, and the player paid the representative, but we've adapted. Actually, this might be more beneficial to us, in a way. And despite that it seems that the item increases, the overall total is the same. And the club negotiates all agreements with agents and players following the market parameters and conditions. Member 86120, Mr. Xavier Arcas Martinez asks, what players or former players of the first team did not allowed not to collect salaries with a positive impact in the accounts? What's the total number for that? Thank you. Obviously, we won't be sharing individual data. What we do want to say is that there are players, in this case the captains, all three of them, helped us with being willing to do things to put an end before, and one of them, specifically one of them, made a big effort, an additional effort. I think this is something that we should appreciate from the club. Member 18334, Joaquim Molin Sangra, asks, in relation to the year-end 2022-2023, why do you do financial engineering? You apply revenues from Barca Studios that have not been received. Of the 200 million for the 49% that have been accounted for, only 40 or 50 have been collected. And in relation to the 51% remaining belonging to the club that has not been collected, you seem to apply evaluation. It may be legal, but it doesn't look great. Well, as to whether it looks well or not that well, this is something that we don't get into. What it is true is that this is the application of an accounting standard, and whenever the sale takes place of this 49%, the respective part of 51% is regularized and must be allocated or assigned. It's not a question of will or lack thereof, it's just the way it is. Next, he asks, on the other hand, the sale of the television broadcasting rights is applied as a whole and not the proportional part of 25 years. If there are new elections, wouldn't they be entitled to the proportional part next boards? No, whenever there's a sale, the sale takes place when it happens and it's assigned there and then. Otherwise, it would be a rental. In this case, it's a sale. Member 22733, Ramon Balaguer Mola, asks, how much less revenues will we get due to the sale of the 25% of the broadcasting rights? Well, we said that the number that has already been charged against this P&L is 40 million a year, and I'd like to say that this number of 25% sold will depend on the performance and the operating result of these rights by La Liga. This is something that we do not manage, but more or less we're talking about 40 million. And I would like to mention also that in the same way that the broadcasting rights did not generate positive revenues for the club, where there were even losses, in this case we were the first ones to say that we didn't really want to use this lever, but at that time there was no other option available to us. With this last question, we conclude the answers given to the questions posed in writing. Now I would like to let you know, as they inform me, that at 11:51 there were 644 delegate members registered in this assembly. Now let's move on to open up the floor, to those delegate members who would like to ask questions through video conferencing system. I am being told by the organizers of the assembly that there are no delegate members who would like to ask any questions in relation to this item on the agenda. Therefore, we move to the third block of questions, which are those made in the room. So the delegate members present in the room can raise their hands if they have any questions. Please wait for someone to bring a microphone to you. Please state your name and number. Jaume Llopis, member number 890. Answering and voting on the liquidation of the financial year I must refer to the speech given by the President when it comes to the electronic or remote assembly. We asked this assembly to be hybrid, and it has been demonstrated that this was the best solution. Today, it's been a big failure that only 600 delegate members can vote on such important topics like this. So, I would like the President to undertake to commit for this to be the last only online assembly, so that all delegate members can take part, to have more democratic participation. And I don't like the argument that it is more expensive, because in this regard one cannot save €1 in all matters concerning information and participation of all members and delegate members. So first of all, Mr. President, I would like to say that I support you with the Negreira case, full support. If there is any team that for the last 60 years has been influencing the referees, and even today Madrid Televisión is influencing and pressuring the referee of this evening against Sevilla, it's no other club than Real Madrid. For the last 60 years, Raimundo Saporta used to go and visit all institutions, and even a president of the Spanish Football Federation and the Referee Association, Mr. Plata, he said for as long as he would be president, FC Barcelona would never win one single league, and it happened. So, if this excellent definition of the sociological Madridism, I support you, and I would like to support the marketing team. Excuse me. Now we are discussing a specific topic of this item on the agenda. Yes. You can't cut me. I would like to congratulate the marketing department for the excellent idea of the jersey with the Rolling Stones. Having said that, today there's a fantastic article of a pro-om of the Barcelona Spirit Everis Murtra in La Vanguardia. I recommend you to read it. The heading is, "We are living in fiction. We are living in a fictional world." This triumphalist speech of the president does not reflect reality. All analysts, all financial and economic analysts, economists that have analyzed the accounts say that without the levers, we are talking about a loss of 330 million, and that the results have been for many years very bad. 1 billion lost in the last 3 years alone. And therefore, the situation, as Mr. Carrasco said, is not better than it was 2.5 years ago. There's an ESE professor, a colleague of mine, a financial expert, who always says big numbers. Do we have more or less net equity than 3 years ago? Less. Do we have more or less expensive than 2 years and a half ago? Less. More. Do we have more or less debt than 2 years and a half ago? More. So we are worse than what we were in 2.5 years. Another pro-om of the Barcelona movement, Mr. Minguella, I don't know whether he's here, he said the day before yesterday at TV3, how will we be able to return this debt that has reached 3 billion, 1.2 plus 1.5 plus the interest? No, Masip, you cannot cut me. You can't. So, how will you be able to return this debt of 3 billion euros? If it cannot be returned, the club will fall in the hands of creditors. And lastly, Mr. Romeo, of the companies that you've set up, there are 6 subsidiaries. One is registered in Madrid, and we have a minority interest in it. We would like to know, we, the members, would like to know who are part of these companies, what the bylaws say. We would like to know who the 21 investors that put money into our home are, because some might be unacceptable. And lastly, we want to know what's inside of these companies. Thank you, Mr. Llopis. We will take 5 questions, if there are more questions, and then we'll give an answer. No more questions? Okay, this block of questions is deemed closed. And now, Mr. President, or Eduard. Okay, let's answer the questions. I'll start from the end. Well, Eduard, if I may, Mr. Llopis, you referred to the economic aspects, and the Vice President Eduard Romeo will answer you, because I believe that there are certain contradictions between our version and yours. And then, if I may say so, I should issue a reply to some of the statements that you just made. I'll do that after him. Okay, let's start with the latest comment. The company with registered office in Madrid. This is a company that we do not manage. This is the company where we hold a 49% interest. The company used to sell the broadcasting rights of La Liga with 6th Street. So 6th Street is the majority stakeholder and who holds control and manages this company. And I think we're beating around the bush with this, but I made a mistake. I thought that by bringing all people together, by being transparent, and I would even dare to say to you and to other opinion groups that we treated you preferentially with respect to the other members, and this is my fault. This will never happen again. It won't happen again. You won't have more privileges over others. And this does not mean I won't be disclosing information, of course. When I say that you were in the meeting and we gave you all the explanations, and I would like to make this comment, there's a red line, an absolute red line. This is the only time when I wouldn't say the only time I disagreed with Mr. Tebas. That moment was when he addressed a professional here in the club. You can address the president, the colleagues in the management board. We have mechanisms to defend ourselves. But don't touch the professionals that work for us. Okay, don't diminish them. You held a meeting last year. In that room, you played a role, and when you left that room before the media with the microphones in front, you said something different. I don't want to polemicize. Maybe it was my mistake. This is just my point of view, because allow me to insist, you came there with one idea, we could explain whatever we want, you'll leave with a different idea. 3 billion euros of debt is not reasonable, it's not fair. There's 1.5 million of debt without appeal, so counting that as ordinary debt does not make any sense. There are no appeals. If there were, then it would have been probably easier to obtain financing. It would have been cheaper. And obviously we were guided by these red lines set by the Assembly and the referendum ratifying this. So the 1.2 billion of debt has never, is not something that we've hidden, and the millions that we owe to other clubs are part of this amount, just in case there were doubts. And what corresponds to the Espai Barca has a life of itself. That's a doubt without recourse to the club. This will be played exclusively with the additional revenues from the exploitation of the Espai Barca itself. And logically, as we were saying, it is necessary, it is indispensable. We need the Espai Barca to repay sooner rather than later the ordinary debt of the club, otherwise it will be very difficult. Accordingly, as soon as we release ourselves from this weight, a weight that was inherited, in my intervention, nor in the President's intervention, nor in what we did over these years, you listen to more reference to the past. Because right now we believe that what we need to do is bring all Barcelona fans together. The enemy is outside. This does not mean that we may be blind critics or perseverant. What we're trying to say is, let's apply a reasonable criteria and let's adopt a broader perspective, and whenever explanations are given, as we have done, when we have demonstrated that there is a cash plan, obviously we will need to pass the exam at the end of next season, right? But the effort the executive team is doing, because those of us here can give out the instructions, but the merit is of these guys here. These are those who are working on it day after day, really hard. They will make it possible to redress the situation of the club. So I ask you not to touch the team of professionals working for this club. Well, Mr. Llobis, I celebrate that you asked your questions, that you made your comments. You were able to freely express yourself. After all, we are all Barca fans in the room, and I believe everybody's opinion must be heard. But let me tell you that, I mean, you're an economist, so don't do any tricks. You have a way of explaining things, and let me say so, explaining things or explaining your opinion with sufficiency. And it's a shame that, if I may say so, because we're not living in a fiction, we, the workers of the club, the managing, the directors, are living a reality. And the reality is the hard daily work, the ongoing hard work to be able to stabilize the club. I am well aware of what reality looks like. If you support me on the Negreira case, doesn't help me either, because then you say things or you adopt an attitude that is more typical of an advert, especially you who know Barca well because you have participated in different commissions. I truly believe that, seeing you talk like that saddens me, because I already told you that all Barca fans need us. We received a legacy, and you know that. It's been really difficult. We had to work really hard to revert such an adverse situation. So I would ask you to lower your tone, to be less of a protagonist. Mr. Vice President Romeo correctly said that you came here, explanations were given to you, and then you left the door and you only gave out bad news. I think that was biased, contradictory information, just so that you could have that minute, your golden moment. Well, the fact of me seeing you being a demagogue in this regard is something that saddens me. It's a shame, and I hope that sooner rather than later we can make you see that we are on the right track, because this is a reality. And you are undermining the work of the Economic Committee professionals who just said to you, as you well knew, that we are better than when we started, much better. They mentioned 8 reasons why we are better, without being euphorical. We're much better. I think that your opinion is a critical one. You said what you said with intention, and it does help for us to keep working to convince all Barcelona members that we're doing the right thing, but we need to work together, and you are making things difficult for us. And with a way, or you're saying things in a way that is not deserving of the times that we're in. An answer has been given to you. We still say to you, and every one of you, that we are much better than how we were when we arrived, that we are on the right track. We're on the track, on the path of the economic, sports and institutional recovery of the club. And I trust that with the explanations given by Mr. Carrasco from the Economic Committee, with the reports issued by the auditors, you are an economist. The accounts have been audited without any exceptions. Have a look at it from a more positive point of view, Mr. Llopis. Don't see it all negatively. We are on the right path. And precisely because we are well again, that we are being attacked from the outside, and you know that well. And you already stated your support to this management board, and the case that we are suffering of institutional lack of prestige. But that's not useful if, when explaining the reality of the club, most of the delegate members or most of the Barca fans understand that in times of great difficulty, we are doing things better, but you see it all grey. Truly, I think that this is just demagogy, and what your attitude demonstrates to me is that you just want to be under the spotlight. You've always been under the spotlight. You've always liked to be like that. But we're talking about very serious matters, and you know that. We're talking about the accounts of Barcelona with a very bad legacy that we received, and we're reverting things by being successful. We're doing containment of ordinary expenses. We're significantly reducing the sporting wage bill of all professional teams. We're making a really big effort in reducing the debt. We've reduced the debt, and without losing our capacity to compete. You love football, right? I know you do. And you even play football today. And I had the opportunity of playing with you. Do you know what it is to bring all of these aspects together? To reduce debt, or in the search of economic stability, while we also make the club more financially stable. You know, balancing things out and whilst being competitive. We're doing it. It's obvious. Let me say so again. I have said so many times. On the outside, we have those who have promoted this structure, this scheme, and they're panicking. We are seeing, I mean, the best Barca in its history is coming. They can see it coming. We see a team led by Xavi and his staff with the youngsters. We have a team with a great goalkeeper, with great defenders, 2 goalkeepers. We have a captain like Ter Stegen, we've got Garcero, we've got Koundé, we've got Marcos Alonso, we've got Íñigo Martínez, the new signings, Christensen, obviously we've got Araujo, Balde. What a midfield do we have? And you love football, right? Look at the youngsters we have from the academy. Pedri, Gavi, Fermin, but we also have Frankie, De Jong, Gundogan, new signing, Oriol Romeo, people with experience. Also our captain, Sergio Roberto, who knows the club. And in the front lines, we made an effort to bring a first level striker, one of the best strikers in the history of football, Lewandowski. We've got Brazilian magic with Rafinha. We've got Ferran Torres, who have several international caps, and he's finding his way. We have Lamine Yamal. We signed João Felix on loan, but he's a magician. Many of our rivals wanted him. We also signed Vitor Roque, a young player that has a great promising future. You like football. Isn't this improving the team? Don't you see that we're doing things better? I let you speak. I did let you speak. Now it's my turn to speak. I let you speak. You were able to speak freely, and you were able to share your point of view. Now let me finish. I'm just giving you reasons, finding reasons. I wouldn't like to leave anyone behind. There's also Iñaki as a second goalkeeper. But what I want to say is, can't you see that we're doing things better? You know that we cannot do things better on the pitch unless we do our homework at the office. Or do you think that players come here out of the blue? Just for the matter of play? No. Players come to Barca because they see that we are better and better, because we can compensate them to the extent possible. And in some cases they come because they believe in the project, and they even earn less. Some of them do. We had the opportunity of selling Frankie de Jong for 100 million euros, and we didn't, because we don't want to lose our competitive edge. And this has compelled us to work more and more amongst our executives. They are working really, really hard in an ongoing manner to stabilize the entity. I believe that my message is a realistic one. Let me tell you, you said I'm triumphalist. Well, compared to yours, it's catastrophistic. Mine, I'd say, is realistic, because I know the reality of the club, because we are working on it every day. We work, and you just speak to the press. Whatever you want to say, and I respect that. But we're talking about Barca here. We're talking about Barca, and we must close ranks because Barca only has us, the Barca fans. We're in it together. Barca only has us. So let's not make it difficult in difficult times. We are improving. We're making things better. Things are going well, and that's why we're being attacked. Let's carry on working to get even better. And don't mention some Barcelona fans that also portray a catastrophic view of the club. It's easy to opine from outside, but from within, we work. We work and we work for the better of the club and for the institutional and sporting and economic recovery of the club. And we are doing it. Thank you.
En referència
With regards to the last issue, I would like to allow Mr. Llopis, when you have mentioned the attendance in this assembly as a complete failure. I just want to give you two bits of data. Between 2000 up to 2020, we had 612 delegate members, but from October of 2021, we had 400 plus delegate members, because the assembly of delegate members is the most important of the club. Between elections, we can't talk so banally to say there's been a total failure of an assembly that's not a total failure. At the moment, we have 656 delegate members, a much bigger number than in 2021. So I think we should be proud that each time there are more of us and we can give more voice to our delegate members. Just to give you that information, I think it's good for everybody. So we will continue with our agenda, in which we had moved on from that point, but if you want to stand up and say your name and membership number. Joan Lachim Bindad, 1929 is my membership number. Like Piquet, my grandfather became a member, and this is the first time I've come to an ordinary assembly as a senator. You say it is a pleasure to be here. I have been raised in everything that you've heard. I've heard the President speak and all of you speak. I feel really proud of the club and of your of the chairman and of the board of directors. When we talk about the economic management, I have loved to hear it. And then these negative, what are the sources of negative views of us? There's a group in us which had very important economic negative figures. It was a bankruptcy, and within 2 days it sorted out the problem. We have been in a negative situation for a long time. We are taking on risks, we are taking on challenges. Some of these are approved by some and some of these are criticised by some. At the moment, today, we're here with the idea of thinking about the future. What I'm most impressed about, also Mr. Señolo and the respect that I have for you to listen to the President, I would like to say also, looking at the financial reports and the auditors' reports, what I noticed when I read them, they were a lot more extensive than in previous seasons. We are talking about a legal situation. Here we have accounts that are formulated. We are complying with legality. There has been a lot of work behind that. As members, I was born as a member. I have come here to congratulate you. So, my question, which I made it the last time I came. I remember my grandfather was very happy when he took 5,000 pesetas to the foundation. And I wanted to do another question, which you have talked about the foundation, but I haven't seen the foundation inside the report. There's not a chapter on that. I looked for that. I couldn't find it. Maybe I haven't been able to find it. But I would like for next season, we would give more importance to the foundation, because it's not the 5,000 we've given. To see our name above the stadium whenever we go in there, it's because Barcelona is also a foundation, and increasingly so. I wanted to say that. It's not, if it's not in the report, maybe it is in the report, but then it would be a rhetoric question, because I really wanted to say how proud I am of what you do. Thank you. Do you want to contribute? Just to clarify a point. It's not in the report because it doesn't consolidate. The foundation is an independent organisation, and that's why it's not in the report. It's simply that. Thank you. Mr. Aje, I'd like to say to you, we have the sponsorship of the organisation thanks to contributions of the kind that you have given and your family have given. The foundation has grown, and it is carrying out some extraordinary programs. It's been doing activity for 20 years. We have this holistic approach. As I said, we are intervening in areas such as education, health and protection, and community action. We are developing many programs, and you have sensitivity to it. I'd love you to go along and see the company Barcelona Genuine, because it's one of the activities of the foundation which I think makes all of us stronger. It shows our social commitment. The plaque that I talked about at the beginning, Elena will explain it better when she talks about Espai Barca. We have gone from the phase of demolishing the stadium, Camp Nou, and we have listed all of the plaques, and we'll get them to the owners of those plaques, and we will, well, luckily we have this NFT systems which allows us to keep our history alive, and we will work in that direction. Thank you for your contribution, because we need, everybody likes to be congratulated, but we need that we stick together. Why? Because Barcelona is only us. It is Mr. Llopis, it is you, it is the executive of the club, it is all of the member delegates, all those that are in the assembly. Josep Correia has talked about the remote assembly. This was always a demand that we always thought in the Barcelona football movement. We thought, well, we didn't have enough members in the room, and we wanted to increase involvement, so we involved people remotely. And now we think there should be more people here face to face. And we would do things more participatory if we do things face to face. But us in the board, we don't mind doing face to face meetings. We like them because we have that direct contact with our members. I like people. I like to know people's opinion. And the board of directors do too. This is not an issue of money. I totally agree. It is a question of comfort. It is a question of everybody being able to connect. Any delegate member, they might be in the furthest place from here. They can connect through their smartphone or iPad or whatever and be part of our General Assembly. We do what we can to increase participation, and we need to put more effort into that. As just said, if we take into account all the people connecting remotely, we have more participation in this meeting than before. Of course, these meetings can be more participatory, and if we need to do more face-to-face involvement, we will try to bring that about. I also said in the member barometer, we prefer the remote connection because you can connect, and you can connect at any moment. You can attend the assembly at any time. But I celebrate that there has been this debate and that you have brought up these issues. Thank you everybody for your participation. Before we go to vote, I would like to hear a comment from a person about the order of the agenda. The accounts have been audited without exception. We have the favourable opinion of the Statutory Economic Commission. Furthermore, we have the opinion that we are better. They have given the opinion that we have a better financial situation before. We shouldn't be euphoric about that, but that is the reality. I would like to say to our members, I would like to ask you to pass the accounts for the 22-23 season. Thank you. So we will do the voting on this point in the agenda. We will now, from here, block the access both to the virtual room and the auditorium. Do we pass this 2020-2023? And I'd like to ask all of our delegate members to press the voting button that you can see on the screen. We will now move on to voting for 0.1.2 of the agenda regarding telematic voting, because we will give 5 minutes to proceed to do this. Our delegate members that are here in the room physically, they have rooms that they can go into, or small cabins, that they can go into, and then we will hear the presidents talk about we will do the votes from the table. People from the commission will do it in their allotted place. So we were doing an overall count. In a few minutes I will report back to you with the results on the voting. Thank you.
Great.
Do you understand? I've changed my plans. true. I'm way too good at goodbye. I'm way too good at goodbye. I know you're thinking I'm heartless. I know you're thinking I'm cold. I'm just protecting my innocence. I'm just protecting my soul. I'm never gonna let you close to me, even though you mean the most to me. 'Cause every time I open up, it hurts. So I'm never gonna get too close to you, even when I mean the most to you, in case you go and leave me in the dirt. But every time you hurt me, the less that I cry. And every time you're leaving me, the quicker these tears dry. And every time you walk out, the less I love you. Baby, we don't stand a chance. It's sad, but it's true. I'm way too good at goodbye. I'm way too good at goodbye.
Sisplau, si poden anar seient, sisplau, que en breu reiniciarem l'assemblea.
No way that you'll see me cry. No way that you'll see me cry. I'm way too good at goodbye. I'm way too good at goodbye. No, 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 no.
Sisplau, els pregaria anessin seient.
Could you, we're going to start the assembly again in very shortly, so take your seats.
Sisplau.
Please, can I just repeat, please could you start to sit down? We'll very shortly be restarting the general meeting.
Sisplau, dono per final.
I am going to announce that we now are stopping the voting, and I will announce the result immediately. But please could you sit down so that we can restart the general meeting and go on to the next point in the agenda.
Està finalitzant ja el recompte. En uns quants minuts ja els hi podrem...
So we're just doing the count, and we'll be able to give you the result in just a few minutes.
Procedeixo, doncs, a informar
So I'm going to tell you the result of the vote. 454 delegates have voted, 328 against, 45 against, 20 blank, and 376, not 328. Yes, that will be to approve the report of our financial year 2020 to 2024. Blank votes and void votes. The second point in the agenda is regarding to pass the budget, if fitting, for the season 2023 to 2024. I would like to ask Eduardo Romeo, of the Vice President of the Economic Area, to come onto the podium again. Great, here we are again. So, how will I say it? Looking at the numbers, we can say that we are taking the foot off our neck. This is the big piece of news for us. The fact that when the President and the other colleagues in the board told the financial team to do a feasibility plan for the club, then with all of the heads of all the departments and sections, we got down to it, and the objective obviously was to fill the gap and to stop the bleeding and to not continue with 200 million euros losses happening. And in a way, we have had to take hard decisions and difficult decisions, and none of these were easy. Some of these we have already enforced and others are being carried out. So, in short, you will see that we are replying the ordinary proposal for last year. We're doing the same budget. We are talking about 859 in operating revenue, and the question is, can we be able to not lose money? And we expect our expenses to be 832. So if we look at the year, this is a demanding year. For that reason, I think it is very important that we are increasing our number. This is the year of our exile. Being a year in exile, we have less revenue. At the beginning, we had budgeted, thinking we were about 90 million euros, but the sponsorship team has been able to push that back with 78 million. So that was the variation for the stadium. The expense in 2022-23 was 229 million and the budgeting was 151. But there are two sections which are going up, and I think we are very proud of this. We're very proud of the professional teams at the club, because we have the centre here right next to the stadium. This is working. It's also true that attendance is lower because of the difficulties of parking coaches and getting to the museum, the centre, and the shop means that there's a very high attendance on match days that has been affected by the works. But despite that, because we're playing elsewhere, but we've been able to open 8 new shops. These shops include one that's right in the centre of Madrid, which is operating perfectly, which does not just compensate the smaller sales here, but we're increasing sales there. We're getting more millions, and you can see that we've got an overall, we're expecting 28 million more. We are on track in terms of moving to the next phase of what we had budgeted, which is to get to the Champions quarter-final. The figures that you can see here of transfers and sales, that's the 463 million that was spent in 2022-23. It's true that before the season in August we made 65 million, which has helped, and this has led to very good financial performance, which we can congratulate ourselves for. It's also true that we have said that one of the things that we put on the table is the aim of the Masia and of our youth academies is to having players for the first team. We all know that the demands to get to the first team are very hard, and even though there are players both for the men's and the women's team, these are not always able to get to the first team. That does not mean that it was valid having them. They can get to play for other teams. Demands on them is significant, and those players that can be important and interesting for other clubs, and that the technical team can't reach the first team, that is also a way of being financially benefited.
As for sponsorships, as the President said earlier, and Julie as well mentioned, there's a specific transaction, right? But the power of the Barca brand continues to shine, and we're very proud, very happy with this record, with the maximum number in numbers of sponsorships and in amounts. As far as expenses are concerned, you will see a very important effort. Here is where the viability plan that affected in revenues and expenses can be compensated. Sports salaries, 184 million. It is true that parts were already allocated in the exercise, the year they just approved. As part of these salaries, there are 18.5 million that are the only ones that we've not been able to, let's say, veto. That is, these backpacks that we were unable to touch. Everything is the result of a negotiation, and a negotiation is a thing of two. When there is no agreement, you cannot do anything unilaterally, and obviously the club complies with its commitments. So we won't do anything at random, unless there's an agreement, of course. Another effort on the part of the management board and the workers on the non-sporting salaries. We've seen a reduction of 2 million euros in this regard, and I would also like to highlight the management expenses. The concept of expenses has gone down 148 million euros. That's a very important effort. Part of that is because of a lower operational cost of the stadium, and therefore less revenues means less expenses. In order to buy sandwiches, you need to buy bread, right? And in order to sell jerseys, you need to buy the fabric. But if they'd told us a year ago that we would reduce the expenses in 333 million, I really believe that all would have agreed on that. I would also like to refer to the financial profit, to the financial result. Bear in mind that the financial team has made a big effort with the restructuring of the debt. We were paying an average of 54 million euros a year. That's a very relevant number. And this was lost, really. There was no offsetting entry. It was not an investment either. So congratulations in this regard to the financial team of the club and our team of professionals. Now, next, in order to continue the timeline, the calendar, these 492 million, and by the way, these 492 million is the wage bill of the whole club, including not just the first men's team, but also the whole club, all sections, women's football and academy football. It's a really important effort that has been made in containment, in restrictions, and each section in the club has contributed to it. You will see that the wage bill budget it's been the lowest one in the last 8 years. So a significant effort has been made here. We have tried to do this without affecting the quality of our players. As the President said earlier, when we got here, we found ourselves with a team where the youngsters were not protected because they had agreements or contracts nearing an end, and the contracts of the most veteran players were rather protected with salary conditions that you will recall that we tried to release players for free, but it was very difficult to take on the cost of these players from the perspective of other clubs. So this was something that we could not use to offset the situation. And I think that's why I say it's good to look inside, to see things how we really were. I'm not talking about liquidation of the club. We're not saying we want to sell and transfer players. This would be a technical, a sporting decision. But it is true, some name was mentioned earlier, that we received very interesting offers from other clubs for players, for our players. So right now I'd say we are in a situation of market price conditions. This is the situation we wanted to be in. And there are some players that are also making an effort to come here because of our jersey. I mean, people love to come to Barcelona. Barcelona is a great great place to play, and people expect good things to come out of it. Now the big question is, here you can see the budget, 59 million in sporting related investments and 20 million in non-sporting investments. This is an investment to be approved in the Assembly, and it's just in case we need to make any investment in addition to the Espai Barca. Now the big question could be, why haven't you done this earlier? That's what I hear, that's what I read. Well, let me give you a healthcare simile. I love firefighters, okay, they're very vocational, so we've had to put out a lot of fires, right? When we get to, on the 31st of May, we couldn't pay payroll. In June, we couldn't pay 50% of the contract, and we had to overcome each hurdle. Then, come June, the creditors carried out the early maturity of the debt because we had not complied with the conditions for 3 months in addition to additional costs on the interest rates. What am I trying to say with this? Well, I'm trying to say that in order to carry out such a planning, we need an overall vision, a very precise, accurate vision, because you could end up having inconvenience. And when we're saying that this has an impact on people, it's been painful to see what we've had to do with Barça TV, for instance, or dismissing people within the organization because the structure was oversized. I mean, logically, we need to be very, very accurate and precise, very careful. All kinds of efforts have been made, all kinds. When it comes to suppliers, in the purchasing department, with the maintenance of the stadium, in security and safety, all areas have been affected. And sometimes, when at the beginning one wants to carry out a project like this, maybe we took it too far. I could acknowledge that, but I'd say that you need to be very strict and hard at the beginning. And then there will always be time, if we end up confirming all data and we reach a point of balance. And why not? Better news, other than bad news, right? Because so far we've only spoken about bad news. But we are waiting to hear better news, not so bad news. News that could anticipate or regaining control of the situation sooner rather than later, that is to get what we should get on a European level, of course. What I'm trying to get at is that it's not that we didn't want to do it earlier. It's not that we didn't have the necessary visibility before. We only started working when we could, in sync with the various departments. And oftentimes, we had to make decisions that were not pleasant in a context like this. There were more things I wanted to touch on, but I think it would be best to just leave it there. And I would like to remind you that the store is open. Our amazing museum with a 360-degree screen is open. I invite you to go and see it. It's a jewel, even if it's provisional. You'll love it. And the only thing I would like to do before I conclude is say, first, I must insist in the union of all Barca fans. I'm not saying we should all go together. I mean, criticism is good, but we need to be together. We need to stick together. I mean, we need to address the situation ourselves. And the other thing I'd like to say is, let us work. Trust us. Let us do our job. As the President said, we're at the midpoint. We're at the equator. There is still a lot to be done, though. I'm worried about debt. I know, I'm very insistent, Mr. Negreira. We insist on debt. Pretty much like you. But we are on the right track. I only ask you to trust us and to let us work. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Thank you, Eduard. Next, Mr. Jaume Carrasco will be presenting the report of the Economic Commission in accordance with Article 58 of the bylaws of the club. Mr. Carrasco, the floor is yours. I would like to address 4 matters in relation to the budget, a general assessment without getting into the details, because Vice President Romeo already mentioned the numbers. I would like to mention the securitization funds, a tool created to fund the Espai Barca, mentioned to Article 67, which is that article that tries to control management. It was suspended because there was negative equity and soon it will be positive. And I will conclude with a 4th comment on objectives and recommendations to the management board in relation to budgets. Let's start with the general assessment. When presenting the 2022-23 accounts, there we see a big increase in expenses. The result of this increase in expenses is here. I was going to say that this is the budget that all members expected. Well, it's the budget that many members expected. But we positively assess that this budget is based on the generation of a positive result, ordinary positive result, thanks to the reduction of so many expenses, especially sport-related salaries in 184 million without diminishing the competitive level. And this is because of the increase in income for revenues from media, commercial and sponsors. It's good that the 78 million euros being reduced to go to Montjuic can be compensated or offset with merchandising and ticketing, as well as sponsorships. We might reach record figures. Vice President Gil will explain that. What's the general overview? Well, this is a budget that brings about a change of trend, a change in the good direction. It's not that this is a budget based on wealth or abundance. Again, I would not like to be euphoric, because we need to be prudent. Times are difficult. Let's not celebrate yet, but this budget is very different. It's much better than the previous one. The one previous to that, the one previous to that, and even the one previous to that up to 6 times back. That is, since 2017, we did not have a budget expecting ordinary results that would be positive. So this is the general assessment of the budget. Great news, if it happens, and even if it doesn't, or it falls short of it, it would still be good news. Next, brief comment with respect to the securitization tool, a tool that has been set up to fund the Espai Barca. Just to say that, as you have seen, there are no items in this budget to this securitization fund. Therefore, control and monitoring by the Economic Commission will be in accordance with the budget as presented to us today. This does not mean that we won't be monitoring the securitization tool, the fund, but we will do so separately. This ties in with the question as to whether it must be consolidated. That is, if the securitization fund must be consolidated with the accounts of the club. When it comes to the preparation of last year's accounts, it was consolidated because this was the interpretation made by our auditors, and this must be respected. I'll move on to the third point, Article 67. We still do not have positive shareholders' equity, but we are at 66,000 negative. So foreseeably, in this year, we will exceed this deficit, and we will be able to go back to positive numbers. This means that we need to implement the mechanism of control by the management board by placing limits to the level of debt. And we must state that we always need positive EBITDA numbers. In this budget, there is a positive EBITDA number that if we comply with it, it will be 168 million euros. So we must contemplate that when the accounts for this season are approved, it will be possible to activate Article 67 again with a text like the one we have already today, or a similar text, bearing in mind that one of the requirements of Article 67 is that of the level of debt. There's a ceiling that cannot exceed double the number of EBITDA, and now we see positive EBITDA, but that is 168 million as positive EBITDA, but the double should not be the limit of debt. Unfortunately, the debt, as has been said many times before, is way big, and it will continue to be big. We'll see how we manage it, but the article must be efficacious. I would even say it needs to be more efficient than what it was, because it is obvious that alarm bells were not set off when the managing board changed the criteria when calculating debt, and it went, and nobody noticed that Article 67 was not being fulfilled. I'll conclude with a mention of objectives and recommendations. I would like to consolidate the reduction in debt in expenses. We would need to confirm it, and we should demonstrate that this reduction in expenses has not been a provisional or transitional success, but rather the beginning of a new stage, a stage of more restriction and containment. We should also consolidate the current trend of gradual increase of ordinary revenue. Revenue from ticketing before the closure of the Spotify Camp Nou was the stadium with the selling the most tickets in Europe and probably the world. Now we're able to obtain revenues from sponsors and commercial exploitation. We hope to be able to consolidate this, so therefore we should stabilize the operating results and positive EBITDA which are contemplated in this budget. We will continue to reduce debt with these ordinary results which are expected to be obtained. And we should maintain a difficult balance, which is this balance that the staff of the club teams should be competitive whilst avoiding as much as possible incurring in investments for an amount exceeding that which the club is willing to take on. And we should maintain this new policy of sport compensation based on market prices. And I conclude again mentioning the Espai Barca, because this needs to be another goal that will soon be incorporated into the revenue section of the club. Incremental revenues stemming from the use and exploitation generated by the new Espai Barca when it's in operation. As I said, if this budget is met, it will be good news. If we only fall short of it, it will still be good news. So congratulations to the team that has been capable of preparing this budget. And congratulations to you all, because this is what almost all of us were expecting. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carrasco. Now the time has come to open the floor for questions and deliberations on this item on the agenda. First, we will answer those questions made using the form. Over these 2 days, we've received a total of 12 questions on the matter. An answer will be given to them next. Those following us remotely will be able to ask their questions as of this moment, so they can already connect using the video conferencing system, and the delegate members present will be able to ask their questions thereafter, as they did in item 2 of the agenda. So let us start, and we will continue with the same dynamic. I will inform you on the question of each member, and Vice President Romeo, or whoever the President designates, will answer each of the questions. Let's start with member 18334, Francesco Molin Sangra, referring to the approval of the budget. How can you say it will be normal and with profit? To approve it, we should activate Article 67 that was repealed 2 years ago. Well, Article 67 is something that Mr. Carrasco already mentioned, has been suspended until the net equity of the club is recovered as proposed in the Assembly. So, it will not be in effect for as long as we are not able to confirm or carry out the liquidation of this year. Other than that, we will need to see, as Mr. Carrasco said, if there is any formula, but at the end of the year, once it's closed, it will be enacted again. And if I may say so, although Mr. Carrasco also mentioned it, other than an ownership model, I would talk about a management model. Because as we have seen, we had always said it was a good safeguard. I don't know whether it's more or less strict, we can argue about that. But in any event, it's very valid. As long as certain alarms are set off, alarms that have not been set off in the past, but we need mechanisms of control. We must exercise them. If we don't, they will not work. Member 23670, Mr. Joan Francesc Aparici Serrano, asks, why did you choose the form Donis pack for the possible listing on the Nasdaq? Have you studied the complexity of the award of the asset or the liabilities, depending on the time at the time of the transaction? It's not very transparent. It's difficult to identify the acquirers. Who are the acquirers for booking purposes? First of all, as we have said these past few days, the listing of Barca Media on the Nasdaq would only be done at the right time, when the club considers it more pertinent. And it would always be done following an approval in this assembly. So this is not applicable right now. In any event, the SPAC is a legal concept that endows flexibility and agility when accessing the financial markets. Actually, there are several companies in Catalonia that have used this formula and it has worked. The Nasdaq is a regulated market by the SEC in the United States, and all the necessary transparency requirements would apply that are required in order for a company to be listed. In relation to this budget, we can see a significant reduction in expenses in the section or item other expenses with a reduction of 98 million. Can we identify what items or headings this reduction will affect, and does the success of the budget rely on that? There are a series of expenses that, as we have said, are extraordinary or were extraordinary in the past year and cannot be replicated this year. For instance, the 57 million euros of losses owing to transfers in the 2022-2023 season, these cannot be accounted for, or the impairment, that is, those players on loan, 26 million euros last year. This year that would be 11, therefore the 15 additional million could not be included or accounted for. Also, the amounts of provisions, part had been accounted for as partial payments and the other part as provision for other players. Logically, these will not be there because these are exclusive transactions taking advantage of the good conditions last year as a result of the levers. So, on this part of the reduction, despite the fact that the absolute number is important, we are convinced that we will reach that number. Member 75954, Jordi Serravall, says, it's more of a comment. It's difficult to believe that, bearing in mind the evolution of expenses, especially the sports-related salaries and the expectation of future revenues, 25% less in television and broadcasting rights and playing at the Estadio Lluís Companys, we can still think that we generate more revenues than last year, and that with these expenses we will have profits. He says it's difficult. Well, we said so earlier that the viability plan contemplates part of the expenses, but also additional revenues and debt reduction. So, it is true that the impact of Montjuic is not a minor one. The amount is significant. But the ordinary business of the club, and thanks to this anticipation by our executive team in the way of opening up more stores, in terms of sponsorships and reaching other agreements, and the sponsors are aware that they are making an additional effort this season, but that this will revert positively on them in future seasons because the services for consolidating a more mid to long-term project will be productive, and they're capable of maintaining this level of income, revenues, or even increasing it despite that fact that this is an atypical year. In relation to expenses, it is true that the part that corresponds to compensations and exits is a reality, and I would like to insist on this. We feel especially proud of the work carried out, especially by the football management unit and the different sections, but the football obviously accounts for most of it. We are presenting the lowest wage bill of the club in the last 8 years, maintaining an important competitive edge. So I would say this is something that we should highlight. Member number Vidal Vicente Guixade, number 25271, asks, in relation to the assets, note 10 million tailor revenue in 2023, is there a risk of independent yearly valuation? Can we lose value and have an impact it as an expense in 23, 24 and following years? What are the countermeasures adopted to avoid this risk? Well, actually, as we said earlier, this is not an option. It's not that the club chose to do it. It's a reality. It's something that must be done. The accounting standard requires you to do it. It's not an option. At year end, we considered this registered value of this transaction. It's the correct value. It's supported by a business plan and external assessments or appraisals. And obviously the most relevant thing to mitigate this risk that any investment or asset would have, if there is less value, would have to be offset. So we need to anticipate possible actions. That's why we said it's not so important to go out onto the market with a value, but to sustain and increase that value. Because otherwise, in the future, we may have to say maybe we went out too early. There's important work to do. We've promoted this. We have the new managers with Brian, with Juan Moya, with Tony Cruz. They are 100% involved. So this means that there are many groups with the will to reach commercial agreements to provide content. And this is what we're lacking, to make it fully sustainable and not think of those 400 million, but to shoot to the stars, which is our goal. Member 7797, Paul Solari Banderas, asks, in relation to whether our team, by playing in Montjuic over these 2-3 months, have we recorded more revenue, or until the end of the season, what income are being expected?
As we were saying, going out to Montjuic would have an impact on earnings. We would have to neutralise that. What we allocate is what we're sure about. Clearly, we continue work, and there are many negotiations. And when it comes into operation, we hope that we will be successful. It is the store. Because there is less traffic coming through Espai Barca Camp Nou shop, then obviously that's affecting the numbers. But I'd like to repeat that both the store and the temporary museum are open. They continue to receive many visitors. It is not exactly the same number for the logistical difficulties we talked about, but those that go there, it's a much more digital and interactive world. There are screens all around. I would like to encourage you to go. We continue to work to obviously mitigate that figure and to reduce it, but we don't put too much pressure on us. Of course, we want to get to the end of the year and to have better numbers than before, or better numbers than we are budgeting for. Jordi García Arroyo is referring to, despite the attempt to reduce spending, we can still see an evolution, whereas a percentage of the spending which is less favourable in terms of evolution, because we lose 30%. What are you doing to revert that tendency that's been developing over years? Do you want to obtain earnings? Do you want to have percentages at a higher rate? Do you want to have higher, lower expenses? Well, I'm repeating myself a little, but the feasibility plan's object when the board of directors asked me for this. They said they wanted to re-establish the balance and create sustainability and avoid the 200 million euros in negative numbers because of the lesser traffic through the store. Even and it is still open. People are still going through it, but there is less traffic. It is true that in terms of revenue, we will try and reach the smaller difference, as smaller difference as we can. I would like to focus on the expenses aspect. We can ensure that we are talking about, and I'm going to repeat, the lowest wage bill that we've had in recent years, which gives us good competitive edge. As Carrasco mentioned, clearly the operating of Spotify Camp Nou should provide additional earnings which will help us to nourish our accounts. We need to be careful. We need to try and reduce our debt. We're now going to have Mr. Sergi Pujol Fajardo, who asks us regarding the expenses for 2023. They said there were 170 million, but in 23-24, this counting item will be 50 million less. How will you do that to get that figure? Are these normal items that are paid every year because of sponsorships and aid, etc.? The difference between revenue has a correlation in terms of expenses. There is a lower value of spending. That's the good news. It's because there's a lower correlation of revenue. So all expenses used from operating the stadium and other related services, lower. There will be less service to office, but on the other hand, we will have more earnings. What we are trying to achieve is for this compensation to take place. As I said, the feasibility plan has as an objective, in terms of numbers, it is about reducing expenses and maximising revenue, of course. As I said before, some decisions we shouldn't have taken ever. For example, the policy with Barça TV, but were necessary because we reduced spending by 5 million euros. Is not a small thing. We have a member 952, Mr. 959, sorry, Dominic Prat. When Romeo was presenting the accounts, this amount should have included the cost of the new Camp Nou and Espai Barca. Are those figures including that? This is inside the consolidated balance with regards to the operating of Espai Barca, because although this is a separated space, I would like to remind you of the maximum figure, which was 1,500 million euros, and without taking into account the debt that comes from Espai Barca, as we've said, the mother that the league presented was 652 million. If we apply what we believe is the correct one, we add that to the debt to players, then we could get to that 200 million that I mentioned. Mr. Parellada asks us how we are affected by fair play for 2023-2024 season. As I've said, the league does an assessment of revenue that they consider we will have, and also the expenses that we will have, based on the historical data that we give them. They have all of the contacts with the players. They will see whether they fit, all of them. If all of them enter, then we are normalised. If not, we will be as we are now, with what we call the 1-2 rule.
El càlcul simple,
That's the simple calculation, but we can also say, well, in a particular situation, which other clubs have as well, which is that we are carrying with us debt from previous years, including the COVID period, and this is an added demand in terms of regularising expenses and costs. Our aim is, as soon as possible, to get to the summer and be in a position to have a normalised policy. We have Mr. Joliens, who asks, what is the fall in earnings because of Montjuic being the place of games rather than Camp Nou? 78 million has gone towards the stadium. We need to add to that some added earning from attendance to the shop and the museum. And the last question, the next question is, what date can we go back to the new Camp Nou? Well, this is really for Espai Barca to respond to. I think I'll leave our Vice President to talk about that now or later. We're now going to respond to the questions that were sent through the form. We're going to open up to our member delegates that want to address questions through the remote connection, through the video conferencing. Is there anybody from the organisation to do that through Zoom? It doesn't seem there is. So we will move on to questions that are done face to face in the general meeting. If anybody would like to do an intervention, could you please raise your hand? And you have to say before your name and your member number, sorry. Thank you very much for your participation, and I would like to take the moment to say that the Professional League has sent to the club its report, perceptive report, regarding the budget that we have presented. And before passing on to the vote, I would like to ask for our President to just mention some words on that item in the agenda. I'll be very quick because you can't say it louder. You can say it louder, but not more clearly, as Mr. Romeo has said, regarding what we have done with these budgets. This is a budget that we're very happy with because we are presenting. Because when you present a budget, this is a forecast of your earnings, including extraordinary earnings, and this is the view of our Economic and Statutory Committee. Mr. Carrasco has said something. This pressure that we're creating, this needs to be consolidated over time. So what I would like to ask is for people to vote in favour of this budget for the 2023-2024 season. Thank you, President. We're now going to move on to the vote. From this point, we will block access both to the virtual room and to the auditorium, and we will vote on the budget for 2023-2024. I would be grateful for all of the delegate members that are following the Assembly or the General Meeting remotely to be able to see how to vote on their screen. we will then vote on point 3 of the Assembly through remote voting. Because this vote is done in this way, we will give you 5 minutes to do that vote. Our delegate members who are in the room, as happened before, can go to the cabins at the back that are for voting. First senators, then ex-presidents, and then members of the commission. That's the order that should be done in the voting. And we have those of us at the table can vote at the table.
'Cause you are the one, like beautiful birds. This is our song. I took you for a dancer, and now we're here alone. No other eyes to see us. We're on our own. So what's your occupation? Are you a fly-by-night? No time to waste in asking. I think that I'm right. And I can't help but love you when you smile. Then we embrace like beautiful birds. This is our song. Just smile. We're lost on the breeze, like beautiful birds. This is our song, and it's not too late to tango. I want you all the time. Your lips were made to kiss me. Baby, I like your style. I know I feel this good about you. I still feel the same about you. I know I feel this good about you. And I can't help but love you when you smile. You are the one, all lost on the breeze. This is our song. Just smile. Then we embrace like beautiful birds. This is our song, and I can't help but love you when you smile.
You know you are a cute little heartbreaker, Foxy. And you know you are a sweet little love maker, Foxy. I wanna take you home. I won't do you no harm. You got to be all mine, Foxy lady. Now I see you come down on the scene, Foxy. You make me wanna get up and scream, Foxy. I've made up my mind.
Sometimes I feel I've got to run away, I've got you. Get away from the pain you drive into the heart of me. The love we share seems to go nowhere, and I've lost my life. For a dust and turn, I can't sleep at night. Once I ran to you, now I run from you. This tainted love you've given, I give you all a boy could give you. Take my tears and that's not nearly all. Tainted love, tainted love. Now I know I've got you. Run away, I've got you. Get away. You don't really want any more from me to make things right. You need someone to hold you tight. And you think love is to pray, but I'm sorry, I don't pray that way. Once I ran to you, now I run from you. This tainted love you've given, I give you all a boy could give you. Take my tears and that's not nearly all. Tainted love, tainted love. Don't touch me, please, I cannot stand the way. Teased out love with you myself. Now I'm going to pack my things and go. Once I run to you, now I run from you. This tainted love you've given, I give you all a boy could give you. Take my tears, and that's not nearly all. Tainted love.
Look into your spirit, and the spirit never lies. There's a feeling that I can't explain. Deep inside, deep inside. Feels like I've known you forever. Since the origin of time, I've been with you in eternity. In the moonlight, in the night. I have loved you since the dawn of love.
Sisplau, anem seient, que en breu
Hey, could you please start to sit down? We'll be very shortly starting the assembly again. Can you take your seats?
sisplau, els hi pregaria anessin seient, que en breu
Would you like to sit down, please? We're going to start the assembly again.
en aquests moments
Attendees. I'm announcing that the voting is now over. Could you get back to your seats and we'll restart the meeting.
I have
S'està produint el recompte.
We would like to mention the results, and I would like to report the results of the voting. The results are coming up. With a quorum of 437, votes for were 372 in favour, 32 against, and null votes are 12. Based on that result, I would like to announce that we have passed the budget for 2023-2024. So we are a little behind schedule. We now are moving on to the fourth point regarding ratifying sponsorship contracts with Ambilight TV. For this point, I would like to ask for Mr. Julie Gould, the President of the Marketing Department, to come up to the podium.
Molt bona tarda.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having come. All members and delegate members, dear members, before I present when I present the new sponsor of the club, as Mr. Carrasco has mentioned, and our Vice President of Economic Affairs has said, I would also like to emphasise that this has been a historic year with regards to sponsoring. It has been historic for the commercial area. We are incredibly proud of what has happened in 2022-23. This has happened because we've managed to get 20 new sponsors. Of these, one of these is the one that I will present. Having said that, I will not go into any more thanks. I'd like to say, of course, a lot of work has been done. Marketing, led by Paloma, the other team that has worked on this also. I'd also like, before I go into details about the specificities of our new sponsor, I would like to introduce a video which was the one we launched on 25th of March to announce this agreement. Thank you.
We have partnered with the best club in the world to bring the magic of the pitch to your home. More than a club, more than a TV. Ambilight TV and FC Barcelona.
Thank you very much. What is TP Vision? The group has reached an agreement, a sponsorship with this leader in the electronic sphere. This is an audiovisual and technological company which has created Ambilight TV as one of the most important sponsors of the club. This agreement will especially focus on promoting technology with Ambilight TV using TVs. This will take the club to all of the sporting world because we are leaders. As our main route to agreement, the agreement is to involve the brand, as you have seen on 25th 25th of March into the shirt or jersey of the club, as we have seen. This agreement has been signed with a company which is called TP Vision, which is one of the biggest globals in electronic and technological fields. This is a leader in its market. It is leading TV and audio, and this company was formed in 2012. This company has more than 12,000 employees. It is in America. It started in Europe. It has gone to other territories such as Saudi Arabia, the Middle East, India, and other territories. I'm going to move to the next slide. So, as I said to you before, who have we signed with? With TP Vision. This is a company which has as its headquarters Amsterdam. As I mentioned, it was created in 2012, and here we can see the number of employers and the company and the countries it is in. Ambilight mainly will have visibility in what is the sleeve of the male team, the first team, but it is a transversal agreement. It is an agreement that will affect all of our professional teams. It will affect the women's team and the first team there. Also, it will affect handball and indoor football and our hockey team. This agreement was signed on the 25th of March. This lasts 4 years. This will take us to the 2026-7 season, and we hope to extend it to 2028-29. What aspects does this agreement have? What assets does it have? We are talking about the fact that the sleeve, we will have on the sleeve in all of the competitions that Barca plays in. When its first male team plays, whether it's international or domestic, we will be doing that. As well as that basic agreement, there are other aspects that have been agreed. We will also see that it's a provider that is a leader in technological aspects. It is an official provider of screens and digital signalling solutions for the new Spotify Camp Nou. This agreement will allow the club to make the Spotify Camp Nou one of the most unique stadiums. We will have technology which doesn't exist elsewhere. We will do that in our new stadium. Beyond our jersey and beyond our sleeve, we have other assets from the point of view of consolidation. These other assets are having the publicity panels in the press room and in the mixed area and during other institutional activities. Hue Televisiva in the in the stadium. This is already there in the Luis Companys Stadium. We will also have a lot of publicity screens in the stadiums. As President Laporta has mentioned, we treat our assets well, or very well. Our jersey is an asset which, as you can see, we give incredible priority to. Having said that, according to Global Data Company, it is the most well appraised jersey in football. We are clearly talking about the front of this and the sleeve. What does that mean? We are leaders in this, and we innovate. We have innovated. We have innovated with our partners. We have a very interesting partner with which we have done the adventure, which is when we bought out Drake. That had a world impact, a very impressive one. And we have done with Auditori. And as we said, and as several people have said, we have had the activity with these stones. I wouldn't say that this didn't have just a world impact, but a universal impact.
Lastly, in conclusion, this agreement plays a key role here at FC Barcelona because it will allow us to promote the club with the necessary resources that we will benefit from at our stadiums. And when I say stadiums, I mean the stadium, the Palau, everywhere. This represents strategic cooperation for us. And I hope that you feel as proud and happy as we are, and I hope that you approve this agreement. Thank you very much to you all.
Gracias.
Thank you, Julie. Now we open the floor for questions and comments in relation to this item 4 of the agenda. First of all, as you know, we will answer the questions that have already been submitted in writing using the form. I would like to inform you that we have received 4 questions in relation to this item on the agenda. In relation to those who are following us remotely, they will be able to ask their questions from now using the video conferencing system. And all attendees will be able to ask their questions as they have done in the previous items on the agenda. So let us start. And we'll start with the first question. We will be following the same order. Mr. Gil. First, I shall read the question, and next, Mr. Gil will answer it. Let's start with the first question from member 800, Ramon Martí Aixalà. He asks, what is the final amount of the agreement, of the contract? Would you like to join that with the second question? Actually, there are 3 questions. You're right, Julie. Member 33246, Jaume Subirats, Puigibet, and member number 76669, Sergi Pujol Fajardo, ask the same question. Okay. We would love to be able to disclose that number, but these big brands, these multinationals, do not allow us to do so. There's a confidentiality agreement, an NDA, but this not only happens with us at FC Barcelona, this is the case with any brand, with any important multinational brand, and with any club. You will never see Arsenal, Real Madrid, or Manchester United announcing their sponsorship agreements, whether it affects the jersey or other elements, because the brands with which they reach these agreements do not want the numbers to be disclosed, and they do not allow them to disclose them. Mr. Jaume Subirats, as part of this question, makes the following comment. He says, if we believe what the board says, that the club belongs to the members, why do you shield yourself behind NDAs? Being more than just a club means to be more transparent. We should avoid opaque agreements. And Mr. Pujol, along the same lines, says, I don't understand how members can vote on a sponsorship agreement without knowing its conditions. It's voting blindly based on the trust of the respective management board. I hope we can have more details, and I hope that in the future there will be more transparency. Yes, FC Barcelona, undoubtedly, and this management board has no doubt that we are more than just a club. And our management model is different because you, the members, are the owners. Having said that, if we broke these rules, we wouldn't be able to reach these agreements. And to be competitive, we must respect this model that exists in the market. No, there's one final question. So 56671, Jordi García Arroyo, he says, in relation to this item on the agenda, that the ratification of the agreement requires being able to gain access to the basic elements of the agreement. If confidentiality is a market element that we cannot address, then we need to modify the terms by limiting it to the strategic relationship revolving around sponsorship. Can you provide us with more details of the synergies between brands? Well, currently the world of sponsorship has changed. It has changed for the last 5 to 10 years. The brands are not like they used to be when they just placed a logo and they just wanted 4 or 5 tickets. That's no longer the case. Now there are synergies. This company is a leader in technology, as we said earlier. And what are we doing? We are building a new stadium. So we are creating synergies whereby they will be our partners in all things relating televisions that we have, signaling, digital signaling at the stadium. So these synergies between leader, such as Ambilight and FC Barcelona, go hand in hand. Thank you, Julie. Now we open the floor to those members who would like to raise their questions using the video conferencing system. Organization is telling me that there are no questions, so we'll move on to the third stage, that is questions by those delegate members who are in attendance at the room. If you have any questions, please raise your hand. We have a hand raised over there. Can we have a microphone, please? I'm Joan Lajen Vidal, member 919. Obviously, with the new stadium, we need a proposal, right? We cannot have a first-rate stadium without the excellency in, as I don't remember his name, Mr. Guiu explained. Sorry. I understand the confidentiality limitations, and I understand that the board has good knowledge of the situation because there are several of you. I would think it would be suitable to vote in favor, but since you've opened up the floor, I would like to know, if possible, what is the competitive advantage of Ambilight with respect to the next one in the list or other proposals that the club has received? Competitive advantage. What distinguishes Ambilight from the rest? Thank you, Mr. Vidal. In relation to any sponsorship agreement, now our sponsor is a partner. This partner does technology, another one does music, we come together and we develop, or automation, right? You name it. There are many different sectors, but what we do is to study the sector. That's the first thing that we do. And then we study opportunities. And I can assure you that this agreement is the best one we can have. Next question. Delegate member over there, please state your name and number. Ramon Martí, member number 800. I mean, it's great to hear, and I can understand that it may be confidential, but I would have liked to hear, and I propose, for cases like this, to receive a report from the Economic Commission stating that they have analysed the proposal and that they consider the offer to be a market, in market conditions, that is perfect, and that the numbers are perfect. But at least someone telling us or guaranteeing us, I'm not saying now, but maybe in the future, that those things are validated by the Economic Commission or Committee, which is the only body that can do so. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Martí. Any more questions? Mr. Martí? As you can imagine, what we want is what is best for the club, and we want the best possible deals for the club. I agree that if at a given time we consider this and the Economic Committee should go over the deals, very few would be finally closed. It would make things go very slowly. Having said that, we will study your proposal. And believe me when I say that the most interested parties are us. We want all deals to be good for the club, the president, the commercial team, and the rest of the management board as well. Any other comments? No? Okay. Then this one over Zoom. Okay, so let's go back. The video conferencing system. Let's give the floor to the delegate member on Zoom, please. Hi. I had a problem earlier. I wanted to ask a question. I am member number 91102. I mean, the jersey is our shop window. What we can do is benefit from materials. We need to see if this material will be needed. We need the best for the best Spotify Camp Nou. And if it's going to be a high cost, limited cost, free, what are they going to provide us with? Is it all agreed on? It's not just that now we have advertising on the sleeve, and in the future we'll start buying screens and other things in the stadium, and then they'll just leave us stranded. I would like to know if there's any penalty if they do not comply. Thank you. Thank you. What I was trying to explain to you, what I wanted to explain to you, is that when we reach these kinds of sponsorship agreements, they're not just financial in nature. There's usually an agreement of exchange. We have certain needs with the building of the new Spotify Camp Nou, whereby we will need these types of suppliers. So as part of the financial agreement, there is also, I wouldn't say agreement of exchange, but a supplier agreement, a supply agreement. And this entails a saving, an important saving at Espai Barca. Thank you, Julie. So with this, we deem this the comments and questions for this item on the agenda concluded. And before we proceed to vote, I give the floor to the President, just in case you would like to make any final comments on this item on the agenda. Yes, thank you, Mr. Secretary. In view of this discussion, I would like to clarify to you that transparency in management is a shared value. For us, it's a basic rule. In addition, it's a value that is indispensable in our management. And that is why I fully agree with all the questions made and with the reasoning put forward when it comes to these agreements. You are right. You are right. But we are faced with a situation in which we need to work really hard to achieve our goal in terms of revenues. Mr. Martí, Mr. Lache, we are living in a context where the big companies, as the Vice President from Marketing, Mr. Juligiu, said, the big corporations are not willing to disclose or publish the amount of these agreements. Why? Because otherwise there's a comparative, they compare to other partners of their own or other transactions they carry out. For instance, if we get paid an X sum of money, maybe a competitor at another level might not receive as much, or maybe a similar competitor will not get paid as much as we do. But you are right. I understand this situation. I would love to tell you more things, but we are bound by a confidentiality agreement. And this is a good deal. And there is no other way to it. We must accept it. The Vice President for Marketing explained it well, because it means that our jersey will be the best valued. Considering all sponsorships, including Ambilight on the sleeve, it'll be the best valued. And this is what makes us accept this NDA. Because in turn, in exchange, we are getting the best price for a sponsorship on the sleeve. You can be certain of that. And sometimes, some people ask for acts of faith. You, Mr. Martí, were very spot on about that. Actually, this agreement has already been contemplated by the Economic Committee, but they do not need to issue a report on it. But let me be clear, the committee considered that this was a necessary, an important source of revenue. Sometimes there are some logical things we need to bear in mind, but there are also some needs we need to bear in mind. And if we focus on the consequence, on the result, we see, as the Marketing Vice President, Mr. Juligiu, said, it makes us see that we have the best and most valued jersey on the market. But we will bear in mind the comments that have been made, and I would kindly ask you to trust us on this aspect, because this will help us to achieve this goal of 859 million in revenues that we must secure to give 11 million in profit before tax without any extraordinary resources, that is the famous levers. And I understand and I insist that we all share, myself and the rest of my colleagues, your comments, because transparency in management for us is key. It's a basic rule, and we share fully what you have said. Thank you, Mr. President. We will start with a vote on this item of the agenda. As of this moment, we will be blocking access to the virtual room and this auditorium to ratify the sponsorship agreement with Ambilight TV. Please, all delegate members who are following this meeting using online means, click on the voting button that you will see displayed on your screens. The difference between those clicking on the button and looking or seeing but not voting is precisely this. It's the quorum, the number that we will disclose in a minute. Those who clicked on the button and will vote are those. So in view of the fact that this is an online vote, from now on we will give 5 minutes to proceed to the vote. We can start with the vote now. Thank you.
Here I go out to sea again. The sunshine fills my hair and dreams hang in the air. Ghosts in the sky and in my blue eyes. You know it feels unfair. There's magic anywhere. Look at me standing near on my own again. Up straight in the sunshine. No need to run and hide. It's a wonderful, wonderful life. No need to laugh or cry. It's a wonderful, wonderful life. The sun's in your eyes, the heat's in your hair. The steam don't hate you because you're there. And I need a friend. Oh, I need a friend to make me happy. I'll stand here on my own. Look at me standing here on my own again. Up straight in the sunshine. No need to run and hide. It's a wonderful, wonderful life. No need to laugh or cry. It's a wonderful, wonderful life. Oh, I need a friend. Oh, I need a friend. It's a wonderful, wonderful life.
Sisplau, si volen anar seient,
Please take your seats. We will resume the meeting soon.
sisplau, vagin seient.
Please take your seats.
Els hi comento
I would like to inform you that after informing you of the results on this item of the agenda, we will stop for lunch. The break will last 30 minutes and we will resume the meeting after. In the meantime, let's wait for the final count.
també els hi recordo que
I would like to remind you that at 6:30 at the Johan Cruyff Stadium, we will have the women's game. Just for you to know, so that we can try and finish on time both presentations given by us and any questions or comments made by all delegate members from the various means. But this is just an informational note.
comencen a baixar.
I'm starting to get the results now. There. Quorum is 401 delegate members. Votes in favour, 326. Votes against, 39. Blank votes, 24. So, item 4 of the agenda is approved, relating to the ratification of the sponsorship agreement with Ambilight TV. Thank you.
Com els hi deia abans,
So as I just said, we will take a short break, and next door there will be some food for everyone. Thank you.
Why throw it away? Why walk out on me? Why just leave for the day, for the way it should be?
emotional ties. You don't remember my name. I lay down and die. I'm only to blame. Of love of my heart, it's up to you now. You tore me apart. I hurt inside out. Mon amour broke my heart, and now I'm making for you. Mon amour, what's a boy in love supposed to do? Mon amour broke my heart, and now I'm making for you. Mon amour, what's a boy in love supposed to do? Golden, golden, golden as I open my eyes. Hold it, focus, hoping, take me back to the light. I know you were way too bright for me. I'm hopeless, broken. So you wait for me in the sky. Browns my skin just right. You're so golden. You're so golden. I'm out of my head, and I know that you're scared, 'cause hearts get broken. I don't wanna be alone. I don't wanna be alone. When it ends, don't wanna let you know that I don't wanna be alone. But I can feel it take a hold. I can feel you take control of who I am and all I've ever known. Loving you's the antidote. Golden. You're so golden. I don't wanna be alone. You're so golden. You're so golden. You're so golden. And I'm out of my head, and I know that you're scared, because hearts get broken. I know that you're scared, because I'm so open. You're so golden. I don't wanna be alone. You're so golden. You're so golden. You're so golden. And I'm out of my head, and I know that you're scared, because hearts get broken. I guess now it's time for me to give up. I feel it's time. Got a picture of you beside me. Got your lipstick mark still on your coffee cup. Oh yeah. Got a fistful of pure emotion. Got a head
of shattered dreams. I gotta leave it all behind now. Whatever I said, whatever I did, I didn't mean it. I just want you back for good. Want you back, I just want you back for good. Whenever I'm wrong, just tell me the song and I'll sing it. You'll be right and understood. Want you back, I want you back for good. Unaware but underlined, I figured it out. The story, it wasn't good. But in the corner of my mind, I celebrated glory. That was not to be. In the twist of separation, you excelled at being free. Can't you find it? A little room inside for me. Whatever I said, whatever I did, I didn't mean it. I just want you back for good. Want you back, I want you back for good. Whenever I'm wrong, just sing me the song and I'll sing it. You'll be right and understood. Want you back, I want you back for good. And we'll be together. This time is forever. We'll be fighting and forever we will be so complete in our love. We will never be uncovered again. Whatever I said, whatever I did, I didn't mean it. I just want you back for good. I just want you back for good. Whenever I'm wrong, just tell me the song and I'll sing it. You'll be right and understood. See, I want you back for good. I guess now it's time for you to come back for good.
Oh no, I see a spider web is tangled up with me, and I lost my head and thought of all the stupid things I'd said. Oh no, what's this? Spider web and I'm caught in the middle. So I turned to run. Thought of all the stupid things I've done. I never meant to cause you trouble. I never meant to do you wrong. I will if I ever cause you trouble. Oh no, I never meant to do you harm. Oh no, I see a spider web and it's me in the middle. So I twist and turn. Here am I in my little bubble, singing out. I never meant to cause you trouble. I to jail and put your house up for sale. Did you get a good lawyer? I hope you did and catch your 10. Hope you find the right man who fix it for you. Are you shopping anywhere? You change the color of your hair. Are you busy? And did you have to pay that fine that you are dodging all the time? Are you still dizzy? Oh, and since I've come home, well, my body's been a mess, and I miss your ginger hair and the way you like to dress. Won't you come on over? So making a fool out of me. Why don't you come on over, Valerie?
Girls, what you all trying to do? It's 24 karat magic in the air. Head to toe, so plain. Pop, pop, it's showtime. It's showtime. The guess who's back again? Oh, they don't know. Oh, they don't know. I bet they know soon as we walk in. Wearing Cuban links, designer mix, Inglewood's finest shoes. I don't look too hard, might hurt yourself. Known to give the color red the blues. I'm a dangerous man with some money in my pocket. Keep up. So many pretty girls around me and the waking of the rocket. Keep up. Why you mad? Fix your face and my folly, I'll be jogging. Keep up. Players only. And put your pinky ring ups to the moon. Girls, you what you all trying to do? 24 karat magic in the air. Head to toe, so plain. A second verse for the hustlers, gangsters, bad witches, and your ugly butt friends. Can I preach? Can I preach? I gotta show 'em how to pin, get it in. First take your sip and do your dip. Spend your money like money ain't nothing. We're too fresh, got to blame it on Jesus. Hashtag blessed day, you ready for me? I'm a dangerous man with some money in my pocket. Keep up. So many pretty girls around me and the waking up the rocket. Keep up. Why you mad? Fix your face and my phone, you won't be joking. Keep up. Players only. Put your pinky ring ups to the moon. Girls, and what you all trying to do? 24 karat magic in the air. Head to toe, so player. Come on. Everywhere I go, they be like, ooh, so great. Everywhere I go, they be like, ooh, so great. Watch me break it down now. Like, put your pinky ring ups to the
Today is gonna be the day that they're gonna throw it back to you. By now you should have somehow realized what you gotta do. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now. Back then the word is on the street that the fire in your heart is out. I'm sure you had it all before, but you never really had a doubt. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now. We have to walk a winding, and all the lights that lead us, they're are blinding. There are many things that I would like to say to you, but I don't know how. 'Cause maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me. And after all, you're my wonderwall. And all the roads that lead us, they're are blinding. And all the lights that light the way are blinding. There are many things that I would like to say to you, but I don't know how. 'Cause maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me. And after all, you're my wonderwall. I caught you watching me under the light. Can I realize? They say it's easy to leave you behind. I don't wanna try. Cut cover, take that test. Hold courage to your chest. Don't wanna wait for you. Don't wanna have to lose all that I've compromised to feel another high. I've got to keep it down tonight. And I was a king under your control. And tonight. And I was a king under your control. And I wanna feel like you let me go. So let me go. I have to break myself to carry on. No love and no admission. Take this from me tonight. Oh, let's fight. Oh, let's fight, baby. Oh, let's fight. Ooh, yeah. I wanna feel like you let me go. So let me go. Let go, let go, let go of everything. Let go, let go, let go of everything. Let go, let go, let go of everything. Let go, let go, let go of everything.
Stir it up, little darling. Stir it up, come on, baby. Come on and stir it up, little darling. Stir it up. Oh. It's been a long, long time since I got you on my mind. Now you are here, I said it's so clear. So much we could do, baby. Just me and you. Come on and stir it up, little darling. Stir it up, come on, baby. Come on and stir it up, little darling. Stir it up. Oh, I push when I blaze your fire, then I satisfy your heart's desire. Said I steer it every minute. All you have to do, baby, is keep it. Come on and stir it up, little darling. Stir it up. Come on and stir it up, little darling. Stir it up.
understand. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around and desert you, never gonna make you cry, never gonna say goodbye, never gonna tell a lie, hurt you. We've known each other for so long. Your heart's been aching, but you're too shy to say it. Inside we both know what's been going on. We know the game and we're gonna play it. I just wanna show you how I'm feeling. Gotta make you understand. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around and desert you, never gonna make you cry, never gonna say goodbye, never gonna tell a lie and hurt you. We've known each other for so long. Your heart's been aching, but you're too shy to say it. Inside we both know what's been going on. We know the game and we're gonna play it. I just wanna tell you how I'm feeling. Gotta make you understand. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around and desert you, never wanna make you cry, never wanna say goodbye, never wanna tell a lie and hurt you.
I should have known better than to let you go alone. It's times like this, taking on my own. Wasted days and a sleepless night, and I can't wait to see you again. I'm gonna spend my time waiting on your call. How I can tell you, babe, my back's against the wall. I need you by my side to tell me it's alright, 'cause I don't think I can take anymore. Is this love that I'm feeling? Is this the love that I've been searching for? Is this love, or am I dreaming? This must be love, 'cause it's really got a hold on me. Yeah, a hold on me. I can't stop the feeling. I've been this way before, but with you I found the key to open any door. I can feel my love high in the quiet of the night. Know that I've got it. Bad, bad boy, shiny toy with a price. You know that I bought it. Kill me slow, out the window. I'm always waiting for you to be waiting below. Devils roll the dice, angels roll their eyes. What doesn't kill me makes me want you more. And it's you, the shape of your body, it's blue. The feeling I've got is ooh, it's a cruel summer, it's cool. That's what I tell 'em, no rules, unbreakable heaven, but it's a cruel summer with you. Hang your hair low in the glow of the vending machine. I'm not dying to say that we just screwed it up in this trying times. We're not trying. So got the headlights, summer's in the knife. I'm always waiting for you just to go to the bone. Devils roll the dice, angels roll their eyes. And if I bleed, you'll be the last to know. And it's you, the shape of your body, it's blue. The feeling I've got is ooh, it's cool summer, it's cool. That's what I tell 'em, no rules, unbreakable heaven, but it's a cool summer with you. I'm drunk in the back of the car, and I cry like a baby coming home from the bar. Said I'd fine, but it wasn't true. I don't wanna keep secrets just to keep you. And I snuck in through the garden gate every night this summer just to seal my fate. I scream falling everywhere. I don't know that the worst thing you ever.
I remember when I lost my mind. There was something sad about that place. Even your emotion had an echo in so much space. Were you out there without care? Yes, it was all the time. But it wasn't because I didn't know the love. Just knew too much. Don't make me crazy. Don't make me crazy. Don't make me crazy. Probably. And
Sisplau, els informo que a 2:15...
So can I just tell you that 1:30 we'll resume the assembly. Could you start to sit down?
You and me, we used to be together, every day together.
Sisplau, anem seient.
Please, could people start to sit down? We have 3 minutes before the assembly resumes. I nearly said.
It looks as though you're letting go, and if it's real, well, I don't want to know. Don't speak, I know just what you're saying, so please stop explaining. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts. Don't speak, I know just what you're thinking, and I don't need your reasons. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts. Our memories, they can be inviting, but some are altogether mine, frightening. And as we die, both you and I, with my head in my hands and sit and cry.
En un minut reiniciarem l'assemblea.
In a minute, we're going to resume the assembly.
D'organització, sisplau, anem a...
Could the organising team get ready?
Bona tarda.
Good afternoon, everybody, again. First of all, just like to inform you that Joan Soler, who's from the board in charge of the hall, our handball has won 33-30 against Benidorm. Very good.
Així doncs, com us...
So, as I was telling you, we're going to resume after having our lunch break, and now we're going to the fifth point in the agenda, which is the report on the situation of the work on the Espai Barca. This is an item on the agenda that won't involve voting. It's purely informational. Obviously you can ask questions, but we won't have the typical voting at the end. So I'd like to hand over to Mrs. Elena Ford, who's the Vice President of the Institution Area of the Club, who's going to speak on the podium on this item. Elena, please go ahead.
Bona tarda a tothom.
Good afternoon, everybody. In this first phase in the Assembly, before the break, we have talked about how the bases have been created without going beyond prudence and to give us hope. We've seen how a situation that was very complicated is being overcome, and we're creating the basis for future growth. As our Secretary has said, I have the pleasure, and the whole team that makes up the Espai Barca has been working on this, but I will be able to explain the most important valve in the development of our club. This project, which means consolidating the future for the club and particularly guarantee the ownership model of the club. My presentation will be based on two sections. The first section will involve briefly explaining very systematically what we've been doing since last October's General Assembly and what we've done since. Many things have happened. Before that assembly, we signed work with the Town Hall of Barcelona in order to be able to do the transfer. In November of 2022, we began a partial demolition of the third stand, third tier of the stand, and this action has allowed us to know the structural reality of the building with regards to the other work that needs to be done, and also know the state of the subsoil. I think it's worth mentioning because sometimes these things are difficult to explain, but they can affect this kind of project. This has helped us to do all of our later work and do it in the best conditions possible. In 2022, there was the signing of the Spotify construction contract in December, and also with the companies that would carry this out. This was the starting shot for, or the starting point for that construction. In January 23, we were able to start the initiation of the funding of that Espai. We explained this in press conferences. We did that through the board. In January, the management by the economic team of the club did the signed an agreement to fund the stadium, which would include 1,450 million euros. We need to think about a lot more what happened in June 2023. There were two important issues. With the competition ended, we were able to say goodbye to the stadium as we'd known it, or the Spotify Camp Nou stadium as we knew it. And parallel to this, we saw the municipal approval of the permits to do the work. This allowed us to do the preliminary works, or the first phases of the works. As we have explained often, works of such a big dimension, such as creating the Spotify Camp Nou, requires municipal authorizations. And in 2023, we were able to do that with the permits that we needed. Then we did another action, which our colleague Eduardo Romeo has explained, which is the new temporary museum for Espai Barca. We opened this on the 7th of June. This was a very important work. This was done in a very short period of time. This is a museum which must be the basis of the future museum in the future Spotify Camp Nou. This helps explaining us to the people that come. So I'm taking the opportunity to encourage you, speaking here today, to encourage you to visit this. It's a wonderful museum. It is a future museum. It's a pioneering museum which is really worth visiting to see experiences that you won't have had until now. Another issue which needs to be mentioned, we did our first meeting or informative meeting with our members, and we explained our strong commitment with transparency and with the explaining of all of the different phases. This is another commitment that the board has taken. In the informative session, I think we did our first one before, but we're going to do another one in November. We would like to invite our members to come along and ask us questions, and we will explain all of the things that need to be explained about the works. This museum is a spectacular experience, and it's really has a lot of technological innovations to it. In August 2023, another thing happened which was important, which is that we occupied our temporary home in the Gamper. We played the Gamper match, and we started working in the Olympic Luis Companys Stadium. We have people who have been working on that transfer, which was not easy for many reasons. The commitment of the club and the board had the commitment to make that transfer as easy and comfortable as possible for members and fans to be able to go there as easily as possible. All of the information that we have says that this has been a pleasant experience going there. The mobility has worked. It is easier than we thought to get there. We've tried to provide all the facilities possible in order to make that possible. Of course, there can always be improvements, but we would summarise that the experience has been very positive of being in the Luis Companys Olympic Stadium. I'd like to give special thanks to all of our fans who practically fill this stadium every match. For us, it is essential that this is full, and we want to get across to you that from the sporting body of the club, we are very proud of you. We think everything should be ready in a few months, and things have gone very well. So we get to October. There was some important. There is an important job of doing the works. It is worth giving credit to this. This is the changing room of the first team, the male team, sorry. So we've gone through two landmarks in 2023. There has been the demolition of the third tier in the stadium, and we also have the approval by the town hall to create these new parts, which is going to be the structure that goes on the covered or uncovered area. We have all the permits for this to start the definitive works that will create the new Camp Nou. I want to thank Barcelona City Hall for its work. Getting licenses is not easy. These have a lot of pages, they involve a lot of studies and diagrams, and we'd like to thank the Town Hall for that on behalf of the club. Before we go to the next stage, I would like to mention another issue which is fundamental. We have the photo of October 2023. For those that are here in this meeting or those that are following us, we can see the carcass or the scaffolding of this building, and we will be working on the definitive work. As a team, we're working on the structure of the new stadium. I'd like to make a call to all the fans of, all the members of the club to update your the census. We have been able to update this. We need to have this updated because when we go back to Spotify Camp Nou, we need to know how many of us there are, how many members, and how we should do that return. We've got only a few more days left before we will close that census, and we need to know how many members there are by then in order to be able to initiate the whole of the return to this stadium. If we don't have that, then in the 1st of January we will not be able to renew people's membership. So please do that as soon as possible. So we'll have an OMB, we'll be giving you instructions, but can I just insist that we'll need to get this census updated definitively. And if you don't mind, I would like to now put on a video which I think we will all like a lot.
Això que parlàvem,
So that we were talking about, we have seen in those images. I think with those images, everyone has thought of some moments that they've lived through in that stadium and will always be with them. That we've seen now can be basically summarized, as you can see in this slide, that we have done the demolishing of 100% of the third tier. We have removed 100% of the seats. We have moved this, we've opened the temporary museum, and this program that you have at the bottom, you can see in green everything we've explained and that has been already performed. And we're really at the beginning of this process, of course. With regards to information to the Assembly, we have explained what we have done in that last year and the state of the works. But even though this work has been well performed, we've involving professionals, but we need to explain where we're going, and this second part of the explanation will explain what will happen with Spotify Camp Nou and what will happen with the performing of the works. Okay, the slides are going up and coming down. It is important to quantify this from an economic point of view. Everything you can see in the part you can see in yellow is everything that we've already implemented. You can see the work on the Johan Cruyff Stadium as well. This includes 22% of the total construction. So we still have work to do. So what will we do from now on? This is a chronogram of the work that we have for Espai Barca. In the first line, you can see what means the building of the Spotify Camp Nou from October until June 2026. In the second row, you can see the Palau Blaugrana project, or Blaugrana Palace project, both the design part, which has been already voted for in the referendum that was carried out in 2021 in the Assembly. All of the project was a project that took place 18 months later than the work on the Spotify Camp Nou, and the construction of the Palau Blaugrana will end a year and a half after the building of the Spotify Camp Nou. So all of these surroundings will be finished in 2027 altogether. The set of buildings here. So what will happen between 2023 and 2024? So in November 24, we will return to occupy Spotify Camp Nou. We'll be playing again in it, but with a smaller capacity than before. It will be of 65,000 in the first and second tiers of the stadium. We will have capacity, 50% will be VIP space, and in the programme you can see the green part at the bottom that we've done about half of the works. Between 24 and 25 we must finish 100% of the covering, and the capacity of the third tier we have to do 90% of the VIP area, and we'll also have the new store open. And finally, in June 2026, we will have finished all of the interior work on this stadium, and we will be able to say that we can open it. So you can see the size of the works. This shows the planning for the work and everything that has been done and everything that will be done in the next year, basically in 2024, which will be when we raise the structure and put on the covering, or the cover, or the top. Possibly as an anecdote, just to give you an idea of what we're working on, we have knocked down 120,000 tonnes of concrete, which is the equivalent of 355 Airbus 380 planes. We have brought down the covering equivalent to the weight of the Jaume I Tower of the airport of Barcelona. We have had 450 people working on the job per day, and we've excavated 300 meters squared of land. Here we have some photos or drawings, updated ones that have been passed by the Barcelona Town Hall. These are new ones, these are definitive. This is what the Spotify Camp Nou will be like on the outside in the future. That is the entry, and you can see this from different levels. There are different levels to the entrance. We have these terraces, which I think will differentiate the architecture of the stadium from other stadiums. Here we have the escalators. We will have very, very different installations on the inside and the entrance. What we can see now when we go past Spotify is the old part and the protected part, where we will create this internal part with a new facade. That will be how Spotify Camp Nou will be. And finally, and to finish, I would like to show you an image of everything that I've explained and what that will look like at the end. Could you put the video on, please?
It's the Champions League.
Senyores i senyors, ja està aquí, ja ha arribat el clàssic. Comença el partit, posa la pilota en moviment, atenció, continua Ansu Fati, que xuta, gol! 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 Messi, per sota de gol! Messi!
Estarà a l'Spotify Camp Nou.
So that's Spotify Camp Nou. Aiming to complete and with the hope of fulfilling that dream as early as possible. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Elena. We will now open the floor on this fifth item in the agenda. Firstly, we will respond to those questions that have been made through the form set up on the website of the club. We've received 3 questions on this issue. Also, the members that were following us remotely can ask questions from this moment using the video conferencing system, and delegate members can intervene using the same system. As we have done with other colleagues, I will mention the question they do, and Elena, and if it seems necessary, the President will respond. So with 80, Ms. Sayan has a question about the transfer to this stadium in the 24-25 season, what economic criteria will be applied to the transfers to get people there? So to Mrs. Concesioria Sicilia, we will not returning to 100% of the capacity of the stadium. We'll have around 600 capacity for 65,000. We'll be working in order to resolve this issue. But the most logical approach will be to apply the same approach as we do to the Luis Companys Stadium. We cannot occupy it totally. In the first months of the season, we'll be in the Luis Companys, and we will return. When we can return to the same system, we will return to the Spotify Camp Nou. So Mr. Gonzalo Ferrer has a question. If the third tier, will we be able to go to the Camp Nou? Will there be new tiers? With regards, the first and second will be working, and the third maybe no. We might think that the third people would not go in, but we would apply the same approach as always. We try to democratize the situation, which is anomalous, and what we would try and do is return to the same conditions as before. We don't want to have surpluses. If we go beyond the number of people allowed into the stadium, then we'll have to do a lottery system. I think this should be just for a few months, and then over time we'll be able to increase the number of people that can attend the matches. Mr. Mario Meca de Leorio, 94,820, says, with people that have their seasons, will we be able to go back into there in 2026? Visca Barcelona, Visca Catalunya Lliure. So we will go back, we will have our friends at our sides, and in the same way we will be systematizing, and we need to make sure that the buildings fit the regulations. We will not know, we don't know if the entrances will be exactly the same in this Spotify Stadium, but we will have an internal configuration of Spotify Camp Nou, which will mean that even though we keep our space, it won't be exactly the same angle or vision. We might be a little bit higher, a little bit below, a little bit more to the side, and that is the approach. So, Maria Miquel, without that question from Mario Miquel Maloyo, we will end the questions that have come through the form of the web, and we will enter the space for members to do questions using video conferencing. I'm being told by the organisation that there are 4 delegate members that want to do questions related to Espai Barca, and if you don't mind, Elena, we'll do them in blocks, in groups of 5. First of all, we'll answer the questions, and then after those 5 questions, we will do answers.
Comença el torn de preguntes a través de la plataforma online del...
We start with the questions to the online platform. First question, excuse me, sir. Jorge Alvarez Losada, member number 91102. Well, it seems that until all seats are available, those of us who are not season ticket holders, we will have to follow the same procedure as in Montjuic. will there be the possibility of choosing for a whole season ticket? Will it be for the whole season or only until a certain date? Because if you give us the option of buying a season ticket, but in September there are new seats, those of us who start there, will we be able to stay there for the whole season? And then once all the seats are available, they can choose the seats that they're entitled to? Or are we talking about season tickets for 2 months, 3 months, something like that? Now, Mr. Joaquín Molins y Sangra, member number 18304. Good afternoon to you all. Well, it seems the connection is working, so that's good. Are you aware that the documents that you delivered for the referendum on December 19th, 2021, in relation to the works, that the works for the Palau Blaugrana that is not contemplated in the financing of the 1.5 million granted by the 21 mysterious partners, and that the work should have started in January 2024? It seems that we don't even have the money for it. So, about coming back in November 24 with a capacity of 65,000 seats, as the Vice President just said, I would like to know what or how the distribution will be done. If it will be like Montjuic, I would like to know what percentage of season ticket holders and members there will be with respect to non-members. Right now, the forecast was that 27,000 could have gone there. Unfortunately, we couldn't fill that number of seats with season ticket holders and members. So what will the distribution be of these 65,000 seats? And also, many of us are worried as to the increase in prices when we get back to 100% of the stadium's capacity of the new Camp Nou. The Vice President just said that for as long as there are works ongoing, we will maintain more or less the same price, or an adjusted price like in Montjuic. But what is the idea once the Camp Nou is up and running at 100%? And let me just say that in the latest render, or the latest video, we can see the new third tier with many more rows, many more than the ones we could see in the latest sketches. I'll leave that till the end. Now, Mr. Esteban Planchar Tamores, member number 68631. Hi, good morning. Or good afternoon. Have a very nice weekend, all of you. Congratulations for the management, because despite the fact that there are good things and bad things, I would like to thank you for there being people that takes responsibility. Congratulations for your project as well, because I believe it was very much necessary, and also I think we're here late because this is something we should have done 20 or 25 years ago. I have very brief four brief questions for you. First, there seems to be a confusion. It's not all that clear. I'm not criticizing anything here, okay? But I'm referring to the reasons for the full demolition that had not been initially contemplated. I'm referring to the third tier. So I would like to know why, in the end, it was decided to fully demolish the third tier, whether it's because of the state of the structure, or because it could not withhold or withstand the new cover, the new roof, or because the final structure was not compatible with the existing structure. My second question, well, the second and the third are related to one another. Does the club contemplate, does the club know if, in the event of a negative judgment of the Negreira case on the part of the Spanish legal system, have you contemplated a possible scenario whereby the funding on the part of the creditors is not completed? And it was recently known that Spain has been chosen as the organizer of the 2030 World Cup. Have you contemplated the opportunity of receiving public subsidies for the renovation of the stadium as a subsidy for it, because it is well known that when a country organizes a World Cup, those stadiums that are chosen for hosting games could potentially benefit from public subsidies. And I think Barca, if we are chosen as a venue for the World Cup, we could benefit from something like that. And lastly, a question for Elena Fort. Do we know more or less when we, the members, will be able to buy our seat? I don't know whether they're available for purchase. I've seen that the club has put some lawn to buy, but not the seats. Now Albert Sass, member number 81857. Hi, good afternoon to you all. As Esteban said, the refurbishment of the stadium has taken many more years than what we wanted, but this means that we have seen many different renders over the years, and each of these have their own differences. The latest ones we had seen, we could see how the roof was round, others was oval, others rectangular. We saw a video with images where there was no consistency of the designs with respect to the previous ones. Information was given to us in that there would be a 360 score video, in others only 4 screens. As a member and interested in the world of architecture, I would like to know what will be the final project, the final design of the stadium. And it would be good to see a virtual tour of the area where our seat is. So if you could provide some more details on the information about the design of the final stadium. Thank you. Last question in this first block of 5. David Uller Parellada, member number 7716. Hi, good afternoon. Well, first of all, thank you. Visca Barça, and thank you for all you do. I have a very easy question. Those season ticket holders with seats at the Camp Nou and who have kept their season ticket at Montjuic, that is this season, will we have some kind of priority bonification if we want to improve our seats in the new stadium? Thank you. Visca Barça and Visca Catalunya. I will answer the questions. I'll try to remember them all. Mr. Alvarez, as I explained, until the Spotify Camp Nou is ready, that is until 2027, the capacity will not be 100%. So we will adapt to the circumstances. We know that each year season tickets are renewed, so we will renew them under the conditions established in accordance with the capacity of the stadium. I understand that as long as 100% of the capacity of the stadium is not available, unless things change, unless the members say something to the club, or unless we rethink things, we will democratize. I love this concept. We will always go for a situation that is similar to that we have at the Luis Companys Stadium. So there will be people who can take a grace period or season tickets for one year on demand, and if there is more demand, there will be a draw. So there won't be temporary season tickets, okay? It'll be similar to season tickets, but only for the season, when the season starts. Mr. Kim Molins, I believe we said so many times, but let me just say that the financing of the Palau Blaugrana is included in the financing that has been negotiated. So the Palau has been included within the 1.4 and the 500 million of investment. I'll say so again. They are included. It is included. In the 2021 referendum, we established the calendar for the execution of works. As I said, the Spotify Camp Nou was in processes involving a license with the city council, and a lot of progress had been made, but the Palau Blaugrana did not even reach a basic project yet. So we reconsidered the basic project that was thought for 10,000 seats when we know that this was not enough. So we needed many months to be able to carry on working on it. And as I explained in the chronogram, right now we are working on the design of the new Palau. And we believe that we will comply with the times established and explained at the referendum. That we would say that the Palau would be built after the renovation of the Spotify Camp Nou. Distribution at the stadium. We will be working on it, Mr. Mullins. If 65,000 season ticket holders go back, the proportion compared to the Olympic Stadium might not be the same, but we will review the case once we're there. We will adapt. I think we've learnt. We left home and now we will be coming back in 1 year's time. Sometimes we make a decision, sometimes we realize there might be a better decision, sometimes we are smart enough to say that we can do things in a different way. And I think that we are working, as I explained in my presentation. We will organize meetings with the members. We will receive their inputs, their proposals to make the return back home more comfortable for everyone, and we will adapt to what we do and what is best for the member and for the club, for everyone. During the works, as I said, we will comply with the prices of the tickets or season tickets. As for the question of the prices once we come back, it's a recurring question. We need to bear two things in mind. One, I already mentioned. When we come back, the Spotify Camp Nou internally, I mean, it will be the same stadium, but the internal configuration will be completely different. We won't have the same gates, we won't have those familiar elements that we knew, and there's something that is key. We will all be undercover. Nowadays, there are many differences, many categories in the prices of tickets. Some are roofed, some are not, some are on the side, some are on the goal, behind the goal. Obviously, the return to the Spotify Camp Nou requires a reconsideration of the areas at the stadium and how and what services can be provided, many different things. And not because everybody will be undercover, but things will change. There will be escalators. We will have services that we don't have today. Obviously, we need a reconsideration, but everything is based on the reordering of all of these provisions and services we can provide to our season ticket holders. And for people to be rest assured, I can say that in the financing of the Spotify Camp Nou, there is no specific heading for increasing tickets, the price of tickets. Once we see how it goes, once we see how many we are, because we're working with the census to know how many people we are, so that we can make decisions accordingly. And these decisions will always be made by listening to the members, by listening to the season ticket holders, and by knowing what they think. And the last one? Yes, the sketches, the renders. I think I explained, and maybe I wasn't all that clear. These renders and the last video are the final design of the project approved by Barcelona City Council in October 2023. Those things that we could show up now were just previous projects, which is what we tried to explain, but we always said that they were not final. So since this license and the project has undergone changes, it is true that there can be contradictions, but what I showed you today is what we have. It's a final design. In any event, in the information sessions to be organized, we will show you in more detail what the final project is all about. Because it was not until October 2023 that we received the license. And obviously changes were made between the initial project we submitted and the changes made by the City Council. So, today we saw the first part of the final view of the Spotify Camp Nou. Mr. Blanchard, why did we demolish the third tier? I'll repeat so again. When we got here, the project and the City Council being put forward did not contemplate the demolishment of the third tier, but rather it being rounded off. I mean, at the same level, and it placed the VIP areas in the first tier by moving 12,000 or 13,000 members from the first tier to the third tier. We were quite surprised when we saw that. This was not something that we loved. And at the same time we discovered, many things were discovered, but one of them was the precarious state of construction or architectural condition of the third tier. We already said that the third tier required an emergency action. We had to establish, and I don't know how we did it, 2 million euros to be able to put patches because that tier was falling. It was falling down, literally, and internal and external experts told us that with a renovation, we would have to work on the third tier, we would be spending so much money, it would have not been financially feasible. So, considering that the tier had not a useful life, in addition to the movement of 12 to 13,000 members from the first to third tier, we decided to study other possibilities, and following a group meeting, a work meeting with the experts, we could do it from Manio with bigger, better hospitality and VIP areas, and without having to move thousands of members. And we are remodeling. We would have remodeled the third tier that in a few years from now would have required an immense investment because it would have not been able to withstand the situation. That's the decision we made. As for financing and the effects of the judgments, maybe Eduard, would you like to answer that? Yes. In relation to the Negreira case, this should not affect the construction process or the financing. Actually, the investors, I mean, this was one of the reasons why we had to work hard and reason with them. It was an obstacle, actually. It was one of the reasons why we had to delay things. People were doubting what the impact of this could be, but they made an assessment and they understood that there would be no direct repercussion on the club, and that's why we went ahead with it. And we do not contemplate or foresee any kind of negative judgment in this regard. Thank you. When it comes to the question about the World Cup 2030, obviously we do our homework. We've been holding meetings with the organizing committee for some time now. We understand that Barca will have the best stadium in the world by then, and this stadium should be a venue for the World Cup. And I would say we would have to be a really important venue for that championship. And as part of the execution of the World Cup, the states provide financial subsidies, and if we are a venue, we should receive what would correspond to us, which could help us with the works, of course. And as for the last question, I'll give the floor to the President. The seats. When we'll be able to buy the seats? Did you answer Albert Sanz? Well, Esteban Blanchard, in his last question, asked, when will we be able to buy our own seats, the physical seats, the old seats? Well, at the end of this General Assembly of delegate members, you will be able to buy the seats that you've been using your entire lives, where you saw the goals of Cruyff, of Ronaldinho, Messi, and the best players and the best goals. So you know that each and every one of the seats belonging to each one of you, if you are season ticket holders, have been stored and you will be able to buy them. Because we've been working on it from Barca Licensing and Merchandising. You know that this is the company exploiting the Barca merchandise. This is a 100% Barca-owned company. We've received many offers, by the way, for buying 49% of it, and we didn't allow them. We had the authorization of members to do so, to carry out the sale of 49%, but we didn't. We didn't do it. And I think that this is something that we know how to do well in the club. When we're talking about technological activities, we believe we need partners. Partners promoting these business lines, but this is something that we've been doing for a long time. And together with the managing director of BLM, which is Jose Maria Massaguer, he's been working with us for a long time, and all the other managers that are also working hard. Well, I think that what we need to do now is to continue working along these lines, to continue to improve, and well, we need to keep it in-house, and this is what I've done. I've already booked my seat. I mean, the prices, you can choose, okay? Depending on how you want it, it can be decorated in one way or another. It comes with a trezzo around the seat. I've done it because I wanted to keep that seat. 229, 19, 16th row. So at the end of this General Assembly of Delegate members, or is it Thursday? Thursday. Well, if I were you, I would make the applications. I would book your seat straight away. I was told, and I called where I had to make the reservation, the booking, and I said, I'm interested in booking my seat. I chose one of the three models. There's a cheaper model, a more reasonable model, and a more expensive one. Because this also helps the club to have more and more revenue. But it is a fact. And we believe this will be very successful because we all want to remember those memorable times that we lived at the stadium. And after what Elena explained and the images we saw, when I saw those seats disappearing and the tears disappearing, I get nostalgic, you know. I get a little bit down and sad, but at the same time, when you see it go up again, when you start to see it emerge, when it looks so amazing, I think that the decision was the right one. But I'm happy because all of us in this room, I'm convinced that we will see it. Well, if something unfortunate happens, the president of the Economic Commission said if there are no wars, well, they would delay the works. But the works are underway. We have demolished. Now we are starting to erect the new stadium. We are advancing. We are meeting all the milestones, and it will look great. I'm sure we will be excited, and that's why we ask you to live it with the same excitement and thrill as we are, because it's almost there. It's almost around the corner. And if you want to buy your old seat, you will be able to do so. As of Thursday, they say, because they need certain logistics to do so. I was presented with the three models the other day, and let me just say that I love them. I really love them. Thank you. And there was, sorry Elena, but there was something I did want to say about one of the questions. I don't know whether it was Mr. Sass or Mr. Blanchard. Well, someone spoke about those in the third tier. Well, those in the third tier will be able to opt to get a ticket. We won't be discriminating, okay? All season ticket holders will be eligible to a seat at the stadium as long as it's not at 100% of its capacity. We're talking about a democratization process. And if there are many people applying for it, we will do it by draw. Thank you, Mr. President. And the seats will be one first step of a series of memorabilia for us to have the Spotify Come Home back home. There will be more, yes. Let's not say too much. Let's not say too much, but there's more to come. I mean, you've seen the rubble, right? It's incredible how you see the trucks where the mini study was. All those rocks and rubble, my office is near there. Sometimes I think it's going to come over, but no. Everything will be made into cement or some type of cement. There are experts here who know that you need well, there are a series of requirements that need to be met. I'm no expert, but it will be used to build the Spotify Camp Nou again. So part of the foundations of the old stadium will be used to erect the new Spotify Camp Nou. So from 1957 to the present day, it's a circle that continues. We are continuing with our history. Thank you, Mr. President. And I'll continue with a response to Albersas. I said so earlier, but I said so again. Today we presented you with the first renders in line with the final design approved in October. In the informational sessions, we will give more details. We will inform all members about these sessions, but you will be able to see more renders. You will be able to see how the new stadium will be like. We just showed you some, but this is just the beginning. And lastly, David Uller, I like it that you asked this question. I wanted to say so, but this is the right time to say so. These 17,000 season ticket holders that decide to go to the Luis Companys Stadium, when they come back to the Camp Nou, to the Spotify Camp Nou, will have preference in asking for their seats. So those 17,000 will have their season ticket at the Spotify Camp Nou during these years, as long as the works last. So let me insist, the cost of the season tickets, there's a lot of interest. It's only normal. In the meantime, there's until work is not completed. We'll see. But when it's finished, don't make us say what we'll do. We need to see how the club goes. We need to see how things go. We need to see what proposals can be made. We obviously will discuss this in the assembly, and we will agree on it. It won't be imposed. We will explain things openly, transparently, saying these are our alternatives, this is what we have, this is what we think could be better. I'm very optimistic, I recognize that. But knowing how the club is going and knowing the reality of the club today, don't make us say something about the prices of the season tickets for the 26-27 season, because it would be, we would be too daring. I mean, I'm sure that many season ticket holders want to know it, but there are still that's still 3 years ago from now, away from now, okay? We need to assess all possibilities. Allow me to insist, because there are many questions, and this is one that they always ask us. How much will the season tickets cost? Will you increase the prices? Well, right now we are studying the situation, and we can not say anything on the matter because there are still 3 years left. Maybe we have very good news in the future, and maybe we can give you very good prices. If we didn't have such good news, we would discuss this and we would put the most suitable price. We have 2 more requests for questions over the video conferencing system. Let's start with the next block, the next group of questions. Let's start with the first one, please. Mr. Antoni Puig Verdovich, member number 5839. Hi, good afternoon. The President announced that Ms. Ford would talk to us about the plates and the foundation. No mention has been made of them yet. What do you expect to do with them? And then, when we go to Montjuic, will we maintain family reunification and the same seats? Have you reserved a place for disabled people? And one final comment, considering that Catalan is the official language of the club, it would be good for these English terms that have an equivalent in Catalan, such as renders, sponsors, slides, are said in Catalan. Now, Mr. Juan Fernandez Serradella, member number 24, 546. Mr. Serradella, the floor is yours. It seems like Mr. Serradella is gone, so let's finish the round here. Thank you.
Anna, ha sortit el senyor...
Sorrenya is coming back into the screen. Please use the microphone and do your question. Thank you. Good afternoon. I have a proposal to do at the Camp Nou, it's a new stadium which is to have areas for elderly people. There's a lot of people, there's pushing, there's queues in the stadium, and so could there be a way of being in the stadium away from that? Also, there's the other question about the entrance to the stadium. I know that the beer is sold outside on the street, but the people who come out onto the field, they're members. I don't know if it's possible to clean that area. Thank you very much. So, we're going to follow the same system, Elena? Mr. Puig. Yes, the plaques of the foundation, we know the importance of these. I have them, I have family who are not with me, and they have their name on the plaques, and they're part of the stadium building. We've always taken into account this request. We have worked in order to do a compilation of each of the plaques. I know we can't maintain them physically, but we have photographed them, we have located them. We will do a replica of them in the new Spotify Camp Nou stadium. We will decide exactly how that's done later. We will have the names will still be in the Spotify Camp Nou. With regarding to having a family recruitment in this compound stadium, this is something that involves special organisation for transfers and trips. When we go back to Spotify Camp Nou, we can do recruitment in the way that we did also in the Luis Compound Stadium. After the 25th, I will be able to give more details about how we return to Spotify Camp Nou and return to how things were in the Spotify Camp Nou Stadium before. We will continue with the same structure. With regards to Anglicisms, influence of English language, you're right about that. Sometimes we don't even know the word that we would use in Catalan, but we should all make an effort to always use our Catalan language, and so thank you. I'm grateful for that comment. And Mr. Juan Fernandez, with regard to your comment or question, we will try, I insist, we know that the condition of the season holders is what it is. We will take into account whether there needs to be a special consideration given to older or senior citizens rather. I think we'd be talking about those under 65. I think they're young enough to go in. Maybe my colleagues would have something to say about that, but with regards to dirtiness, Barca has its cleaning systems, its internal systems. What happens in the street is not under our powers, but we always call on members to show a civic attitude and to keep the area clean. Thank you very much. So we're going to close the block of questions through the video conferencing. So we have questions coming from the room. You know the system. Can you put your hand up? Is there anyone? Mr. Llopis? Could you, I've just forgotten something important. If you don't mind, I could just add this. I didn't respond to a comment. Clearly, the new Spotify Camp Nou will be perfectly fitted to give a response to problems of mobility, and in this area it will be a really pioneering stadium, an absolutely pioneering stadium. Anybody will be able to go, anyone with mobility problems. I think it's important to mention that. Thank you very much, Elena. Go ahead. At the beginning of this assembly, I was very critical with the economic situation of the club, but after that presentation by Mrs. Ford, I'd like to just say how much hope I'm given by that project. All of us that are here, we've been more than 75 years, 65 years, sorry, 70 years as members of the club, and we've gone through some of the hardest times recently. Because of that, I now have hope and faith. I've been working with Elena through many months. I didn't leave because of differences with Espai Barca. I have a lot of trust towards their team, and I think that all of us have to do that exercise in hope and faith and understand the good valuations that the team are making. I know that in Montjuic we won a title. We won a title against Espanyol, a goal by San Pedro Lacam, when I was behind the goal with my dad, and I hope that in Montjuic we will win titles. Long live Barcelona and long live Catalonia. Visca Barça, visca Catalunya.
A la vista que no hi ha cap pregunta.
There doesn't seem to be another question, so we'll close this section. I can't hear him. Oh.
En conseqüència, passarem ja a la...
I'd like to thank all of the delegates for participating in that, all of those that participating in that section. We'll now move on in the agenda to the report from the representative of the members, of the Ombudsman of members. Joan Tete. Good afternoon, everybody. Present members of the board, members of the commissions, senators, delegate members, and those that connected through the streaming. Before I do my presentation, I'll try and keep it brief. We've been here for many hours. I want to thank everybody because today, once again, it has been an exercise in participation and in applying the spirit of Barcelona Football Club. I think it's been a very nice assembly. It's been critical, constructive, but in the Barcelona spirit at a difficult time. And I'd like to thank everyone, including the President, and it's important to be at this time. The Ombudsman of the member gives a report every year regarding the concerns that members have. A report that we will share on Monday and which I will outline briefly. Now, the Ombudsman has three functions. The first is the creation of the census. A second job is to participate in the deliberations when a member asks for such at the discipline committee. A third aspect is complaints, mediations and other such actions that are presented in relation to the members of the board of directors in order to resolve an issue. With regards to the census, the first issue is that for the moment the census says we have 146,000 members. This is the highest figure since 2014, and with the right to vote we have 115,225 persons. So we are continuing to grow, and well done to the club for that. So this year we have not had elections to the Delegates Assembly, but what I do want to say is that we have participated, as I has mentioned, we have been working in the disciplinary commission. I want to give my gratitude to that committee and all of the organs that provide control within the club, the Transparency Commission as well and other commissions. These are bodies that are free, these are altruistic, we are here to help. Obviously the board of directors as well. I want to refer to these bodies because these bodies help the board to get across the sensibility of the members. For example, the Economic Commission will have to see the internal meetings of the club. If something is liked, it is said. Don't think that anybody is keeping quiet. I've lived through that. And the reports are rigorous reports, serious reports, because the prestige of each group is in play. The disciplinary committee created includes the Ombudsman in it when there is a disciplinary action against a member. We help to defend their rights and interests. I just want to say that in 2022 to 2023, the disciplinary committee has opened several investigations. When you stop being a member, be careful, or when you give a membership card to somebody, be careful who you do it to, because the person who has the membership card is responsible for any actions carried out by people holding the card. If there's a fight, if there's other actions that go against the statutes and the existing legislation, you are all responsible for that. That's the first point I'd like to make. Another issue is that you shouldn't leave your PIN code. Once you get to a certain age, we don't give importance to sharing the PIN with people, but people can use a PIN for lots of actions. They can buy tickets, they can take advantage of the existing regulations. So be careful. Don't share your PIN code. The next question, which the Ombudsman tries to resolve, is the issue of complaints or suggestions or mediations that we're asked to do that have come, and in the last year we've had 2,260 members who have been attended to. Of these, we have done investigation of 203 cases, and in this season, this has been a season where I can't identify any particular issue as being common. The complaints have been very varied, but if I have to give a sample of the issues that have been raised, I have to say to you that there is concern regarding information on Espai Barca and the move to Montjuic and the travelling to Montjuic. So I want to say a couple of things. I'm seeing Alana Arnau. I want to congratulate the Pro Barcelona office because they're doing everything possible and more to help us. And so I hope it's clear that when there is a request, there has been a solution to this. So thank you, Anna, and thank you to your team. I'd like to thank the workers for the club, who are those that work so hard. Jordi Garcia and the Barcelonista office doing a lot of help, and I'd like to thank them for that. On this issue, I'd like to say just a few things, some concrete things. It's good to remind ourselves of this. When someone doesn't pick up the phone, there is always a free phone you can call, which is 189907, no, 90189907, which allows you to resolve questions. You can phone for information. Another issue which we've identified this morning, which is the issue of the plaques, which our Vice President of the social area of the club. We've had several members. Joan Langer has come and he's been concerned about this issue and been working on it. As you know, that in '94, to set up the foundation, we asked for people to give a contribution, which was 9,000 pesetas. Now, according to the Ombudsman's figures, they would include some names, and they set up the foundation that way. With these plaques, we have been looking after them and maintaining them. Our president of the social area has been seeing that technically they were getting broken, and through the Ombudsman, these plaques of course couldn't be moved physically, but at least families, members could still see them, because the plaques are of the people who founded the club. Also, some issues which have been raised, such as with senior citizen fans, people that have been at the club for over 40 years and who are over 65. According to the statutes, these people have the right to not pay their membership card. They asked them to be sent a letter or card, and I think we would be very happy for that, because we think that would be a good way of operating. There is another group of members. I'd like to ask the board this, but this is something the Ombudsman would like to ask the board, because this year Josep Maria Espinacs passed away. As you know, he did the song for Barca, which is our current anthem. A group of members have asked, could we do a homage to him? Could we put a new something in the entrance to the stadium? There was a minute silence given to this person. This was Universal Catalan, and it was asked, and I would like to pass this on, could a homage be done to them as the Ombudsman? I think we would be very grateful for that. With regards to senior citizen members, we would like to do a lottery system for them to visit the Llotja. people such as Solera, people with great pedigree, have not been able to visit this. The loggia is the presidential stand. We are doing a census at the moment which ends on the 31st. All of the workers at the club are available to make sure that you can pass this census. It is important that you do it. Relocations. We must have a census which is a real one. We can't have people who are deceased, we can't have people who are no longer members on it. Because all of the actions that we do that concern members, such as returning to the stadium and voting, we need to make sure there's no fraud taking place. So on behalf of everybody, please make sure that this doesn't happen. But perhaps I also ask for this, could we be a little bit flexible, President? Could, from this date of the 31st of October, could we flexibilise that date to, in other words, people send in information for the census after that? Because if we have to change the name of the season holder or member, that's a second process. Because we are finding that in the census there are strange things. So it's not just about taking a photo and putting the name again. We are seeing images of people who don't exist or who do not answer emails, etc. So if we could have a bit more flexibility, if that is possible, that would be preferable. And lastly, in the name of, or on behalf of all the members, we would like to see, as we've seen today, the maximum transparency being applied. All lovers of Barcelona, we want to improve the club. We are willing to sacrifice ourselves, but we need all of the information that we can get for everything. Relocations, as happened today, which was an excellent educational explanation of what will happen with the new stadium. Can these things be explained? Can we see things with maximum transparency to help people as much as possible? Often we don't have IT systems or telematic systems, and these are complicated processes. When we do the allocation of the tickets, could we do this in families who, for reasons of historic interest, they could have, for example, a grandfather who was once on the stands. I know this is a lot to ask, but that is our role as Ombudsman. And we would be more than happy if you could attend to these petitions. So, longer Catalunya, longer Barca. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Greite, the Ombudsman for our members. I'm now going to hand over to the President of Football Club Barcelona to respond to the issues mentioned by the Ombudsman. First of all, thank you for your contribution, Mr. Delegate, Joan Manuel. To respond to, I think you have one of the most intense jobs and unacknowledged, because it's an enormous job, because we have so many members, and I really am grateful for the work that you have done. I think you've done a wonderful report. You've done 3 comments which are right to Josep Maria Espinal. I agree. I think we should do that. I think it's fair to. I was at the burial, and he was someone who was in love with Barcelona, had the Barcelona spirit. With regards to senior citizens, we are getting requests and we're taking these on board and we're looking at how we can implement them to have, when people have been a member for 75 years, then there's been us members of the boards, we have to distribute ourselves, and many of us are in that age group. There are many of us that come out of the baby boom. I think it will be next month that I'll be in that category, or in a few months. On the other hand, it's true that about the presidential box and having this as open and doing a lottery system for people to be in that for each match. I don't remember how many members we have, but I think there's 15 that come. Well, more came the other day. It seemed like that. If you don't mind, and I don't think this would not take away any equity in the club, I think we could give priority to members of older age to make sure they can watch the match. I think that's a good thing. And within that positive atmosphere, an atmosphere of understanding, I think we're all moving in the same direction. I liked Jaume's contribution. I think the Ombudsman, with a lot of finesse, has come to conclusions, but there were debates before, there were different opinions, and there were different opposing views, but I think that is the Barcelona spirit. The Ombudsman talks about extending the time for the census to be finished. I think you're right. We're working on that a lot, but we can talk to the IT department. Joan Moya is doing the update of the census and everything that involves the digital transformation of the club. Is something that we wish to continue, and thank you very much for your contribution in that regard. Thank you, President. We're going to the next point in the agenda for today, and this is the 7th point, which is a proposal by members in agreement with what is stipulated in Article 20.11 of the statutes. We will, before going on to the last, we'll be not doing that point, we'll be moving to the next point, and before Section 8, we will have a sporting report, and we will listen to our Vice President, Mr. Rafael Juste, who will do a presentation, and then we will hear Mr. De Souza, also known as Deco, who's the director of the football area for our club, who will do the second part. So please, Mr. Juste, if you could go to the podium.
Bona tarda, senadors, senadores, president.
Good afternoon. President Gaspard, President Laporta, dear colleagues of the Management Board, it's always an honor to be able to address a few words, as you said, Jaume, to people who have been in this club for 70 years. 70 years of love to this club, and for all of those who are following us, to whom I would like to thank as well from here. Before I start to explain the new organizational the new sporting organization, I would like to make a special mention and acknowledgement to a series of people. To all of you, to all the members who, Sunday after Sunday, have been supporting and cheering our team. Yesterday I was with our coach, with Xavi Hernandez, and his other managers, and he is a club man. He's committed, and he said, Rafa, if tomorrow you're with the delegate members, tell them that from the bottom of my heart you don't know how much we feel their support and how the players feel their support. So thank you very much. You did it with the Spotify Camp Nou, and now you're still doing it at Montjuic. So thank you very much on behalf of all of us. The second acknowledgement, or brief acknowledgement, was already mentioned by the President. It's for two people I had the pleasure of working with for 2 years. I'm referring to Mateu Alemany, who during 2.5 years did an excellent task, and Jordi Cruyff, who joined somewhat later, but nonetheless both did what Vice President Romeu said so earlier, to place Barca in a better situation. Two great professionals left, but the friends in the Sporting Commission, we still have two great friends there. And I would like to especially mention, very especially, all of those colleagues that are responsible for the sections. Over there are many cups, many trophies. We do mention football a lot. But if I may, Mr. President, I would like to briefly acknowledge each of the managers of the different sections. I would like to start with Xavier Puig. All of you have made the best Barca in the world. Josep Cubells, with Roger Grimau, starts a new era. He will for sure take us to success. Joan Soler, handball. We are first in the league. Aureli Mas, futsal, five-a-side, great. Xavier Barbany, roller hockey, with excitement, in not a so much majority sport like the rest, but with an excitement to do things better. Miquel Camps and Josep Maria Albert, with non-professional sections. All of you, delegate members and members, are doing a great silent job accompanying the team, their teams, but also when we travel. They take time away from their families and go with all of us. So thank you so much, dear colleagues. And to conclude with these special remarks, I would like to thank our colleagues of the economic division of the economic unit. We're here thanks to them. Eduard Romeu, Vice President, thank you very much. Angel Riudalbas, thank you very much to you as well for your job over these years of addressing the terrible economic situation in the club. And I would like to make a special comment to Ferran Oliver. Ferran Oliver is the treasurer of this club. He is acting as a CEO, but he is someone who, from anonymity, every day has been helping the club to regain this vital tone. So thank you, colleagues. The Sporting Commission, or Committee. In the previous assembly, I said to you that the Sporting Committee ensures at all times for football and our club to be comfortable. Mateu Alemany and Jordi Cruyff left, and it was very, very difficult to find someone who would fill their shoes. Someone who could guarantee what the other two excellent professionals could provide us with. Well, today, I would like to introduce you to Mr. Anderson Luis da Souza, known as Deco, who will be the top executive manager in the sports department of our club. And why did we choose Deco? Well, after the electoral campaign, I myself with the president held different interviews. And I would like to thank Alejandro Echeverria, a dear friend and person who is always assisting the club, because we talked to Deco. And then I discovered as I told to Candidate Laporta back in the day, that Deco not only was an excellent, an extraordinary footballer, but he also discovered that he was an incredible businessman. 10 years as a businessman in the sports area, consulting first-rate teams all over the world, with the capacity of negotiation that you, José María Minguella, know very well. It's very difficult to have. So, ladies and gentlemen, Deco does it, and he does it really well. But in addition to the good players, many of the players that we've signed are thanks to him. 4 seasons in that dream winning the champions in Paris, 2 leagues, with Deco being a leader on the pitch, leader in the changing room, and as I have been able to see, with great sync and by being very humble with our coach, with Alexanco, with Rafa Marquez, and with all of those that are part and form this club. One of the highest notes I give to Deco, in addition to being an amazing person, is that he is humble. The new sporting committee that Deco will present to you next, he will tell you what each of the members do, is formed by the president, Joan Soler. Joan, it's not that I forgot mentioning you. Joan Soler is responsible for the academy football in the club. He spends hours on end at the academy looking how the youth teams play and following the second team led by Rafa Marquez. Last year we almost won it all. But what we win the most with academy football is this desire for youngsters to one day do their debut with the first team. Rest assured that this president and this management board will always give it all so that our youth, our academy, are the grassroots for our first team. We also have Bojan in this committee. Why Bojan? Well, in Bojan, as you know, Bojan is someone who started at the academy. He went through all levels in this club. And now he will be acting as a connection between the first team and academy football here in the club. He will have the great responsibility of accompanying, managing all of these youngsters that are at the academy, others that are no longer there, and that need someone guiding us, someone who has gone all over the world, someone who has visited many countries around the world, and I expect a great deal of you. I know you will give your best for many of these youngsters that see you as an idol. Now, Deco, Alexanco, Bojan, with them, we strengthen the working synergies and the connection with the first team and the academy football. This is the commitment of this management board, with Rafa Marquez as well, of course. I'll conclude by referring to the working methodology, and this is something that this management board discusses every day. All teams, from the 5-year-olds, the 6-year-olds, to the oldest ones, need to play with their own style of play, with a recognized and recognizable and admired style of play. I would also like to mention my colleagues, those of you who are working with you and other executives, because they are imprinting great strength into all levels of grassroots football for this club to be more than just a club. In La Masia, in the academy, we've appointed Andrei Chepkin as the new manager. You know who Andrei Chepkin is, right? Someone who might not be, he might not even fit here because of how tall he is, but he's got a great heart. He will be the first person to explain what it means to love these values. The values that Enrique Masip, who is also a member of the sporting committee, many times says, Rafa, we need to make sure that our players know what the values that unfortunately in this life are disappearing. Here at Barca, we've got people like Enrique who ensure this does not happen. In the academies, we have Sergi Barjuan, another dream team football player, who is sharing his knowledge with many, many young players from around the world. And I would like to especially thank Mike Puig, who spent 2 years at La Masia and now he is at the helm of the Genuines team, and from here I send him a warm embrace. That is all. I'll finish as I started. I would like to thank each and every one of you, those who are viewing me on the television, over streaming, from the bottom of my heart. On behalf of us all, thank you. Thank you so much for supporting our team. Persevere. All together, like Xavi says, we're a family. We do not have the same blood, but we do have one thing that unites us. We love Barca more than no one. That is all. Visca el Barça, Visca Catalunya, and Deco, the floor is yours. Congratulations.
Sí. Permeteu-me un...
If I may, before you give your address, Deco, on behalf of FC Barcelona, we would like to give our condolences to the family and friends of Sir Bobby Charlton. Bobby Charlton is a legend at Manchester United and of the world of football. We have just been told that Sir Bobby Charlton passed away just a few minutes ago. Let's hold 1 minute's silence in his memory.
Hola.
Hi. Good afternoon to you all. Good afternoon, Mr. President. Dear colleagues of the Management Board, dear members, delegate members of FC Barcelona. The truth is, I spoke to you in this club 20 years ago at the Mini. My legs were trembling, and I can say that they are still trembling. But anyway, I'm here to tell you how we will organize the sporting unit. For me, it is an honor to lead the sporting management of this club. It was an honor to play in this club, and now it's an honor. I mean, it was an honor to play in this club, as I said, and it will be an honor for me to do this job. So thank you so much for the trust placed in me, the trust of this management board, which is the trust of the partners chosen by, that chose this board. President and the board chose me to be at the helm. I'm very excited, I am thrilled, and I am well aware of the size and the grandeur of FC Barcelona. I am well aware of the importance of my position. So, allow me to present to you the organizational chart of the sporting division with the president, Rafa as the vice president, the sporting committee with Rafa as well. The new recruit here is Bojan. Then there's Xavi as the coach and manager of the first team. Bojan, who will act as coordinator. We know how important it is for youngsters at La Masia, and Alex Sanko is doing great work in academy football, and with this I believe we need the perfect coordinator. We need coordination because many times we know how difficult it is for the youngsters to go and play for the first team, they then go back, and we need to look after them so that they can always be ready. Bojan will be doing something that is basic and key for the club. He will be monitoring those players that are on loan, to know how they're doing, to know how they're growing, to know how they're playing, and to demonstrate to them that in Barca, we don't just give them on loan and forget about them. This is a very important task, something that we needed in the club. And Bojan, because of his knowledge, because of everything that he has seen and lived, he perfectly knows what La Masia is. He knows what it is to be an important player from a very early age, to suffer, to have to fight for a place in the starting 11. He's someone that is going to give it all. You know Alex Sanko, he's responsible for the academy football in La Masia. Paulo Araujo, managing scouting, and Frank Carbó, responsible for management. This is the organizational chart that I present to you. I'm very happy with this structure. We see a lot of people from the club, people that are involved, people who know the club well. We have Alex Sanko. He needs no introduction, right? We know of his past. We know what he did as a footballer and what he's done for the club. We have Bojan, Xavi, Rafa. This is very important. People who know about football, people who have been basically born in the club or born into the club. It's important to have people who are highly involved and who know how big this club is. As for the market, the transfer market with arrivals and exits, well, we had to release Umtiti, Piqué and Alba, and also Sergi Busquets Bussi, who's not here, but his contract came to an end. It was not easy. Losing Piqué, Bussi and Alba, I mean, we're talking about legends of the club, emblematic players of this club, and losing them is never easy. Then we gave on loan Serginho Dest, Lenglet, Ansu, Eric Garcia, Pablo Torre, Julián Araujo, Stanis, Alex Valle, and Chadi Riad. I put 2 asterisks with Stanis and Chadi because these 2 players are still young. They were in the Barca Athletic last year, and these are players that we still want in the future, but we couldn't take them to the first team, so they've been assigned on loan, but with an option to purchase, okay? Then we transferred Abde, Nico, and then in the case of these 2, we have a purchase option, so it's still accessible. We believe this is important. There was the unexpected transfer of Dembélé, but in the end, well, Kessié, Trincao, and Collado. Now, renewals. In pursuit of the strategy of the club, which is to keep the youngsters, to commit strongly for people in the youth academy, we've renewed Lamine Yamal. He's a player of present and future. We've renewed Balde. He's a player who is already in the first team, and this year he's doing a great job. And the arrival of Fermin. He was on loan last year. He's back now. Fermin Lopez, and he's been renewed as well. In addition to the renovations of Ter Stegen, the renewal of Ter Stegen, we still want a balanced team. It was contemplated to renew his contract to provide the team with stability, and Iñaki Peña, who will be with us for a few more years. Then we've had new signings, free agents, Íñigo Martínez and Gundogan, and then 2 players on loan, Joao Cancelo and Joao Felix. I think that these new signings reflect what Barca is about. These are players that were committed to this club, and I think that the fact that Barca is a big club attracts great players. Players want to come and be successful here. This comes to show how important it is for players to be involved with the club and play. And these 4 players reflect what this is all about. Then the only transfer for which we paid is Oriol Romeu. It was a need. And this is the only player that was actually signed. Now, what I would like to say is that we had problems when structuring the team. We had fair play restrictions. There was an unexpected transfer, Dembélé. But the idea was always to have the main pillars of the team stay, plus the plus the new transfers, and Fermin and Yamil. It means that the team is well balanced. We didn't have to go to the market to try to sign too many players. Only on a very specific case did we do that. Okay, so this is what I wanted to tell you about the new the window, the transfer window. Now we know what we need in order to continue with the savings. We had 161 million euro savings in the wage bill, which accounts for a 54% of recurrent revenues. The total cost of the wage bill for the team has gone down from 600 to 400 million, 416 million, the lowest figure in the last 8 years. But we've been able to do this without compromising on quality, without compromising on having a strong team, a competent team capable of fighting to win every single title. These are our goals, our management goals. We want to control investment and the salary cost, adapt them to the reality of the club, follow fair play rules, have a salary policy based on a balanced team and meritocracy, of course. That's important for players to have important salaries and contracts based on merits, and suitability to market value. We try to know how much clubs pay, what the market pays, and be in line with that. And lastly, try to ensure that the contracts offer bonus according to personal performance and titles, which is what we want the players to know. When they come here, they must triumph personally and on a team level. Sporting goals. We always need to fight till the end, compete to win all titles, maintain the style of Barca, suited to the new demands. We know the football changes, football evolves, but we have our own style of play, and we must adapt to the requirements of the various competitions. Obviously, we cannot do without the Masia. We are committed to it. This is something we will continue to do, and we are doing. We will never overlook our style or our youth in La Masia. And we need to take on the challenge of controlling the world market for young players. We need to pay close attention to what there is in the market, what players we can sign. This year we signed Vitor Roque, a very young player with great future. So we need to always pay attention to what is happening worldwide. And that is all. This is a summary of what we are doing in the sporting department. The first day I arrived at the club, I always said that I should speak little and work hard. And what we must do is precisely that. We're very happy with the team, with the players, despite all the problems, despite all the difficulties. But as I said earlier, we should never compromise on what this club is all about, and always trying to be at the best possible level with a team of players that is well balanced and that can fight every time. Thank you.
Seguim, doncs, amb el punt...
We'll carry on with the next item on the agenda. Before we do, though, before we resume with that, and before we provide an answer to the questions sent in writing in accordance with Article 29.3, 29.6 of the bylaws, I would kindly ask 3 people, volunteers, would approach the table with their ID card in order to sign and approve the minutes. So kindly address the notary public over there, next to where the trophies are.
S'entendran amb el senyor notari.
Please talk to the notary public, Mr. Gerard Conesa. Thank you so much for your cooperation. And if I may say so, while we do this, I would like to thank the intervention by our football director, Anderson da Souza, Deco, Anderson Luis. Deco, thank you for your presentation. We are thrilled with your job. Rafa Juste said so. And he's been in office since before the summer. And before that, by sharing his advice. And this summer, I think we've been able to set up a very competitive team. Thank you, Deco. And with Xavi Hernandez's support and understanding, I'm pretty sure that both of them will give us great joy. I would also like to highlight the work of the managers that are responsible for each area, as well as the work of all sections. You mentioned the managers behind each section, but I would also like to highlight the work of our sports manager, Xavier Boudot. He works tirelessly, and he has a difficult role to play as well, because he had to work very much along the lines of what we were saying, you know, restriction, containing expenses in the section. So Xavier Boudot, congratulations to you and to all those of you with executive duties in the sections. I can see Loca, I do not see Joan Marin, he's in handball. There's Jordi Torra in futsal. There's Gabi Cairo, who was also there. Gabi. He's someone with whom we've been working with for many years. Now he's focused on hockey and non-professional sports. But the truth is, it's a pleasure to have you. I would also like to refer to basketball with Juan Carlos Navarro. He's doing a great job this summer with making very difficult decisions, such as the change of coach. Josep said so, or Rafa said so in his intervention, with the signing of Roger Grimau, great hopes placed there with Victor Sada, and accompanying and helping in this basketball team is Mario Bruno. He's doing a great job as well. So I would just like to add to the list all of these executives. We always say it generally. We don't like to leave anyone behind. If you mention names, you leave people out. But from the corporate manager, Maria Iberne, the financial manager, Manuel del Rio, Sergi Ricard with his entire team, you're all doing an amazing job. I saw Elena, Maria Bañeras, Marc Bruch, and a team of people who are doing great things in the club. I see Antonio Martin. I see them all, and they're doing a fantastic job. Trust me, delegate members, it's a pleasure to have them.
Also, those that work in social brands who, I said, have been asked to clearly go for our digital intervention, and we have members who are closer and closer to us, and that has been produced by work, wonderful work. I'd like to mention, we've already talked about everything related to digital transformation. Well, we have John Moya and Miguel Porta, who directs with masterful ability to defend the present and the future of the club. I also want to highlight Espai Barca. When we talk about Espai Barca, we're talking about the director of installations, which is Joan Sandellas, and we are well accompanied, and he's well accompanied by Maria Menendez and Cesar Martinez, who is here, and also when we talk about compliance and diversity and inclusion and everything that happens in the club, we always have Angla, the view of Sergi, who is the new general director, in everything related to Bridgewood and the NFTs, Brian Magna, who is someone with a great experience. We have the honour of being able to have consulting and advice from Tony Cruz. I don't need to present him because it is a privilege to have his consultancy. I have a good personal relationship with him, and Tony Cruz he went from being hungry as he worked in producing country sausages, butifarras, and has moved on to all kinds of work, including audiovisual. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Emma. We also have Jordi Pena, who Jordi is. Now they've taken the museum from its local place, traditional place rather. I think you're doing a wonderful job in taking it to this new space. We have our Director of Human Resources in a difficult period. This is someone who has good understanding with the workers in the club. We have Carlos Sendros, and we also have Xavier Porcuna. The transition of this stadium from Spotify Camp Nou to the Montjuic Olympic Stadium has not been easy, and Xavi has done a tough job there. I would like everybody to go and visit we have a wonderful care service with our head of medical services. He's done a wonderful job, Xavi, and I don't know if I've left anybody out. I've probably left the people closer to me because I see them every day. Cristina Bagliocchi, Anna Aznar, who's in charge of allowing all us members to be here and all the fans to enjoy this wonderful club which we have, which is Barcelona Football Club. We cannot do anything without the head of my team, which is Yolanda Menenge and Enrique Massi and Jordi Fenestras, also deserve a member. We have been working together for a while with Jordi. I also have Benny Menderegrini. Mersem is not here because of a family issue, but I have a really wonderful team helping me in the presidency. They're very efficient, they help me with everything. Without them I would not be able to do anything. I couldn't be president without them, of course. And also, I'm sure I've left someone out, but yeah. People say to me, I always forget the people who are close, and my sister is in charge of inclusion. She's the director in that and applies the policies that define us. I'm very, very grateful for her work. Maite and Jordi Portabella are working in sustainability, and one of the persons who has the most complicated work in this club, I can tell you, is Alexandra Santos, who's in charge of communication. Being a director of communication with the media has a tough job. He has wonderful professional etiquette and has been in charge of that relationship. gonna. I don't want to go on more. I think I've just forgotten Marta Sagu, who's the director of the foundation, which you have mentioned. During this assembly, and we're very proud of Marta because she was with us in the first phase. She's my cousin. She's worked in compliance. One of the persons who has the most experience in this world. We are very proud of how she is promoting the foundation. I apologise if I've left anybody out, colleagues. We have Tony Cruz giving us advice on audiovisual aspects. So altogether, thank you and congratulations, because you are working well and we are taking the club in the right direction. The club is in a better and better position. That's thanks to all of your work. Thank you.
No cal. Ja sou vosaltres.
Donem pas, doncs, com els hi
So we have the last point on the order of the day, which is the eighth one, which is to allow people to do contributions. This is an open area where members, delegate members, can share questions, doubts, or thoughts on anything that affects the life of our club. We're going to start, as we have started with the other points or the other items on the agenda. We're going to start with the items that have come through the form on our website. Here we've had 10 questions. So along the same lines, we are. The questions will be answered by the member of the board who feels they're best positioned. This is 3,610. Jose Luis Jimenez Benito. When have heavy measures against YouTubers and media that are attacking our institution heavily every day, accusing us of committing different crimes, such as the journalist Pau Tenorio of Radio Marca and of Madrid TV. Do you want to answer that, President? So, responding to Mr. Jimenez, we haven't doubted to that. We have actually carried out 20 suits against YouTubers and media figures. They have often had to do rectifications before their readers and listeners. When we have illegal actions carried out, we prosecute them and we try and protect our good name of our institution. Let's continue with the next question. So that was my answer, as the President has allowed me to do. Mr. Pavel Jezik, sorry if I haven't pronounced the name correctly, and he asks us, why did you not carry out the meeting of the summer meeting of fan groups? We'll have someone who's in charge of the fan club, so he will answer. Yeah, Mr. Babel, we weren't able to do this festival of the fan clubs as we did in 2022 due to the works that we're busy doing in the Spotify Camp Nou space. This has meant that we didn't have the necessary spaces to hold this, as people have been able to see today. We were not able to confirm the date until right at the last minute because of the lack of not knowing about the availability of the Luis Compan Stadium. This festival of the fan clubs wasn't held against our will, but we need to add all of the economic efforts that we have made to develop the budget this year in order to be able to sign up players, and on many cases we've not been able to carry out many projects which economically were not assumable. It could not be taken on board. We are also asked, why can us members and fan club members be able to go to the works? So basically, the way of managing the Luis Companys Stadium was through passes and selling tickets. Our priority was to have the maximum attendance there in that stadium, and with the IT systems to sell tickets at that moment meant that we were trying to get to fit the sale with the members in our database. What we have done clearly is we've limited the areas where these tickets could be requested. We've tried to always make sure that rotation was as limited as possible. We've tried to include an indication system that for the we might have a space which is more central or not. We have priority spaces, and this is all to improve the management of the system, for people to be able to move from one place to another. We know that this has created some inconvenience, but we have been administering things in a natural way. We haven't received complaints, so I think that's why we took the decision we did. The same member is saying, is it planned to give preference to our fan club group members when buying tickets? Yes, with regards to this, we do give priority to members of Football Club Barcelona. They can have other kinds of advantages if you're a fan club, and which the general public don't have. For example, with the first team football, where the members of the fan clubs get a 15% discount, and they also can take advantage of the paid part of the website which gives tickets to fan clubs. What do you plan to improve in the new stadium in order to increase the experience as well as the construction? Well, you've seen some images of what the future Spotify Camp Nou stadium will be like. The most visible thing is the covering of it, but clearly all of the work inside to do architectural adaptation based from including accessibility and services. We're going to have these escalators, we're going to have lots of lifts, 60 lifts. We're going to have lots of different escalators, and we're going to have a lot more access to the different levels. We will have technological improvements. Clearly, we'll be applying criteria of sustainability always. Is there a plan to change ticket costs over the next years? I think we've responded to that, both the President and myself. We are attentive to the situation. When we open the new stadium, we'll look at that. Next question regarding the future of the system of the RAB and the RAP. Can this affect its functioning? Or can we improve its how it works? Of course we can. Attention for the fan clubs and for members. Of course we can improve this. These are projects of the kind that we say, once we're more stabilised, we will be able to do more kinds of projects which will allow us to improve our working methods, our internal working methods. I'm referring to the digital transformation of the club. Everything we're talking about in terms of the digital sphere is fundamental in order to accelerate in terms of our organisational processes, also to improve our internal methods, and also in terms of improving the service that we give to our members and our fan clubs and our fans. It is so important to update the sensors because of the role of information. The Ombudsman has asked for more flexibility to do that because we have about 80,000 members who are regularised. We, through the sensors, can address ourselves to our members, and we can give personalised information responding to their desires and their needs. That allows us to increase the quality of the service and allows us also to know how many there are of us and who we are. I think the Ombudsman, you're totally right. I will act on your suggestion, and IT will be working to flexibilise that date as much as possible, and so that fits reality better. As I said, we will improve our communication systems. This is our decided attempt to make improvements. As Tony mentioned about Barcelona Media, what we'll be doing there is developing audiovisual content for the club. Audiovisual business will give us a lot more speed in terms of getting more member delegates and having greater participation, and also guarantee economic sustainability. It's not exactly a question. The same member says that there has been a delay in responses, emails that have got lost, and there's a telephone that is not answered. That's true. Sometimes we have delays in terms of giving responses. We have some very high standards in terms of responding to members. We're very proud of our responses, and things were working very well when we were in the Spotify Camp Nou stadium, and even before then. But we've moved. We have works at home, and we've had to go and live elsewhere. And this has created all kinds of distortions in terms of our communication systems and how we communicate with our members, because we have more limited resources, and at the same time they have doubled. We have twice as many requests from our members and from our fans. We have less resources because we're doing works on our home. We have started to strengthen this area so that during this transitional period we can improve things in the long run, but I would ask for some understanding, or to be as understanding as possible, because we're having double the requests to respond to, but with less resources to be able to respond to this. The next question from the same member is, can you improve the operation of identifying fan club members? There are many complaints from fan club members, and they are very bad personal experience. Often there is a poor functioning of the system. Josep Ignasi is responsible for the fan clubs, and he's going to respond. As the President said before, it's important that we know how many there are of us. It is always clear that everything can be improved, and we are working in the club to improve and implement this next phase that we're involved in to improve the census. We are responding to incidences every week. We have a very large number of phone clubs. We have a very large numbers for the amount of incidences that we actually come across. There can be the odd one, which can, and what I'd like to say, if anyone does have a problem, then get in touch with us. We have a team that will respond to these complaints. Can you do it by emails to Peñas at and the club tag for emails. But we now have member 76,669, Mr. Pujol Fajardo. In the electoral campaign, you said that members could choose the model of the jerseys. I'm absolutely convinced that the members would love to be able to choose on this. We are working with a partner that has timings to manufacture these, which do not allow us to do that at the moment. That is the sincere answer. All the same, the first mandate have not ended, and we will still comply with that electoral promise. We're, I think, in the middle of this term. At the moment, the company that has the responsibility and the honour to do the Barcelona jersey, these companies make t-shirts 2 years above. There is the attempt for our clubs to decide what jersey, among several options, the first football team, both for the male team and the women's team. So I would say to Mr. Sergi Pujol that we can't talk about non-compliance. It was something that we were excited about doing, always, but as our Vice President has mentioned, there are some technical obstacles in terms of the fabrication of such jerseys. We now have member 71723 who does a question directly to the President. In the last assembly, could you mention again the same issue? Can you ensure clearly, as you have done previously, that Barcelona Football Club under your presidency will ever become a public limited company? Yes, I can guarantee that. I can say that very clearly. Everything we are doing is so that this governance model continues. Barca will continue having this associative model in which all members are owners of the club. This is a leitmotif of our board, and I've said that we will always be the guarantors of Barcelona being faithful to its foundational essence, and we will continue to be an have an associative model. We can do lots of things better, we can advance, we can not, but all the time we will stay faithful to that. When we do our sporting interventions, we always try and row in the same direction. And those of us that, and when we have criticisms, then that's positive because we can incorporate the criticisms into our management. But then after that, we feel happy by having worked in such a way. That is very clear. We are the guarantors that the club will continue with its associational model in which members are the owners of the club. And we do not want to consider any other options because for us, they don't exist. This associational model, and sorry for talking so long, but I think this is an added value that we have. We've talked about it a lot. Even in some spheres, we've talked about it where often they confuse professionality with what is maintaining essences and respecting a history of an organisation, specifically a football club. Precisely because we're not a PLC and that we are a non-profit making organisation owned by its members, this is something which gives us a defining character, a differential character. This makes us different from, of course there are commercial and economic elements, but investors in Espai Barca, many of these are American. I've worked with Americans, I know them well, they're very rigorous, they are people who well, they take into account the specificities of others. They have a way of living, the American way of life, but they also respect others. And one of the things which they have valued about the exchanges we've had and the spaces we've worked together, as well as Espai Barca, when we talk about the fund that has participated in buying the television rights, they greatly value the fact that Barcelona is a community of members that is very close to the community that hosts it. They give real value to that, and I think it's remarkable. I disagree with those who say once we go into the commercial area, we can obtain more resources. I don't agree. I think that one of our most powerful components is that we are very linked to our language, our community, our values, which are unrenounceable, and civic values. Yes, sports and citizenship. That gives us a lot of strength, and I think this board is convinced of that. Both Lloret, and with all respects, and everyone who is here today in this room now, and those that are following us remotely, we are the guarantors for Barcelona to keep its associational model and for its members to be still the owners of the club. The next comment that Victoria Abrego de la Fuente of membership number 7189, she shares a concern about our club. She just wanted to pass that on. I don't know if you want to say anything about that. I just want to make you feel at ease. I think that rather being worried, preocupats in Catalan, we are occupied. And Ms. De La Fuente, I think you are occupied and concerned about the club. We know the reality of the club perhaps better, and because we have the honour and privilege of directing it and the responsibility to do that, to make sure it goes better and better, we have got back on the track to giving the club economic responsibility and stability. We are in a better situation than a season ago. We are convinced that we can overcome some of the difficulties that we had in the past, and we're already doing so. Economically, and institutionally, I've said before, with the Negreira case, I've said it already, we can be calm because in the framework of a legal process against us, we are explaining and proving our version, and The other side is explaining things but can't prove anything because we haven't done anything that they are accusing us of. This will lead to an absolving of Barcelona Football Club. I think that will happen sooner rather than later, and on the street, I think in sporting terms, we are giving joy back to those who love Barcelona. We are repeating some of the great successes that Barcelona has achieved in history.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this time, this is 8 hours since the beginning of the assembly. And right now there are 178 delegate members registered. Let's continue now with the open floor. In this case, online questions. We will organize it into groups of 5 questions, and they will be answered at the end of each turn. Let's start with the first group of questions. Let's start with the open floor. First question to be asked by Mr. Esteban Planchar Tamores, member number 68631. Hi, good afternoon or good evening once again. First of all, thank you so much for your questions so far, Mr. Joan Laporta. If I was convinced already, I'm obviously going to buy my seat, of course. But having said that, in representation of FCB Seguiment Group, I would like to ask 2 questions, one of a social nature. First, we would like to know when we will find out more about the new proposal for the bylaws and how the proposals made so far between May and June 2022 will be incorporated in them. And the other is, if we move on to the last 16 stage in the Champions League, will we be able to travel with the team again? And you more or less answered this one, but I would like to convey to you my displeasure with the situation regarding the landline of the AOB. I can personally assure you that I have been in that situation, and it's practically impossible for someone to pick up the phone. I have a friend who last week needed to speak to someone because he bought some tickets for the women's game and he did not receive a confirmation email. He tried calling the number time and time again, but no answer. So, I would just like to convey this displeasure. And Elena Ford mentioned that we should hurry in completing the census form. I did so, but at that time there were some technical glitches. And on the intranet it says that everything is fine, but I would like to call to confirm that everything is okay. And the other thing is, this is the last one. I asked this last year and I think no answer has been given to it. When will we see the digital card, the digital membership card? It would be good for us living abroad. Thank you once again. Visca el Barça and Visca Catalunya. The next question will be asked by Mr. Jorge Alvarez Losada, member number 91102. Good evening. I would like to congratulate Bojan Kirkic for coming back home. You've always been an idol for me. I'm glad that you're back. Thank you, Bojan, for being back. I have some proposals to increase the participation of delegate members. This is the time when we're less people. Maybe 2 meetings should be organized a year instead of 1, and not spend so much time spending a whole day. If we held 2 different meetings in 2 different days, that would be good. For instance, once every 6 months. Maybe we could bring it down to 4 hours instead of 8, and people would find it easier. Next, let's conduct a survey amongst all delegate members for them to decide when they can connect. then more people could connect. Maybe that could be a way to increase participation in the meeting, in the assembly. We should improve the website as well. Accessibility. Whenever I try to access my membership area, I always find it difficult. Let's offer discounts, special discounts for delegate members, as long as they participate in the assemblies, of course, as long as they connect. It would be a way of encouraging participation. And that's it. Thank you very much. The next question will be asked by Mr. Jaume Praturadas, member number 95567. Good evening. Thank you very much to the Management Board for the work carried out. I asked to participate in this open turn, in this open floor, to make a contribution when it comes to the process for assigning the seats to the season ticket holders in the Stadium of Montjuic. I believe it would be very positive for them to have the same seat, because this would save time, effort and uncertainty. In my experiences, the seats assigned, or the process followed by the seats assigned for each games that have gone to all of them, is worse. And most of the 17,000 people that have asked for a seat at Montjuic are going there every game. Thank you very much. Now, we give the floor to Mr. Joan Ludiliti Massana, member number 11964. Hi, good evening. First of all, I would like to thank the Management Board for the smooth organization of the meeting when it comes to advertising and publicity, and also the capacity of the NOCAM. The success of public last year is something that we should highlight. My only criticism would be that maybe not enough has been said about the problems and the record of attendance in one season, and I think that this is something that unfortunately we cannot repeat, but I think this is something we should highlight. I have a small request. It's a simple request that would make things easy for us. It has to do when we ask for assistance at the Olympic Stadium, Lluís Companys. Having introduced the PIN number and our member code, we must write in again all of our data, all of our details. I believe if we had one box saying I will be going, it would be enough, especially as is often the case that we need to fill in an application for 4 or 5 members at the same time. I think it's a waste of time. The day that we assign our seats, obviously all data should be asked for, but when it's us, the club already has the information, so there may not be a need for us to fill out so many boxes. Now, in relation to attendance at the stadium, I fully agree in that we should have to think of one way to stabilize the seats. This would allow us to get there with plenty of time, not wasting time finding your seat. Also ਵੇstablish a rapport with our neighbors. This is something we can always say. We've made friends with those who sit near or around us. We can't say that about the Olympic Stadium, and it would be a way, or maybe there are ways, technological ways of being able to do this easily. And we also have the feeling that our tickets are not hand it over until public tickets are on sale. That may not be the case. Maybe the best seats are given to the 17,000 applicants, but waiting till the very end and with so much rotation is something that leads you to think that this is done because they just want to sell in equal footing to people who end up buying tickets and are not members. It's probably not the case, but if you could clarify that, that would be helpful. Visca el Barça and Visca Catalunya. And the fifth question of this first round of open questions will be asked by Fide Barcelona, member number 51564.
Señora Fide.
Miss Fide, please open the mic. That's the blue button on your screen. Click on it, please. Is that it? That's it. Well done. Thank you. Go ahead. Well, I would just like to thank the management board for your effort, the hours dedicated to the job. Maybe not everybody will value this. Maybe people think that you're here just for a few days. And I know there's a lot of work behind of what you do. Thank you so much. I would like to say to Elena that the other day I got excited. I got how the stadium was crumbling down, was being demolished. But at the same time, it's being born from its ashes, and it's a reason to feel proud. And it will be the envy of many of those that are criticizing things now. But anyway, I suppose that the Espai Barca will help us to repay the debt. Some people believe we'll not be able to do that, but we will. I'm certain of it. That is all. Thank you very much to you all. Visca el Barça and Visca Catalunya. Up to here, the first round of questions. Mr. Blanchard, good evening. As for the bylaws, indeed, we offered a deadline to modify the bylaws. There's an internal commission formed by internal workers and external people as well. The proposal for the bylaws already has a first draft. We've read all proposals, we've studied them, we've considered them. We looked into its fit in the proposal of the management board, and the idea is that before the end of the season we could submit this new version of the bylaws to the members. I wouldn't say modification, I think it's much more than that. I would say that this is a consolidation, it's a new version of the statutes, of the bylaws. One of the great concerns is participation in the assembly. We're talking about the representation of the members. We're working on it, and I think our proposals would be rather disruptive. I believe many things need to be changed, and that's what we're doing. As for the trips or travels with the team, the economic situation of the club has led us to make many painful decisions. One of these was to put on hold or to reduce FCB travel. In the league, in league games, in those trips that are closer to home, that can be done by coach, we've put coaches to the Basque Country and to the Valencian community, and in the Champions League we'll need to consider the rivals, the capacity of the time, the financials and the interest there is. Only then will we decide, depending on the situation. So I'm sorry to be so blunt, but the financial situation of the club determines what we can do. We want our members and fans to go with the team, but we need to find a middle ground between being able to offer the trip and the interest there is upon it. But what I want to clarify is that FCB travel has not come to an end. It's only on a standstill. It's on hold, and we will continue with this project because we believe it is essential in the social affairs of the club. The landline, that's something the President already referred to. The census, don't worry. We will confirm. I have just been told from the social area that your census has been done, has been completed. In any event, if someone has a problem, please do let us know. That was Mr. Blanchard, yes. If you have any problems, we may take more or less, but I think we will answer everyone. There's the office open as well, so we will try to address any problems you may have. When it comes to the digital membership card, the next card will be digital. And we also want a digital season ticket for basketball. Thank you, Anna, for telling us that. Mr. Alvarez made some proposals about the delegate members. We're working on that. We're working with the bylaws as well in turning around all of the situation regarding the assembly, which basically has been mentioned by many members, and we agree you for the proposals. We will study them and we will consider them if need be. Mr. Prat, I must confess that this is something we do not like. I'm referring to non-fixed seats. This is something discussed on several occasions. From the technological and social area, we have been told that this is the current situation so that we can better manage the occupancy of the Spotify Camp Nou. But I would like to convey a message here. When I gave my presentation, I said we were very happy and it was working really well. And I think that there are some inconveniences along the way. But we must understand that these are just a few months that we are playing away. We're just renovating our home. We're staying in a hotel. The hotel is not perfect, but these are things that we can accept over a period of months. Mr. Prat, when you're back at the Spotify Camp Nou, when it's completed, you will still have your same neighbors next to you. And one important thing to mention. This change at the Olympic Stadium allowed us to do something that we didn't do in the past. I'm referring to groupings of friends. Now we can group 6 cards together, or 6 relatives together that were separated before. And this makes it possible. With fixed seats, it would be much more complex. We know it's not the best option, but we believe this is the option that the club needs now to better manage occupancy at the stadium. Julie Gill, would you like to add anything? Well, I would. Thank you, Mr. Prat, for thanking the work that we do. And if I may say, in relation to Mr. Alvarez, I would also like to add that I would like to thank you for your interventions, for your being proactive by making proposals. As the institutional vice president said, Elena Ford, these are proposals that will need to be considered as part of this big discussion. They will be at club level in a assembly of delegate members concerning the bylaws. You, Mr. Alvarez, made a series of proposals, such as discounts for delegate members. I think that it seems a good idea, right? If we come to the assemblies, why not benefit from discounts? Of course, we will discuss that. We will consider this. We will discuss this and many of the proposals you made based on good faith and your Barcelona spirit. Mr. Joan Ludovic Massana, thank you for your intervention. Allow me to say that it was a very wise comment, meaningful one, and thank you for congratulating us on the work carried out. It is our responsibility, after all. We do what we do for you to be happy and for the benefit of Barca. The success in the audience, in the public at the stadium, in addition to the leagues that we won, is a unique milestone in the history of sport. Winning 6 leagues in professional sections: football, basketball, handball, futsal, hockey, the women's football. That's unique in history. But Mr. Ludovic Massana was, I think, referring to attendance. Last year at the Sportify Camp Nou, we had a turnover of 121 million. And this is thanks to the average attendance at the stadium, which was the highest in Europe. Can you confirm that, Julie? An average of 82,000 people, with a record sale of tickets, exceeding the previous record of tickets sold. The fact that Mr. Ludovic Massana had referred to that is testament to this success of the club. Another one. And it has been sufficiently acknowledged. It's about this. Let's do better. In the Olympic Stadium, we see a very good turnout, although the capacity is much more reduced. In any event, as our first Vice President said, we have Xavi Hernandez and his staff, and they're very thankful for the attendance at the stadium. They're thankful to the supporting fans that are cheering the team as it deserves, for the people to give the very best, for the team to win. It makes a lot of sense what Mr. Ludovic Massana just said. And as for the request to attend the Olympic Stadium, I think we already answered that. And no, we're not talking about that. It's about the process to ask for a seat. It's a comment we've received more than once. If you go often, just saying it's you who's going with one application would be enough. I think it's logical. I don't know whether, in terms of safety, it would be something feasible. And then there's another legal aspect. We are studying it to see if we can modify this form for asking for tickets. So there's a technical component and a legal component there. But this is not the first member asking us for it, so we will look into it. Okay, let's see if we can find a solution as soon as possible. Fide, thank you for your kind words on behalf of the management board. The other day you were present on the delegate member meeting. The video of the demolishment of the third tier touched us very deeply. We all got excited. Thank you. I think we all cried together.
We got very excited, all of us, when the stadium was demolished, because you also said that when you saw the resurgence of the club, gave you good feelings, and I felt the same thing. So we will really enjoy this new Spotify Camp Nou, and we'll always remember the old Camp Nou, but the new will be a marvel, and we will see how the whole Barcelona community will enjoy it. I think we need to be as excited as possible about that change. So we're now going to move on to the next section of contributions through video conferencing. Instead of 5, we'll have 6. We will use the same system. Can you start when you're ready? This is an introduction in English.
Hello, I suppose you came from me already. I'm from Bulgaria, and first of all, thank you for the opportunity for fans like me to follow such an important event and even
Gràcies
ask a
per
question.
deixar-me participar en un esdeveniment tan important com aquest i deixar-me fer una pregunta.
Explanation that I haven't been able to find in details, but how that despite
M'agradaria saber com,
higher revenue and budget increase,
a pesar d'aquest
the
augment
Spanish Federation
en el
reduced the salary
pressupost,
cap for
s'ha
Barcelona from
reduït
648
la massa salarial de
million to
648
207 million.
milions a 247.
And despite that, additional,
I
I wish to
tot i
share
així,
a
també
personal
m'agradaria
experience
compartir una
of
experiència
who rarely
personal,
visit the stadium due to living
una
abroad.
experiència
That I was
de visita amb la
disappointed that the
penya.
store had no t-shirts
Vaig veure que la tenda
available, lack of
no
quality
tenia
collector's
camisetes,
items,
no tenia samarretes,
favor of overpriced cheap products
i
with,
veiem
club
molts
covers
productes
or
amb
logos.
preus desorbitats també.
And did I understand correctly that
I he
there will
entès
be
bé
no more
que no
physical
hi
cards
haurà
and only digital ones?
cap carnet
Thank you very
físic,
much
que només seran
once again.
digitals.
Barça,
Gràcies per tot,
Catalunya.
visca el Barça i visca Catalunya.
La següent pregunta,
Next question, also in English. Matthias Klinger, number 90,970. Without exaggerating, we are ahead of some of the most difficult times for our club in our history. I could do 1,000 questions, but I prefer to take advantage of this moment to thank this board and in particular Jan. Not everything is perfect. There are always things to improve. However, I would not like to imagine where we would be without you. Thank you for your braveness at one of the club's most difficult times. Thank you for taking on all the negativity that came from the outside and also from the inside the club. Thank you for your individual sacrifice, the sacrifice of all of the board. Thank you. Long live Barcelona, long live Catalonia, visca Barça, visca Catalunya.
Leubner, número de soci 119.
Jens Nilberg.
Malauradament no puc ser amb tots vostès i no puc fer les meves preguntes en català o en castellà perquè jo vinc d'Alemanya, soc alemany i és difícil per mi poder expressar-me i portem ja 8 hores, així que intentaré fer 2 comentaris. Dues suggerències per poder millorar. Perquè el club millori per tothom i per tots els compromissaris també, a partir de la meva experiència. La primera cosa que m'agradaria dir o compartir és una experiència amb les vendes de tíquets per la Champions la temporada anterior. La meva dona i jo som socis del club i ja coneixeu bé, no? El procés que s'ha de seguir per ser soci és difícil, és complicat. Hem de renovar el nostre compromís any rere any. Per nosaltres és difícil. Així que potser per nosaltres no tenim tantes avantatges perquè vivim fora, som lluny. I molt sovint podem trobar problemes per comprar bitllets. Volem comprar tiquets per l'equip, per el partit contra el Bayern, però bé. Ara tinc el número 19686 i la meva dona no em pot deixar el seu número PIN, només la clau. Així que va anar a la pàgina web per fer una reserva, però llavors li va demanar també el número del document d'identificació. No tenim un número com aquí només tenim el número de passaport i a més estava caducat. Així que no vam poder acabar comprant els tiquets amb el descompte de socis. En fi, vam anar a Barcelona, vam anar a la OAB per poder explicar el nostre cas, el nostre problema, i van fer una bona feina. Llavors sí que vam aconseguir el descompte en forma de targeta regal o alguna cosa per la tenda, però finalment no va passar. Pensàvem que sí, però no va ser possible. I espero que de cara al futur podem millorar aquest procés per tots aquells socis que es troben fora com nosaltres. I una altra suggerència, una altra proposta de millora és de cara a l'estadi, perquè ara mateix no podem anar al museu mitjançant l'experiència dels jugadors que teníem abans. Ara ja hem d'esperar molt amb els altres turistes, hi ha una cua molt llarga i quan una persona ve a la ciutat durant només uns dies i vol anar a fer el tour pot ser realment difícil. Així que m'agradaria que aquells socis del club que vulguin experimentar l'experiència del museu de manera senzilla, sense fer cues i poder accedir a les instal·lacions de l'estadi o del tour es pugui fer molt més fàcil. És a dir, petits detalls per fer coses millors en el futur. I per últim, tinc una pregunta pel nostre president, el senyor Laporta. Perquè jo he llegit que l'han imputat pel tema de l'arbitratge. Estem parlant de 3,3 milions de transferència a una empresa de l'Enrique Negreira. Així que potser ens pot explicar una mica més d'aquesta situació. Res més, això és tot. Fem que aquest club vagi millor en el futur, anem pel bon camí, visca el Barça i visca Catalunya.
És el torn ara del senyor Joaquim Molins i Sangrà.
Mr. Sangrà, who is going to speak next. Good afternoon. I am 60 years old. I have been a member since 78. All my family are members of Barca. And I've now been able to be a delegate. That's a real honour. I had a response I thought of bringing along to this and to say one thing. But Mr. Llopis's intervention and the response by the President, I think, has made me rethink that. I don't think having an assembly that has been only remote has worked. It would have been greater if we could have had a more participatory assembly. We have had many members who, and I think the statutes can take into account having hybrid events in the future. I think we have to have the telematic part, but also have to have people face to face. We have been members for many years. We have senators who are here, particularly, have been members for a long time. We referred to your initial discourse about the respect for history, but if someone has been part of the some point it was said that even if someone was a member of the Francisco Franco Foundation, a right-wing think tank that celebrates dictatorship, that they would be welcome to in a member, and I think we need to rethink that. In the first connections, I've not been able to connect. There wasn't a way. So these are the limitations of doing assemblies in this way. Some of the previous assemblies, there was a lot of criticisms inside them. I don't think there's a problem in doing. Now, it seems that we can do agreements with state bodies such as the Qatari government. Now this is just accepted as normal. I can say that we don't have to break any confidentiality to talk about the amount of sponsorship that has been given and by whom. In the second point of the day, we have talked about all the money that comes from sponsorship deals in media. It's important to know about this. Is this an exaggeration or is this the real figure? We have tried to get to, we have been getting 200,000 million from sponsors, but Mr. Gill, with the plaques of foundation, it is a great idea to have this in the new cabinet. I think there might be a possibility of opening a new period to incorporate new people, to bring new plaques, because this, since the 1980 there were many members that did plaques, and they would be a way of getting new revenue for Barcelona. I want to ask Joan Laporta. Joan Laporta.
Si un president s'ingrés una financiació de quasi 1.500 milions sense explicar qui són aquests.
If we can't explain what these 21 companions of fellow travellers, can we explain who they are? I mean, I want to ask if, how would you feel if you didn't know who the fellow companions were, if someone else was doing such a job? So, is this board thinking of doing a referendum and deciding how we respond to this Spanish legal system, which is a decaying institution and is imbued with sociological Madridism? So with that, I would end. You have talked about the 20 lawsuits that have been presented, and there have been rectifications. What's happened? You said there were 9 rectifications. Well, what about the other cases? What's happened? And then you've talked about the chairs that you had in your previous mandate, in your first one. Laporta. As Minister Laporta, sorry. There is the wonderful title that we got with Ronaldo against Atletico. So with all these points, Mateo Lacor is a candidate to present the World Federation of Football. I hope that Barcelona is in agreement with that. I hope we're not part of that consensus. I hope that we don't vote for that person. And I'm addressing myself to the board. I know that we disagree, perhaps. Yeah, we're not enemies. We might have differences. Our real enemy is sociological Madridism. Visca Barça. Hi, good afternoon. From the Clevelands in the United States. I became a member in 2008 in the first mandate of President Laporta, and despite all the titles and the golden period of the club, this was the most successful in that era. I understood that I should vote for President Rousset, even though I voted for Laporta in the past. I was influenced by Ronaldo's smile and the slogan that was made out of that. We went for triplets, and I have voted for the current president, and I would like to recognise. I have to recognise that I voted for President Barcelona. I understood that you would defend Barcelona, and the truth is, like many Barcelona fans, we love Barcelona, and you've done your task, and I would like to congratulate you for your personality and to respond to this whole situation you are in. Being positive is vital, because us supporters of Barcelona, we really believe that and are grateful for that. Mr. Laporta, as you've mentioned many times, you've talked about sociological Madridism, everything that's happening in the Negreira case. I couldn't agree more with that. A good example is that they say they're from Barcelona, but they're not. We need to be aware of people like that. That is a pretty famous sentence. On the case, we have a whole flood of articles and media pieces about you and about your board. Some of these journalists ask us to be patient when it came to the 12th day, match day. We have had tweets from Gerardo, who's a pro-Barcelona person who supports Barcelona, who's always given positive vibes, and criticisms have to be constructive, or they shouldn't be made. I've been critical. I have recognised, I've said that, and I voted for other presidential candidates, but I've ended up voting for you because I think that you're the person that we needed for the club at that moment. Mr. Seitan is another defender of fan of Barca. I consider it an opinion that we should give repercussion doing exclusive interviews with Gerard Romero, who does a wonderful task, being the public face of Gigantes, his team. Club could give
listening to us speaking Catalan.
I'd like to ask 3 questions or 4 questions. First, I've looked for the statutes but I couldn't find them. How can you expel a member when they do something racist or some action and the club is damaged by that? In a hypothetical case, if ex-president or a board can be accused of or can be found guilty for unfair competition, can they be expelled? There's an issue of our pockets. We have a discount for merchandising at the moment. And at the moment, the jerseys nearly cost €200. If you get the player edition. You've talked about the Americans, and I'm wondering if it's possible for each member to have a 50% discount for their shirt. It would be wonderful to see everyone with t-shirts. Could members have a discount? Now, it's 100,000 people, but in my case, but it'd be great to, I mean, if you're buying the children's shirts, it's €80 each. It would produce a lot of savings and it would make a difference. And then there's the issue on Amazon Prime. They did a series and it was announced. You can look at the website of the club, which talked about a series called Talent Explorers, which involves Sony music. I think it was a good move for the younger fans in the world for this to be seen on streaming or Netflix, but we don't know any more about this series. I'd like to know at what point is that series at in terms of its production, beyond. And lastly, are you going to present yourself? Are you going to stand again for the next elections, or can you not do that? And if you, Mr. Laporta, if you can't stand, could you leave a good candidate to continue your legacy? Mr. Romeo or Enrique. Many thanks. I'm really with you. Long live the Xavi project and long live Barca. Thank you. Let's do more Zoom projections and we're going to return to the room. So you didn't. Before we hear from the Zoom, we're going to get some responses. First of all, sorry for the interventions in English because the translation system, I don't think it's refined enough, and I hope we can have this more audible in this room. We're now going to pass on to Oknian Sokolov, who thanks us for the opportunity of participating. And how do we get to the increase in wage bill? And I visited the store and the prices were very expensive, and could we not have some physical card for that?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Sokolov. Thank you for intervening in our General Assembly. It's true, the salaries, the sporting salaries has been reduced till the amount of 492 million. The reduction has been at 27%, and at the end of the season, the salaries related to the total incomes of the club will represent the 57% related to the incomes. This percentage is accepted by UEFA because UEFA recommend the ratio between total salaries and total related to the total income between 55% till 70%. Well, that means that the reduction has been a relevant reduction, and it has been implemented basically in our sports professional. Well, at the same time, it's true that related to the shirt, we had a lot of problems of supplying. It's true that the sales were going so good that the product was extinguished. And we were working very hard talking to the company in order that they to provide us more product, but it seems that was very difficult, and we are quarreling with them in order to solve these problems that we don't want that it happens anymore. We hope that during the next month we solve these big problems that you are right, is a big problem for our customers, it's a big problem for our members, and we are in the process to solve this problematic. You will have news in the next weeks or month related to this issue, to this subject. And well, it's true that related to the member card, we are planning to implement the e-member card. We believe that will be more useful, more practicable, and incorporate in this technology in order to give new services and better services to you, to our fans, to our members, and to our Barca fans. the members of Barça fans clubs. I believe that I answered all your questions. Thank you for your presence in the Assembly. Of course, that we are very proud to have members that are expanding our feelings and our values around the world. I don't know where are you coming from? Bulgaria, you said. It is a great honor to talk with people from Bulgaria, that we know that there are a lot of fans in Bulgaria because we had Hristo Stoichkov, one of our best players of the history. He was Ballon d'Or as well, and in the Cruyff period, that was one of the splendorous periods of our history. Thank you very much, Mr. Sosokov. Thank you very much. Perdona? Vale. Sí. Well, Mr. Klinger, sí, és veritat.
It's true. Thank you for talking in our language. You didn't say. Mr. Matthias Klingers, thank you very much for your contribution. It's our responsibility. Of course, for us it's an honour to be directors of Barcelona, in my case, President. And it is a great responsibility. Thanks for recognising our work. You would have done the same, because we love Barça and you do too. And so, if we believe in our possibilities and our knowledges, and we make effort and we use imagination and we're brave, we will get the results that we should. And I'd like to thank you for your contribution. I'm glad to hear that you've been following the club for such a long time, using a very serene and heartfelt contribution, and a very emotive one, and we're really grateful. Thank you. You would have done the same, or better, I'm sure. Michel Bacha from Germany. You said you're German. I have two suggestions. Sharing an experience with selling tickets to the champions in the previous period. My wife and family, we're members, but the process is complicated. We have followed the process every year. My wife tried to do a reserve. Here we only have a passport. We weren't able to buy the tickets. We couldn't go to Barcelona to explain our problem. I hope you're doing good work. I hope that in the future we can improve this. We have not been able to go to the museum. There's been a long queue of tourists, and if you're not there for many days, it's hard to do that. It would be great if we could go to the museum without having these queues. Could it be made more easy to visit? Could these things be done for the future? Okay, so those are the questions. So Mr. McCarthy,
the enter is for free. Any problems that you have, you could talk to OAB, l'Oficina d'Atenció al Barcelonista, i com vostè ho ha comprovat, as you saw in your problem when you attend to the stadium, in order to arrange your member situation, this office is very efficient, and in case that you come to attend to the museum, if you have any problem, please go to the OAB, that they will be available to solve your problems. Of course that we take note of your suggestions in order to avoid the lines in the museum for members. We will do our best in order to improve this problematic. You talk about the Negreira case as well, and well, I said that in this case, that we are in a democratic state, and these suits are under the democratic normality. And you know that the origins of this case were a tax investigation to this former referee, and the prosecutor decided to evaluate the facts, and they decided to send the documents and to send the file to the tribunal, and the tribunal is investigating. We are in this phase, in this moment, in this, we say, processal moment, and we are waiting for the investigation, but we are comfortable, we are sure that there will be nothing, because we did nothing that they are accusing us. Be sure that we are proving everything that we are saying, because we pay for services, technical referee services. We document these services in our accounts. There were invoices, the bank transfer were registered in our account as well, and at the same time there was audited. We are sure that our victory in the case, and unfortunately for the people that is promoting this case, well, I'm sure as a lawyer that we will win, and Barca will be declared non-guilty in this process. Again, I said in my speech, there is a Madridism sociologic, and the sociologic Madridism that is in the powers of the capital, that they are controlling, and they are in politics, in finance, in media, and in sports. And this is for long. There is an history very long about this fact, and I'm sure that they are this socialist Madridism is promoting and using this case in order to damage our reputation. Well, they are insisting. We know that they had a very bad times when we were winning everything, when we were recognized because we won titles, when we were admired because our team were playing very nice football, and we were loved because that we were giving to the society. And these times we accept that there is sociological Madridism, because, you know, in the past we compete against them and we won. And I think that this movement, this sociological Madridism, cannot support that Barca win again. And we are in the process, because you know, if there is some points that are we could assimilate to the period where was a splendorous period of Football Club Barcelona, with me as a president and with very, very talented players that won't get the glory. Well, now this movement that comes from the Madrid sociologic, they are scared. They are scared because we are getting better and better in sports, in economy and institutionally. And they are afraid that we repeat the best period of our history. And I am sure, my colleague, that we will repeat our best period of our history, because we are in the process. We have very good players, young players, talented players. We have a very strong team, more and more. Our team is more and more competitive, and I'm sure that we will repeat a splendorous period of the history of Football Club Barcelona. I'm giving bad news for this sociological Madridism, that they will suffer a lot, because, unfortunately for them, I'm sure that we will repeat this splendorous period of our history. Thank you for your comments. Take it easy, be calm, that we are doing our best, and in this case we will win, and you will enjoy very much with our season. Thank you very much. Bueno.
Senyor Molins,
Mr. Molins, I disagree that the online assembly did not work. I think that the contributions made from here and in other languages shows that online assemblies allow people who did not participate in the past to participate now. The attendance is what it is, and in any event, this is what we have. This is what there is, and this is what we can do. The new bylaws contemplate solutions in order to improve the assembly of delegate members and improve the representation of members. Mr. Molins, I respect all your opinions. We are Barca, we're committed to democracy, to the country. Our commitment is obvious to sport, to citizens. We respect everyone's views, the way people think. And in this respect, what we want is to face the future being more and stronger. And I insist we accept all ways of thinking, and we believe that there's room for us all at Barca. In this respect, you made an intervention. You said that you disagree, and that's you're right. Well, I don't agree that we cannot use Twitter to insult the president in this case. I know you and I already had a conversation along these lines. Maybe you right now, well, I won't take that against you, but we need to be respectful to all. I respect you, and I hope you to continue to respect me. Your intervention has been very respectful, I may say. You referred to Qatar. Well, I was very critical with Qatar when I was told that Qatar Foundation was the same as UNICEF. And it was just a sponsor for the jersey, and with a country organizing World Cups. Well, it's not my duty to in a conflict with any country around the world. So let me just say that nowadays, if we can secure sponsorships that we do not have yet from countries in the Gulf that are emerging in the world of football, I think we should at least listen to the opportunities that may present themselves. So in this respect, I wouldn't like to get into a different discussion. If we did, I could agree on many approaches, but we would get into certain purism. I mean, you're right, I come from a movement, from a group that defended transparency. I still defend transparency in management. We defend democratic culture, we still do in our management. And from a more purist point of view, sometimes this it has reduced to a certain extent, but we need to adapt to times, technologically or in all respects. And many principles change, unwavering ones. But it is true that in this case you referred to Qatar. I can give you the example of Saudi Arabia as well, or other countries in the Gulf that are emerging countries and that want to participate in this amazing show that football is, the most popular sport in the world. They're organizing World Cups, and they're also trying to have presence in the world through accepting a series of principles or values, and mainly referring to equality between men and women. And there are many things that they're advancing, and we need to be open-minded, because very interesting business opportunities could be presented. And my criticism in the past, in 2010, is because we were not being told the truth with respect to a sponsorship that had to be much higher and did not represent what they said it did. And in the end, what I said happened. Qatar Foundation became Qatar Airways. And I saw that this was not what we had been told. But absolute respect for Qatar and the other countries in the Gulf that are trying to have relevance in the world. A different thing is, and I tie this with the Super League because your presentation was long and my response will also be long. You referred to the Super League, and we are here in the search of sustainability in football. We are awaiting a judgment being passed by a court in Luxembourg, the European Court of Justice. We are expecting that they agree with us, and the only thing we want is the sustainability of football and be able to compete against clubs that have states behind them. And as a result, their resources are unlimited, and then we're unable to compete against them on an equal footing. I'm referring to signing players and other aspects.
This is a reality, and I think that the Luxembourg court will decide. And what I will say is that we will be awake in case there is a favourable sentence, and this would allow us to give a period of reflection, to talk to UEFA and to reach joint decisions. And in the case that it's not accepted, then we are ready, of course, to organise the competition, or the most attractive competition of the world. But in this case, we have to talk, and dialogue is essential. We have to do that with UEFA. In that regard, we are waiting to see that there is a favourable verdict. With regards to the 29 sponsors, maybe, Eduardo, would you be kind? There are three things there. What, Julie, if if you don't mind me saying this, there is an issue of sponsorship. Sponsors in the period 21 to 22. This was 150 million in 2003. This is increased to 200, and as Senior Mr. Diu said, this has continued in the same direction. With regards to the wage bill, 400 million. This is just the male team. This is the global wage bill of the club. So the rest is the youth sections and the other sections. With regards to funding, the 21 investors in Espai Barca, we applied 3 analysis criteria. The first was regarding suits or demands. The first was the criteria from the financial area, which was the criteria of solvency and existing demands. The second part is the reputational aspect, and then there's client compliance. The third part was due diligence at a first level. We needed to have legal. We insisted on legal support being there. Everything had to be all tied up. Yes, there had to be a perfect mix. As Molins asked, there was a question of Porta. I'm still the same, and if there is funding of nearly 1,500, we have fellow travellers who are investments. These have all been validated by Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan. These are 2 first level brokers who give us all the guarantees, and I think what we can do is, with investors who invest nearly 1,500 billion, then we can respect them and look after them and keep them happy, because they have believed in the club, and I say they believe in our values, our unrenounceable values. They respect our language, they respect our essences. I think we can be very happy. Many clubs would like to have that credibility and have 20 American investors, and mainly American, to believe in the club, to believe in Barca, and help us to complement our Barcelona movement's dream, our collective dream. At this moment, we are in favour of creating a new stadium with maximum transparency. We have always asked for this. We practice this in each of our actions, as we have been showing in this assembly, in this general meeting. There was a delegate who, I think it was Enrique, who asked the question if a referendum would take place to leave the Spanish league. No, what we want to do is win the Spanish league. We're working to win that. And in this moment, I hope we beat Bilbao at home tonight, and I hope when we go to Madrid next week, we will be top of the league. That is today what we are attempting. And what we do want is to give sustainability to our footballing world. We are at the moment defending what is understood as the Super League, and we need to harmonise with the state leagues. That is how football is organised, through national state leagues. And we have understandings with UEFA, and I think that will be useful. If the let's hope the Luxembourg decision favours, decides in our favour. You have talked Oh yeah, Matteo Lauth. This is just a hypothesis at the moment. He has a great career. This is a person who is a member of the committee of referees. If this is confirmed, we would take a position on this. But what we will do is evaluate whether he presents his candidacy and whether he defends the interests of Barcelona Football Club. We are not excluding anybody from as a starting point. We're not against anyone, but if we see this is we have to make sure that this is a person who has the right profile to be the president of the Spanish Football Association. I can't right now take or make a pronunciation on that. On Matteo Lauth, I have a very good personal relationship with him as well. He has often come to the Barcelona stadium. I've come across him many times. He's a person who tries to do as good as he can in his profession. So, Mr. Molins, I think I've answered all of your questions. There was the question about the plaques. Just to say, we don't rule out the chance of opening up a new period to do plaques of the foundation, but we want to finish the stadium and then we will decide. You talk about talking to our enemy. You disagree with. You think that we've made some. You saying the importance of having disagreement. I don't consider you as an enemy. I think we always talk about opponents rather than enemies. I think we always minimise everything that can sound aggressive. In all cases, listen, of course, the Barcelona supporters include a lot of people. You did an intervention. I respect that. I told you some things that I thought happened, and we have respect for everybody, for all ideas, and for all ways of thinking. And in that regard, that is what we're trying to do through our board of directors. Always, of course, defending the interests of our club and our interests, because all of us, we all love Barca. Jordi Brunet. Thank you, Mr. Brunet, for referring to the fact that we're defending Barca. Of course we do that, with all our efforts, with all our strength. We do that with the knowledge that we have. And you agree with the term, sociological Madridism. I have noticed this massively in the capital of Spanish state. This is not about being a victim. I saw this when I was the president of the club. We fought against sociological Madridism. I mean, it's obvious. So when I first saw that, we fought and we won, and we can resist this Madridism. I'm now being investigated for the Negreira case. The judge is clearly being driven by that Madridism. I have all the respect in the world for judges, but we have, as the accusing parties, we have Real Madrid, we have Professional Football League, and a whole series of people who are part of the prosecution party, and this is another proof of that Madridism, this sociological Madridism. I don't want to go into more detail. This is in all, as I said, all centres of power, whether political, financial, media, sporting, and we need to know how to live in such a context. I said the other day in a conversation, it is even more impressive to win despite that. When we compete, if we win, like happened when I was president the first time, that has even more merit and you enjoy it more when you are faced with these obstacles. It's an important challenge. We're going to take it on. They're very nervous. They're really concerned because, wow, there are signs that we could repeat what we did before. We can have another glorious page in our history. That's what they're worried about. Mr. Brunet has already referred to this issue. You've talked about how we should give more repercussion to Gerard Romero, who analysed the work we're doing. Yeah, I agree with that. I think the YouTubers, I think they love Barca. They're doing their work. It's a new kind of journalism. They're doing their job as well as they can. Sometimes this isn't accepted, but I respect and accept, and I even enjoy some of the YouTubers. I think some of them have quite a popularity, and they can often do very interesting interventions. That depends a lot on us. It is not our job to do repercussion of the influences and YouTubers and this new journalism that you see in the networks. This is good. Everybody's got to promote their work. We can't be promoting them, but we take them into account in the communication department. They always appear at every moment and everywhere. They do a good job, and well done to them. You said that you can't, maybe you can expel a member who does some racist declaration, and in the case that if a member of the junta or the board is put in prison, can they be removed from the post? Well, obviously, if there is a legal action, of course, the administrative steps that fit that should be taken. There are cases when you eject a member and you get when they have been sentenced to some kind of prison sentence for an activity. We have a discipline commission, and we have them here with us, and they will respond to such cases. We have 10% discount in merchandising. Yes, I remember your contribution, Mr. Brunet. I thought you did an excellent contribution, and furthermore, it was really heartfelt. Could there be this discount? I don't know if this is the best moment to pose that question, because as you know, we've had to do reductions in terms of the total revenues because of the decrease in selling season tickets, because of going to the Luis Companys Stadium. As I have said, despite everything, there will be results that we are sure that will produce millions of profits. We think there will be 800,000 million, 800 billion revenues. This is what we're expecting. This is thanks to the different areas, such as the commercial areas. They have taken responsibility for getting revenue. I would like, I don't want to talk about what I would most like, I don't want to create false expectations, but I do have hope that we can do many things with our jersey, and maybe we could do proposals to the members if we don't want to touch our pockets, go into our pockets to do the recovery of the club. What is, we always think we when we sell 150,000 T-shirts, and we have the all the people in the ombudsman is representing. I don't know if we do reductions of 50% to jerseys, but we will look at ways that the members would like. Maybe there are other initiatives.
The 175 euros is the match day. Usually the cost is 90. We can buy jerseys at 90 euros at a reduced price. But he said so. Mr. Brunet said clearly that that was the match day jersey, the official one, the one the players use. And I think that about Prime Video belonging to Amazon and Barca A New Era has been widely accepted. It's working pretty well. Talent Explorers. Well, this is something that Sony Music does. You said something about that. So in terms of audiovisual production and this type of content, we are very open, very willing, and there will be proposals that you will like. I spoke about Barca Media in my intervention. I think this will be a revolution in audiovisual content and also in the digital business in relation to audiovisuals. So we are open. We are open to working with these platforms, and we want greater interaction with our members. We want to be more connected. We want the best quality of service to our members and fans. And this will allow us to increase our revenue. Colleagues, do you know what the situation is when it comes to Talent Explorers TV show? I don't know. Oh, right. Mr. Brunet, this is being negotiated with Sony again. This was said by Tony Cruz. So I hope that the negotiations go well in our favor. And the question as to whether I can be a candidate for the next elections, yes, there is another term of office. I could do it. I could do it if I wanted to. If I can't, I won't submit my candidacy, but if I can and want to, I would love to continue with this management board with all of my colleagues, and all men and the women, because they have demonstrated their commitment to FC Barcelona. They believe in this project. They've been executing it with talent and with great knowledge. They endeavour greatly. As Mr. Matthias Klinger said, he acknowledged our efforts. And then we shall see. He who ends up being a president is the person the members decide. The members of all the club. All the members of the club. So nothing else to be said. This is a democracy. The internal operation of Barca is democratic. We feel very proud because when we think about the ownership model, we think that we, the members, are the owners of the club. But we are those who decide the present and the future of the club. And they decide everything that is important for the club. And obviously, appointing the president and the management board is important. So, you will decide. So, Mr. Brunet, I will always be at the service of this club, our club, and willing to help as much as possible. It's a great honor, a great responsibility, and a great privilege. Although I would have loved to be a forward, a striker. Let me say that too. Thank you, Mr. President. This brings us to the end of the round of questions made by video conferencing. And now we'll get straight to the questions asked by the delegate members in the room. You are already familiar with the process. If you have any questions, please raise your hand. I see one hand raised. President Gaspard, please. 7 hours. 7 hours speaking. Now just give me 1 more minute. 1 more minute. I've seen many minutes of joy and sadness. But we spoke about justice, ethic, unity, enemies, public limited company. Mr. President, as far as justice is concerned, you know well that Barcelona has done no illegality, no unlawful act. I can say so as many times as need be. Having said that, I believe, Mr. President, that this is following the course of justice. I trust in the justice in the legal system. It is them who must decide on this matter. But those who love us, quote unquote, have played the role of judges. They've issued their sentence. They even said what our punishment should be, but the legal system won't pay attention to that, and they will do what they think must be done. And they will agree with us that no unlawful act has taken place. Then someday we can talk about ethics. We can talk about ethics from the past. With the benefit of hindsight, we can talk about Di Stefano, Figo, and other stories, because ethics can be interpreted. Unlawfulness cannot. Something can be lawful or unlawful. We were not. Ethics can be interpreted. And I will greatly enjoy talking about ethics and the fact that Barcelona has not committed any ethical unlawfulness. But one day we can talk about that. I asked Jaume for the next meeting to be in person. If in the next meeting we need to talk about the bylaws, that's an important topic, so it should be worthwhile for it to be in person. We have respected these types of meetings, which I do not say are not positive, but I think we should do an in-person assembly. It would be good for you, for the management board, and for many members who are asking for it. Unity. Unity goes top-down and bottom-up. If you agree with me, as a former president of greatest age, I will call upon all presidents of FC Barcelona, because I would like to sit down with them to talk about Barça, about its future, and because I believe in that this unity goes from top to bottom and bottom to top. And it's important for those who led this Barça, like the one we have today, can discuss things together, especially those of us who were presidents at some point, presidents of this club. It's not just one club, it's the best club in the world. And then, Mr. President, the public limited company Barça will never have a president who does not say what Mr. Laporta said. But you spoke too much. If they ask you, will Barcelona become a public limited company, just say no, and that's it, full stop. Don't give any further explanations. And whenever a member wants to become president and does not clearly state that Barça will not make it clear that Barça will never be a public limited company, will never be president of Barça. Barcelona has been at the brink of disappearing on many occasions. And it's been thanks to presidents, starting with its founder, Mr. Gamper, who were able to overcome the problem, no matter how delicate the issue was. So let's be calm. Let's the legal system do its job, because those are the ones who must really analyze what the problem is. They are the only ones who must do that. And because our enemies will not disappear. The day Barça has no enemies, we will not exist. The more enemies we have, the better. As long as we're united, don't worry about it. Don't worry at all. There can be plenty enemies. It's good that they're jealous. If they're not jealous of us, we won't be no one. So I'm happy to see my enemies, and I'm happy to see them fight against us because they will never beat us. As long as we are united, we will never be beaten.
¿Y alguna pregunta més?
Any more questions? Thank you. Thank you, President Gaspard. Thank you for your comments. I know you came from afar to be here today in this assembly, and I would like to thank you for it. Well, the message of unity is one I fully share. I agree with you, and I said so. We are addressing the situation properly because now we're more united than ever. And I would like to thank you for your call to unity. And it's coming from a former president. A president and whose experience speaks of unity. This clear no to becoming a public limited company. We said so clearly. We will always defend the associative model of FC Barcelona, where the members are the owners of the club. But not only do I defend it, sometimes I just speak too much because I truly believe in it. It's a distinguishing trait that makes us stand out and be stronger. You also referred to the assemblies. I take good note of that. I discussed this with my colleagues, and since you just proposed it, okay, I agree. The assembly where we will be discussing the new bylaws of FC Barcelona should be in person. Okay, so it could even be hybrid. Why not? It can be in person and it can also be streamed, right? And I also accept the comment of my friend Jaume Llopis, who referred to that as well. Jaume, Juan, that's the way we'll do it. And let's see if we're able to increase participation. And we can have a discussion like the one we had today, which I believe was very productive. You spoke about unity from top down, bottom up, a meeting of presidents. Well, you are the dean of the presidents, the most senior president. Maybe it is your responsibility to foster a meeting of presidents. I agree with you. Whenever you want, I remain at your disposal to meet with the other presidents, because not only do we need to talk about unity, we need to demonstrate unity. We must act to demonstrate that unity. And I fully agree with you, and I'm fully available. And I agree with your comments in relation to lawfulness, ethics. My ethics are clear. I stand by my principles. And in the case of the Negreira case, we're okay, because we are defending our position with evidence. And this is very important. No unlawful act has occurred. We've just been paying for a technical referee report. You know who the plaintiff is, right? The plaintiff is Real Madrid, La Liga, the judge, the prosecutor. They are not demonstrating what they will never be able to demonstrate, because we have done nothing wrong. We didn't do what they are accusing us of. I am one of those who trusts in the legal system. You also referred to that. I'm a lawyer, a legal expert by profession. We live in a state that upholds the rule of law, and I believe we should trust in the legal system, and I'm certain that Barca will be declared innocent of all charges, and we will be able to overcome and recover from this damage to our reputation and to the interests of this club. I believe I have answered all questions. We have given an answer to all questions. I don't believe there are any more questions. So this brings us to the end of this General Assembly. So, Mr. Secretary, just allow me to conclude. Say that it's almost 20 to 8. I would like to thank all delegate members who have been here in the room, presidents, senators. Thank you for your participation. Thank you for your constructive discussion. The fact of talking between us makes us be more united than ever. I'm referring to those who were critical, those who were not, those who congratulated us for the work done, for those who shared their criticism. We respect you all, and I hope that in upcoming meetings, I say so as president of this club, your criticism has been addressed, and we can say that we did our job to the full satisfaction of you all. And this is all thanks to the protocol area. There are some companies that are working to ensure the smooth operation of this assembly. I think it worked well. Jordi Gomez from Protocol is around here. Congratulations, because I think it has been very well organized and everybody felt respected and well cared for. Apologies because I do not recall the names of the company that was responsible for the organization of the event. Focus, that's it. Thank you, Focus, for your job. It's not easy to organize an online assembly in order for it to be more sustainable economically and more accessible. And I think that we can all feel satisfied with the way this has been organized. And Juan Moya, congratulations too, as Director of IT, for the organization of the assembly. Thank you all. Many thanks. And let me say to conclude that this time, while we await news about Barca Media, I must also thank TV3 for broadcasting this event, this General Assembly of Delegate Members, where we approved the accounts for the 2022-2023 season and also the budget expected for this season, 2023-2024. In addition, we also approved the sponsorship of Ambilight on the sleeve of our jersey, and I think we were able to have a constructive, serene discussion and debate that has strengthened our entity. Thank you so much for the National Television of Catalonia. Thank you to all executives, workers and employees of the club present here today and those that are not, because they've also worked to guarantee the smooth operation of this event. Members, delegate members, senators, president, and all those who followed us online. Thank you all. I said so. The more we fight for Barca, the more we love it. And I think that this is applicable to you all. Long live Barca, long live Catalunya. Visca el Barça, visca Catalunya.
so long, now hear me back. I can promise you how I'll react.